Hi guys, welcome to day one of DeFi Summit. So this one's going to be our NFT day, and thank you guys for all tuning in. DeFi Summit is going to be a virtual event that's going to be free for everyone throughout the week. So there's going to be multiple different talks, multiple different panels that we are really interested in letting everyone hear about. Today is going to be dedicated around NFTs and how NFTs integrate within DeFi and kind of like the NFT areas as well. We have a lot of, I would say, unique talks today that we really want to showcase to everyone. And thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for listening in. And we'll kind of like jump things off in a little bit. We just wanted to do like a quick introduction to let you guys know who we are and like how we're within the space. So I guess I'll jumpstart first. My name is Michael. I've been in blockchain marketing for, I would say, the past few years, and really looked at, me and Justin together really looked at the market and saw that there wasn't a event that's going to be dedicated for decentralized finance. The decentralized finance revolution is really impactful, really helping a lot of countries. And we noticed that a lot of it as well is that these events were going to be paid. So it's really a barrier of entry for knowledge. And so we wanted to host a fully decentralized and kind of like free event for everyone to start tuning into and getting, all this knowledge to get into the DeFi space.
Yeah, definitely. Hello, everybody. This is Justin Wu here. Also helped host and build the DeFi Summit along with Michael and the full team that we have here as well, fully decentralized all around the world as well. And yeah, it's similar to what Michael said. We really saw that there wasn't any events fully dedicated to DeFi. We saw like single chain focused events too, like Bitcoin Miami, which is a full maxi event. Which is cool, but we're living in a multi-chain, cross-chain world coming soon. So it's really important for us to highlight and showcase projects across all different upcoming protocols as well. It's so early in the space, especially early for DeFi. So there's no one clear winner. And we're always trying to like promote, being chain agnostic. One day it could be Binance Smart Chain. Tomorrow it's today. Actually, today it's actually Polygon has taken over the transaction. So you never know. And in the future, we got Polkadot, Cardano, Solana, Cosmos, Luna, many more to come as well. Layer 2 options too. So there's a lot to go around. In terms of like NFTs too, we decided that we can't also ignore NFTs. This is DeFi Summit, but NFTs has been taking over in a big way as well. And there's always been a good cross section between NFTs and some DeFi, NFT X DeFi, but also too just like pure NFTs and celebrating that as well. This is a little bit of a preview for what's to come in the future. I guess just a little alpha leak here too. After DeFi Summit in the future, we'll have NFT Con 2, a fully dedicated NFT week in the next few months here dedicated to that. And hopefully, as the situation opens up for the whole global markets, we hope to do both an NFT and DeFi Summit physical conference sometime either Q4 or early next year to celebrate what's been going on in this space as well a little bit later too. The full agenda too. Like if you haven't followed our Twitter, definitely check us out on Twitter. Use the hashtag DeFi Summits for this week, or DeFi Week. That also works as well. That's going to be the main hashtag that we'll be using. And then we have a full week's worth of content starting from 9 a.m. to 4 to 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And then we'll have later on, since this is on YouTube Live, we'll have this all kind of cut up and rebroadcasted on YouTube with all the recordings as well. So if hopefully you can tune in. And then if there's some talks you miss out, well, definitely just take a look at the agenda at defisummit.com and we'll kind of share that with you guys. A few other mentions before we kind of get started here too is shortly after, be sure to follow our Telegram as well as the YouTube chats and socials. We're going to be announcing a $20,000 worth of DeFi and NFT giveaway. We have a lot of sponsors. All the sponsors here has helped put together these DeFi and NFT bags and goodie bags that there's going to be at least 30 winners. And we're going to be pulling winners every single day. So we'll probably pull like 10 winners each day. And then at the very last day, we will pull one grand bag, DeFi Summer 2 bag, starter pack and winner. That bag is also worth over just like $5,000 alone for the grand prize as well. So I'm really looking to spread that out. It's going to be to active participants. We're going to have a dedicated like landing page where if you just help us share the word out on social media and just follow some of the sponsors there too, then we will, there's a point tracking system. Just be on lookout for it too. We'll update on DeFiSummit.com and the social too. But Michael, I guess we also want to give one special shout out to a special partner with us for today's NFT day too. We have Edge of NFT, which is a brand new podcast that just launched. They really helped us out in terms of partnering and hosting a lot of the upcoming talks for today with edgeofnft.com. They host a lot of amazing thought leaders in the NFT space, so definitely check them out. Give them a nice follow and then subscribe to their newsletter and their podcast as well too. So we just want to give them a quick shout out too. They've been a great help in terms of building up a lot of our current lineup and hosting a lot of the talks as well too. Couldn't do it without our partners.
Make sure you subscribe to their newsletter as well. They also have their podcast on Apple Podcasts, so you can kind of review and look at some of their previous talks as well. So you can kind of see like Emma Jane on here. You can also see like Fred Krueger. Some of these talks are really exclusive, so we want to make sure that we're looking at some of the previous ones as well, and also give their Twitter a follow as well. So their Twitter is going to be @EdgeOfNFT. Once again, it's @EdgeOfNFT, and also for their website, it's going to be edgeofnft.com. And really excited to really have these guys on, and they're really truly amazing people, and especially all thanks for helping us coordinate some of these talks as well. So special shout out to those guys.
Yep, definitely. So yeah, we're about to kick off with our first opening fireside chat as well shortly after. And then again, take a look at our upcoming agenda today. It's pretty stacked. I mean, we got a lot of amazing speakers from Sotheby's to Meta Factory, Avagachi, Bonley, Animoca brands as well, and many, many more too. So we are excited for the NFT day. Again, this is just a little small preview, but we still put together like a full day's worth of content for everybody here, dedicated to NFTs too. And that's really like our goals too, is like what you can expect from us in the near future too, is that we're going to continue hosting very community building events around NFTs, DeFi. And then also too, like we are going to be doing chain specific events as well too. So be on lookout. We're just here to build the community, and we're excited to get things going.
All right, guys. So our first panel talk is going to be with Jeff Kelley and Erik Mendelson from Bonley, and it's going to be around music NFTs, like strategies and launches. Hope you guys enjoy.
Awesome. Let's get them on.
Okay, welcome everybody. We are joined today by Erik Mendelson, a music executive, blockchain entrepreneur, and award-winning technologist who has been the strategist and executor behind music NFT campaigns for Tory Lanez, Tekashi 6ix9ine, and Currency, which have grossed over $1 million in sales. Erik is a one-of-one whose charisma, industry experience, and tech chops have made him a key player in the blockchain and music industries. Erik, welcome.
Someone's trying to sell me as a one-of-one, and thus far, no bids on it.
Let me know where to bid, buddy. I'll be doing it. So look, man, through the lens of all these amazing projects you've been working on, what are the best practices for launching a music-related NFT?
So let me say this: in addition to the artists that you mentioned, I also have other artists that I'm kind of brokering their deals for them on various marketplaces right now. With the Tory Lanez NFT campaign, it was the first one that I did. It was done utilizing partners at Bonley Finance. Amazing campaign. The majority of his NFTs sold specifically to crypto savvy individuals. Second campaign we did was with Tekashi. Oh, by the way, Tory was completely dialed in, helped promote it, market it, etc. Second campaign that I did was with Tekashi 6ix9ine, again utilizing our partners at Bonley Finance. Tekashi wasn't really engaged in the campaign. We had buy-in from the label side, but not from him. And as a result of it, we didn't really get the buy-in from the crypto community that we were expecting. It didn't do that bad. We did several $100,000 in sales for that. We just didn't get the full buy-in like we got from the Tory Lanez crypto community. And then the last campaign that I executed was with Currency. which is really where I learned a lot about the space. Currency is an independent artist. He's released over 20 plus albums under his belt. He's released his own merchandise on his own website. And when he releases his own merchandise, he sells out instantly every single week, every Saturday when he releases new drops. And for Currency's campaign, unlike Tori and even Tekashi's campaign, the majority of the buyers for Currency's campaign were actually his fan base, which was pretty remarkable. And what I learned doing these 3 different campaigns is that, number one, artists have to be engaged with their fans. That's first and foremost. Probably just as important as that is the marketplace. Are we going after music fans, which the majority of which don't know how to buy NFTs? It's a foreign language to them, and there's a lot of hurdles that they have to jump. Or are we going after the crypto savvy individuals? And if we're going after crypto savvy individuals, I think it's important. Any artist can release their NFTs on certain marketplaces right now fairly easily. But that doesn't mean that they're going to have a team behind them. So there's certain marketplaces, certain partners that I like to align artists with that I think will be more favorable for that artist. Just how they would sign to different record labels for different reasons. It's the same thing from what I've seen in the NFT space right now.
I get it. So when you think about the different elements related to the success of these projects, is it the art, the perks, the music, the celebrity? Like, what's the most critical element of these campaigns?
Yeah, hate to break it to all the music fans out there or musicians out there. Music is actually probably the least important piece. I think the most important piece from what I've seen is celebrity, social following, engagement. Then it's the art, or specifically a partnership that they have with a specific graphic artist or visual designer that they partner with. That's a great strategy. And then, music is perks are important in the music space specifically. When we're talking about just graphic artists like a Beeple, the perks aren't important at all from what I've seen. But when you're talking about music, people who are buying music NFTs, there has to be some additional added value, which I'm sure we'll speak about. So the perks are probably equally as important as the actual art. And again, music is probably the least important of everything that you mentioned.
So like, what are some examples of perks that stand out to you that would yield success here in the space?
Yeah, that's great. It's to me, NFTs are the evolution of the fan club. It's literally the virtual fan club on steroids. So whatever people can experience in the physical space, multiply that by 10, and that's what people want to experience in the digital space. So with Currency, for example, we did his campaign on 420, which is National Stoners Weed Day, whatever. Yeah. Currency is known for that. He's built a brand around that. And what we did was we sold NFTs that were priced right for his regular fans at like $100, which was a virtual smoke session with Currency. So on 420, he was performing his first show since the quarantine in Dallas, Texas. Dallas or Houston? One of those, Dallas or Houston. And before his show, the people that bought his Weed Pass NFT were able to actually virtually smoke weed with him while he was backstage on a Zoom link that we provided. And they were able to ask him questions and interact with him for a few hours, by the way. Probably the first time a virtual weed session was powered by an NFT. So that was just one of the things that we did with him. But really, it's meet and greets, special one-on-one, meet and greets is a big part of I think the perks in this, but there's also like rare digital art, rare physical art. There's just a lot of different elements that can come into actually the strategy behind an NFT music release.
I tell you, yeah, on our podcast, Edge of NFT, we have talked to a ton of people about various NFT projects across the full spectrum. And the consistent message that comes through is this need for community and story and kind of traditional branding and marketing that goes into these that really yields success. And it's interesting to hear you say that. It's so common in the most successful projects.
Well, we take a look at Tekashi, who has an amazing fan base, like 15 or 20 million followers on Instagram, and he has like 1 million, I think, followers on Twitter. And the tweets were happening during the campaign, but he wasn't on his most engaged fan base platform, which was Instagram. And we saw the difference in numbers between, let's say, what Tory did and what he did, just as a result of that engagement with the community that they were building.
Yeah, community is at the heart of all of it. Amazing. So where do you see the NFT space going from here? In particular, music. Let's talk music specifically. I know it can be crazy otherwise.
Yeah. Again, this is the foundation layer. This is the building block. You mentioned perks earlier. Well, I think that the perks that are going to come with these NFTs is that they're going to play a role in the metaverse, in these virtual worlds, where if I have a one-of-one Takashi chain or a one-of-one of anything, that I can bring this NFT into the virtual world, and I'm the only one in the world with this specific NFT. Now, it can have utility in the virtual world, or quite frankly, it can be just social currency and a bragging piece. My son plays Fortnite every single day. Probably shouldn't admit that. He also plays Roblox, and I'm going bankrupt just funding the purchases of what he's doing. And I say to my son, I say, what are you using this for? Does this make you better in the game? He was like, no, it just makes me cool because one of my friends has it and I have to have it. And I think that hopefully we'll get to a place in the space where these music NFTs are just like the Roblox or the Fort Bucks or whatever they're called, and it provides the person in this virtual world with something special that they can brag to their friends about. Taking it a step further, I believe that the evolution of where we're going to be, and it's crazy to talk about the evolutionary step, but where the NFTs are a new way for artists, especially independent upcoming artists, to actually crowdfund their releases or their creativity, the creation of their IP, and where the royalties actually downstream to the NFT holders. Now, obviously, in America, there's a lot of loopholes to jump and securities laws that have to be thought out. But I think that we'll get to a place where the NFT is a way for the owners of the NFT to actually receive some income that is mandated or when the campaign starts from the artist. For example, XYZ artist says, I'm keeping 50% of the NFTs for myself, which means I keep 50% of the revenue, but the other 50% I'm going to sell across 1,000 different NFTs. And you, as the fans or the public or the investor, can buy that other 50% and participate in the royalty streams that come as a result of that. Major issue is that there's still centralized companies, Spotify, Apple Music, and YouTube, that are controlling these traditional revenue streams. So, and who are not on blockchain, and I don't foresee them going on blockchain. So how does the smart contract then track those rights and pay out the NFT holders? And I think that what we'll see in the future is either, unfortunately, some sort of centralized company, a publisher, an administrator, an NFT administration company that's responsible for collecting 100% of the royalties, distributing the 50% to XYZ artist and the other 50% to the NFT holders, or a DAO is created that actually works in accordance to what the smart contract mandates. That, to me, would be the ideal space for where NFTs are going to go.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff. So when you think about the hype around all of this, though, I mean, is this real? Is it warranted around all these music NFTs? People get very excited about it. We see it in the press a lot. Is it manufactured? I mean, what's your sense on that?
Yeah, well, here's my sense on this. All this manufactured press has created a lot of hype. So, the hype is real. Artists who didn't understand cryptocurrency or NFT is a crazy buzzword right now, right? And the hype is there. However, I think that there's been a lot of manufactured headlines that give a false sense of reality to the decision makers, whether it be the rights holders, the labels, and or the publishers, about how much money should be made on an artist like first NFT release. Every artist thinks that they should do 15 million plus or 10 million plus, like how Blau did it, right? Artists or labels take a look at Blau's social media following, and they take a look at their artist's social media following, and they think that there should be a direct correlation between following and amount of revenue that's generated from these campaigns. So it takes someone like me to explain to them that that's not the way the space works, and that we probably shouldn't believe everything that we read or that we see as a headline. Not saying that I'm talking specifically about Blau, but there's certainly other campaigns that anyone with a little bit of common sense would realize that there's some sort of manufacturing that's going on behind the scenes for some of these campaigns.
Yeah, we see that.
Specific, although I won't.
I won't put you on the spot, man. So look, I mean, NFTs relatively new in the public eye. I mean, been around a few years, and I think for folks in the space, we were just kind of sitting back and waiting for that moment that it would come into the mainstream, and it's here for sure. But do you think that NFTs are the best use case for the intersection of blockchain and music, or is there something else that we're not seeing?
No, I definitely don't think it's the best use case, although I do believe that it's probably the easiest use case for musicians and labels and publishers to wrap their head around. You know, Warner Music Group invested into Dapper Labs, right, which is like the pioneer of the NFT space. So certainly a company like Warner Music Group recognizes the potential, and that says a lot, being that they're one of the 3 most powerful music distribution companies in the world. Warner Music Group had asked me many years ago what I thought about the NFT space, and quite frankly, I didn't really believe in it. What I believe is the real intersection, or the most important piece of blockchain intersecting with music, is in rewarding fans and incentivizing the communities that build up platforms, specifically music platforms, but it could be social media platforms also, for their contributions that grow the network. So before I say what that is in layman's terms, there's really 3 areas that music blockchain companies are focused in on right now. Number one, it's direct to fan or direct to streaming platforms like Audius, who's doing a fantastic job. The other piece that a lot of the blockchain music related companies are targeting are the rights issues. Again, there are some great companies that are in that space that are doing that are making wonderful strides. And then the third piece is ticketing, is verifying that the ticketing that you're buying is real. It's on blockchain. You can see all the transaction history. You know how much that ticket sold for, how much it resold for, and you know that if you're buying that ticket, that it's authentic and it will get you into the event instead of having you standing in line, buying popcorn and listening to it from the outside. Those 3 areas are great, but they don't really get me up out of bed in the morning. What gets me up out of bed is that individuals like you and I provide our information to social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. We get a free service. Some people think it's a great free service. Other people don't really like the service. But regardless, if Facebook woke up in the morning and said, "Jeff, I'm charging you $30 a month to use Facebook. You can keep your data," most people, I think, would say, "You know what? Take my data. Give me the $30 free service." But what blockchain and what these tokenized ecosystems introduce us to the community is that the next SoundCloud, the next Spotify, the next Apple Music that has grown from this community, and it could be Audius, by the way, that comes from this community, that those that help build up that platform actually get compensated and rewarded for their contributions that grow the network. So to me, that's what I'm most excited about, is saying to the music fans, if you discover the next talent on XYZ platform, or if you spend 5 hours listening to music on Audius, that you're now getting rewarded for your time spent on the platform because you're building up the platform. To me, that's a really strong value proposition to platforms, developers, software developers, and/or artists and rights holders that just want attention for their music. Now they can actually compensate their fans again through these tokenized ecosystems. So that's what I'm most excited about.
Yeah, that's really cool. Reaching down into your fan base and giving them an opportunity to win with you.
And the other thing is really just the starting, like, foundational educational level about getting music fans to use, which is still a big pain point, use cryptocurrency wallets, transact on the blockchain, buy some Ethereum, go back and forth. And then once they figure that out, then we can start to introduce some of these other business models that I just discussed.
Well, Erik, you've been around the music industry a long time, man. You've been there with some of the now classics across music, right? So I've not seen a lot in way of drawing on the nostalgia of some classic music that's out there. Have you seen any projects focused on bringing that into the realm of NFTs?
No, I haven't. Although I think that there's some definitely in the works. I'd love to know what do you think would be a good idea for like a nostalgia music campaign?
I mean, I think for anybody that's like a hip hop fan, for example, if you reach back into the 80s, I mean, you can go across maybe like Rakim or even like kind of more traditional mainstream like Run DMC. You could go into the West Coast and some of the early West Coast stuff, NWA and so on. Like all this list, like you think of all these classics, and it's about tapping into nostalgia, but we haven't seen much of that yet in the NFT space.
So I think that they're still trying to figure it out. And I think that the labels and the publishers who own these IP rights, whether it be name and likeness or the actual music right, if music is being integrated in these campaigns, I think everyone is still trying to figure out the space. What I will say is that I am in talks with, and I won't disclose who, but I am in talks with probably one of the top 5 greatest artists by sales in the history of the world, in touch with his estate to do something. So the estates of these artists, of some of these big legacy artists, are definitely interested, because at some point, I think estates hit a ceiling as to how much money they can make from their IP. And whenever something new is introduced, like this new NFT technology, they have to spend a lot of time educating themselves about it, researching it, because these estates have these heavily gated ecosystems to protect the IP rights, that they don't want to make a bad decision. So they're still trying to learn about the NFT space, and I think as they do, we will see more estates or more legacy artists diving headfirst into the space.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, we've just gotten some recent exposure to royalty related projects. There's a project called Band Royalty that's out there where they'll actually tap into the royalties that fans can now access as well, you know, through these different types of tokens, and then also limit them, which I didn't really realize myself, that royalties in many cases have a time limit, so you can essentially license it for a certain period of time. So all these classic artists have an opportunity to control it, I guess, with multiple layers of depth using NFTs.
Sorry to cut. Yeah, I touched on this a little bit earlier. I'm familiar with band royalty. I have to look a little bit more into it. But again, it's a securities violation. There's obviously, it's a security, right? If someone is buying something because they're expecting a return, in this case, it would be a royalty return. It's a security. So I don't know if band royalty is dealing with like U.S. artists or if the laws are different outside of the country. I'm certainly not knocking what they're doing. I hope that they're successful. Like I said before, I think that's the iteration of where all this is going. But I think that we have years to go before some sort of business model comes to fruition and is actually successful. And we'll see. I have a feeling that they're probably dealing with independent artists right now that control all their rights. It's a seamless process to do that. But when you're talking about legacy artists, it's not so seamless.
So some iteration still to be done, I guess, in that space, but exciting stuff to come.
Which is par for the course. Mm-hmm.
Well, let me ask you this, man. I saw the recent announcement that Binance is going to have an NFT platform. What does that mean for the space and other platforms?
I think anytime Binance announces something that the industry takes notice. Binance has 50 million users on their platform. The NFT marketplace, to my understanding, is going to be ran on their platform. It's not going to be ran on their decks. So that means that whoever releases projects on Binance has access to 50 million crypto savvy buyers. There's only one other platform in the world that tops that, and that's Coinbase. And I don't see Coinbase getting into the NFT space, and they haven't made any announcements right now. Nifty Gateway, OpenSea are obviously like market leaders. Nifty Gateway for primary sales, and then OpenSea for your secondary marketplace sales. And Nifty Gateway has kind of had somewhat of a little bit of a monopoly on the space right now because it's owned by the Winklevoss twins, you know, two geniuses, who owns the Gemini exchange, which has a fiat gateway. So Nifty was able to introduce the fiat gateway to the NFT buying community, which makes it easier for music fans to participate in NFT drops because they don't have to get a cryptocurrency wallet or understand how to buy ETH. Well, guess who else is going to be introducing a fiat gateway? That's Binance with 50 million users. So I personally think that in 1 to 2 months, Binance will be the market leader as a primary marketplace, and potentially give OpenSea a run for their money as a secondary marketplace leader. Although they are going to be on the Binance Smart Chain, not on Ethereum. I'm sure that there's plenty of Binance supporters in their community that are going to support these music drops. Let me say this. While I think Binance will also be the biggest platform in the world in a few months, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be the biggest platform for music-related NFTs. It could be a company like OneOf, for example, that just introduced a $63 million seed round, which was like unprecedented. Yeah. And they're really focused completely on the music space, making NFTs affordable. And they have a lot of great artists and projects that they just introduced that they'll be launching soon. So maybe it's a company like OneOf that's specifically music focused that wins in the space, or it could be Binance, or everyone can play nice in the little sandbox. You know, we'll see.
Right. Yeah, Quincy Jones disrupting the music industry once again.
Exactly. Well, because remember, to land music-related drops, it's also about the relationships. That's why I've been successful in this space, because I have the blockchain experience, the entrepreneurial experience. I understand the space very well, but I also understand music rights and have direct relationships with artists, which is how I've been able to broker and curate the last 3 campaigns that I did.
Man, relationships, community story, right? It all comes back to it.
Exactly.
Well, exciting times still at the early stages. Well, Erik, thanks so much for your generosity and sharing your time with us today. Cannot wait to see what you do next, man. Thank you again.
I appreciate it. Anyone can hit me up, Erik Answer Man on Instagram or Twitter.
Beautiful. Thank you again.
Hi guys, yeah, that was some very exciting stuff. Thank you guys for joining, and thank you guys, once again, thank you Jeff Kelley and also Erik Mendelson for providing a lot of the insights, and really appreciate it. Also for our next talk as well. So our next panel is going to be digital art and NFTs in the cultural creative sectors with Eathan from Edge of NFT. Also the panelists are going to be Pplpleasr, Matty Mo, and also Francis Liddell as well. So it's going to be a really exciting panel, and I hope you really enjoy this as well. And also for you guys, if you guys aren't in the Telegram group, we're going to go ahead and post out the link for you guys. Make sure that you guys are joining in order to kind of, just interact with us and everything. And, also, enjoy this next panel that's coming up. Let me go ahead and get them on.
Oh, welcome to this session of the DeFi Summit, focused on the role of digital art and NFTs in the cultural and creative industries. I'm Eathan Janney. I'm the co-host of the Edge of NFT podcast, and I'll be moderating this panel with three pioneers in the space of art, digital media, and NFTs, namely Matty Mo of The Most Famous Artist, and Pplpleasr, as well as scholar Francis Liddell. Let's give a quick introduction for each of us, and then we'll jump right in. First, I'll introduce myself. I'm co-host of the Edge of NFT podcast, along with Jeff Kelley and Josh Krieger. Our podcast aims to bring you not only the top 1% of what's going on with NFTs today, but what will stand the test of time. We explore the nuts and bolts in the business side, but also the human element of how NFTs are changing the way we interact with the things that we love. It's a podcast for the futurists and dreamers, the disruptors and creators, the fans and connectors, and the makers and the doers that are pumped about this ecosystem of NFT and driving where it goes next. So appropriate for these themes, we'll be talking with our guests. I'll introduce Matty Mo. Matty is a New Mexico-based artist and entrepreneur best known for creating the social token-powered global community known as The Most Famous Artist. Together, they create large-scale headline-generating spectacles and are working on helping 10,000 artists achieve financial freedom independent of institutional gatekeepers. We also have Pplpleasr, a multidisciplinary artist based in NYC. Her work as a digital artist includes visual effects credits in commercials, Blizzard games, cinematics, and feature films like Batman vs. Superman, Wonder Woman, and Star Trek Beyond. Pplpleasr the Pleasr DAO arose to fund the purchase of her Uniswap NFT. And finally, we have Francis Liddell. She's a PhD student in museum studies at the University of Manchester. She's working on a project with the National Museums of Liverpool that explores how we might implement NFTs in museums to create a sense of connection and shared guardianship. Her interests include internet culture, digital heritage, open access policies, and blockchain technology. So I'd like to launch right into our conversation here with something for Matty. And what I want to do is touch upon the fact that your background is in tech entrepreneurship and marketing, and you're somewhat of an outsider artist. I want to know, how have you noticed that your attitudes about in relationship to NFTs differ in contrast to more traditional members of the art world?
Well, Eathan, thanks for having us on the stage today, and it's a thrill to be here with you all. I think the traditional art world is still trying to figure out what the heck to do with NFTs. And being that I had a bit of a background in technology, once I kind of got beyond the big ticket sales of digital art and the confusion of what NFTs are and looked under the hood, I realized that the technology is quite powerful and quite liberating. And so I guess I'm relatively optimistic that the artists using NFTs now are going to greatly grow their careers, and those that will come on board a little bit later will realize that NFTs are the future, and they can have a big impact on the traditional art world.
And when you say it's kind of liberating for artists, what have you seen? Are there any specific instances I know your collective has generated a few interesting projects around this. Anything you find particularly liberating?
Yeah, so in some cases, artists don't have access to markets. For example, there's artists in our collective from Peru or Iran, and they wouldn't necessarily be able to sell to a global network of collectors, particularly because digital files traditionally couldn't be sold and shipping internationally is quite difficult. So NFTs have provided them an income stream for their work and allowed them to become a little bit more confident that their practice matters and to gain resources that allowed them to continue their practice.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I also remembered in preparation for this session, we were wanting to have some fun, and you referred me to the, what was it, the WikiHow article on having fun. I actually didn't get to take a look at that, but hopefully you did, and we'll try to bring some fun into this session where possible. Awesome. All right. Next, I'd like to move things over to Pplpleasr. You've been up to some really impressive stuff. I really appreciate your art and your sophistication within the space. I'd like to get your perspective on how digital art and NFTs have been integrated with the new financial system growing out of blockchain technology. Historically, financial and art worlds might not have been as closely linked in terms of interests and interactivity. Would you agree with me that that is a new trend? And if so, is it here to stay? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, first, thanks for having me on. And I think definitely they have a sort of closer relationship now than they did before, especially with myself being sort of more embedded in the DeFi community. I think a lot of people are now starting to realize that you can use NFTs as financial assets, which wasn't sort of like a concept that was circulating in just the traditional art world, I don't think. And so I think that's, it's not just, I think a lot of people, when we say NFTs, they're just thinking about, selling just an artwork or something. But, I'm talking about even things in the metaverse or like Axie Infinity, for example. These are actually NFT surrounded projects that are even helping people, for example, in the Philippines, generate income. And so this is something that hasn't happened previously. And I think definitely is sort of pushing us towards like a new model where people can sort of generate income. And then also because needing to understand crypto, there is a little bit higher of a barrier to entry right now. And so people wanting to sell NFTs, mint NFTs, need to understand crypto anyway, how to use MetaMask and wallet, things like this. And then so because of the worlds are so closely colliding, this sometimes brings them to understand DeFi and other technologies in crypto as well. And so I think that kind of sort of movement in general is really empowering artists and then helping them take more control into their own finances, which wasn't previously as sort of easy as a process. And yeah, I think it's great.
Cool. Yeah. You mentioned being like kind of feeling, I think you said like integrated into the DeFi community. And then from what you said, it almost seemed like I don't know, it's like a chain reaction of sorts that happens with folks. They get into one thing and then it requires this and then they have to research that. And so they sort of get integrated. Is that your story, or is it more you had friends in the space, you already had a personal interest in these things?
I think definitely I was already sort of interested in cryptocurrency since 2017, or not just interested, but I was holding and purchasing crypto since 2017. But obviously when DeFi summer exploded, I think specifically the community surrounding DeFi are very, very internet centric, and crypto Twitter in general, and their sense of humor and just really aligns with my own. And so I just really resonated with the entire vibe of the community. And then so I started basically making these animations that, I think also the meme culture I really resonated with as well. And then I noticed that, large part of the marketing and sort of just passing on information is done through memes in the space, which I personally think is really awesome. And then so I saw this opportunity to sort of bring those memes to the next level by combining my previous skill set with digital art and creating sort of like these higher quality meme-like videos that can help, that carry a sense of virality and also help spread information even faster. And then so I started collaborating with a bunch of these DeFi protocols. But obviously, to make content around this information, you need to understand it first. So that's where I started doing a lot of research around the different DeFi protocols and how they work, and also gives me a better understanding of financial models as well, because a lot of them actually migrate from traditional, or not migrate, but are sort of innovated from traditional finance models. And then I wasn't really very knowledgeable in traditional finance before, but now I'm a little bit more because of DeFi, and also that it helps me learn about investing as well.
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate this movement as someone, who's been a musician and in the art world since, 2000s, and my friends weren't actually that were musicians. I was in a band, for example. None of them were really interested in finance at all, but for some reason I had a little bit of an interest in, finance and business and things like that, and I felt like a bit of an outsider. So I'm really appreciating this movement where, arts are being integrated with finance, and there's some, like you said, some fun, some humor included there, and like you said, Matty, a real opportunity for the artists to achieve the independence and freedom that they've often hoped for in the past. Francis, I'd like to go over to you. I know you're working closely with museums to invent the ways that NFT technology will integrate with the institutions that have supported art consumption traditionally. How has this been evolving? Do you have any experiences you can share, movements you've seen, obstacles you've encountered with the things you're working on?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think it's safe to say that 2021 has been the year that museums are starting to finally take note of NFTs. And I think perhaps the pandemic was a big kickstart of it, because a lot of museums are kind of looking at it from a fundraising aspect and thinking about, okay, can we use NFTs to create extensions of the digital collection and start selling them and start a new digital income, whilst, for example, everyone can't come to the physical space. And I think there is a lot of value in that. But my research is really interested in kind of looking at it from a kind of more community engagement prospect. So how can we use NFTs beyond the monetary context and use them to kind of create emotional connections between a person and a digital collection? And yeah, so to give you some context, my research started back in 2018, kind of the end of the last blockchain hype, so to speak. And yeah, we were kind of interested looking at, okay, can we use these things to kind of diversify narratives in museums, and thinking about kind of using the digital object as kind of a kind of new form of value, so to speak. So we basically got a group of participants together to choose an object from the museum that they loved and had an emotional connection to, and we essentially made them into NFTs for them. And each NFT has their kind of personal story embedded into the metadata. And we call it kind of a personal edition. And it's sort of the idea of like, can this then forge new connections between these people and the museum? And can we use this in kind of spaces where museums are already working with communities and objects have lots of different stories attached to it, rather than just the kind of one singular narrative, often just told in collections. So yeah, I think although fundraising is a really important aspect, I think my research is really ultimately about looking at, okay, well, I think there's much more to the museum NFT than simply money. And, museums have always been part of kind of, it's so much more than art. We add interpretation, we add social cohesion, we add education. So let's kind of start adding those different forms of value into the NFT space as well.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it seems like the central piece around NFTs is just ownership in general, right? And like you said, attaching a monetary value to the ownership is one thing that we do, but especially in the art and creative worlds, there's maybe always been a push to not attach monetary value to things, to kind of look beyond monetary value. So I can really appreciate that perspective of saying you could even use an NFT to just attach a person, attach their soul, their self-interest, their personal connection to an art object or something that they care about. So That's very interesting. Now, just in the details of what you're talking about. So somebody picks an object from the museum that's special to them. That's a physical object, right?
Yeah, so this was actually a workshop that took place way back pre-pandemic, like sort of January 2020, I think. And yeah, we basically invited people to look at the collection and choose an object based on their kind of personal relationship to it. And we basically built kind of an online exhibition that we call Crypto Connections, which you can see on the National Museums Liverpool website. And yeah, if you go on there, you'll see that basically there's the object they chose with this kind of personal summary written by the participant about basically why they chose it and what's their kind of personal connection. And kind of the kind of technical side of it was really so we could then have this online information that we could then turn into NFTs, which we did so kind of with a kind of, we created a decentralized gallery and yeah, used a kind of built a smart contract connected Ethereum blockchain. And yeah, so we called that the possession gallery as well. So these tokens kind of represent the kind of literally kind of extensions of the collection, but are not owned by the museum. So yeah, it's about kind of bringing that sense of shared authority as well.
Right. And the individuals, again, these are individuals that are more consumers of the art, right, or participants in the art than the makers. But then I guess they've sort of become a little bit of a maker by choosing these things. And then the objects that now have the blockchain ownership attached to them, have they been assigned a monetary value? Are they tradable, or is it just that they're owned by the people who created them? How does that work? Just curious.
Yeah, well, they could technically sell them if they wanted to. They could go onto OpenSea and put them onto the sale. My argument would be that they wouldn't because of the personal relationship to it. But yeah, there's nothing to stop them. And also that's kind of the thing I really wanted to challenge the museum about, is thinking, well, we talk about shared authority and, you know, this sense of kind of connection and letting people, you know, have some sense of ownership over collections. Well, this can literally take that whole idea to a whole new level with blockchain, because they literally own something that they could sell and the museum has literally no control over that. But yeah, hopefully they won't.
Yeah. I mean, I think I'd love to move, you know, we're welcome at this point to kind of open it up a little bit. So if anybody has any thoughts based on what everyone else said, feel free to jump in here. One thing that I'm thinking of that's bringing to mind here is we've kind of talked about the value side of things on both ends. You know, there's the monetary value, and then there's sort of the non-monetary value of the connections that are made and the ownership that's created. And then there's this traditional narrative within the art world of the starving artist. You know, there's the book that many people may be familiar with, The Gift, which talks all about how, you know, artists kind of feel like they've been gifted their talents and experiences, and they all feel very just sort of intuitively resistant towards accepting money and compensation for them. But then at the same time, we have people in this group who have, you know, found ways to monetize their art and, you know, not be afraid to do that. And you know, again, it can become a matter of survival. It's really important for artists to consider, you know, how they're going to continue to be able to make their art. Matty, like I noticed there's a theme in what you do of sort of trying to assist with that, right? Trying to assist the artists in the art world with that. What have been your experiences? Have you encountered those that are resistant still, even though you're trying to help them, to sort of monetizing things? And kind of what have you found? Have you found any secrets to kind of like moving past those barriers and using blockchain and NFT as a means to move forward?
Sure. The projects that me and the community that I'm stewarding have had the most success with have been these kind of like large scale collaborative drops, where we can showcase a broad range of talent and use best in class kind of mechanics for the drops, and align with the like fast moving zeitgeist of the internet, but appeal to the crypto class's aesthetic and cultural sensibilities. And in doing so, we can actually help everyone make a little bit more money. We can help everyone sell through their work by coming together and creating a cohesive body of work. We as a community of artists stand stronger than us individually distributing our work. And there's also this like built-in virality and distribution and working in large pods of artists for these types of collaborations. And because we don't have to physically ship works to create these group shows, they become way more accessible to a larger pool of talent. And so I've seen a lot of success with that. And we've now done a drop that's a portrait of people. We've done a drop that's a portrait of Elon. We've done a drop that's a portrait of Grimes, where artists in our community remix these to create almost a collection or a series of collectibles. And I see more and more of that happening. I think we're in like the first pitch of the first inning of NFTs though. There's so much exciting stuff happening with like Oracle data making NFTs more dynamic, and the capacity through which NFTs can be used for fundraising or humanitarian efforts. Those are the things I'm most excited about moving forward. But I think Pplpleasr kind of nailed it. It's like we as the leaders of NFT art do have to keep in mind that our customers are the crypto class, and they have particular cultural and aesthetic sensibilities. And that's going to largely define what kind of work gets produced and has success in this market.
That's interesting. Yeah, on our podcast, we had the artist Vesa, who is relatively successful and, established within the NFT space, for whatever that means, within the relatively few short years that it's been around. But he actually highlighted something maybe slightly different, that yes, like this moment right now can be very focused on who are the class that are interested at this moment in time, and they tend to be technologically educated and care about what's in their world of finance and decentralized finance and so forth. Now, you was kind of predicting that the interesting projects that are going to stick around in the long term are going to be more well established in the historical tradition of art. And so he has like an obsession with ancient Egyptian art, right? And he's kind of thinking about the art historical progression of things. I don't know. I mean, Pplpleasr, I would say you're you probably have spent some time in the traditional art world within your training, just maybe even as a person growing up and becoming an artist and wanting to just draw and work on physical objects. Do you have any perspectives on that?
I think it's silly to gatekeep between traditional and the new technological world. I mean, we're all humans at the end of the day, and art is subjective. And when I say that, it's not necessarily, I mean, you can see my Uniswap piece. There's obviously a lot of explanations behind it on why it's linked to crypto or, the specific like Uniswap V3 mechanics and stuff. But I also, reference like Miyazaki, Princess Mononoke films, and, like just traditional anime and just whatever influences my personal art style. And then also I did take influence from medieval tapestries as well. So I think it's really silly to say one would succeed more than the other. The most important thing is just rallying a community that are loyal to you. Chris Dixon from Andreessen Horowitz wrote a really, really good article called NFTs and 1,000 True Fans. And basically, I think that what it's saying is just that you don't need to have, a million fans. You can see this today too with people who are successful in the traditional art sense or whatever that means. And then they could have, 2 million fans on Instagram, but that doesn't translate one-to-one over, you can see them drop an NFT. It's probably not going to do that well. And the reason being that their fan base are maybe not people at this moment who use crypto and are interested in NFTs. So it's all about just finding a community that works for you. And the one that I personally resonate with is in decentralized finance, but that's just part of who I was growing up as well, and it's not anything to do with decentralized finance. It's just this community of people who share this internet culture and our love for memes and, like sense of humor, things like this. And so, yeah, I think it's really silly to sort of say like one is better than the other. I think everyone has their own sort of community and people that they resonate with. And at the end of the day, even from like, Egyptian art, that's what it's about too. It resonates with people who like Egyptian art, so just find your own people and you'll be fine.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I definitely appreciate that perspective. I mean, especially from the creator, I think it's very tempting for creators to try to become, and I'm like I'm noticing before I even say this, like because of your name, and I don't even know what what the history of that, unfortunately, but like please everyone, right? Like an artist might want to please the masses, and that's where they direct their things. And it's pretty clear, you know, on that along those lines of the Kevin Kelley, 1,000 True Fans aesthetic and philosophy, you know, that's not the way, right? The way is to find who you connect with. At the same time, that makes me think of this sort of cautionary tale around social media and people becoming siloed into their communities and like not understanding each other and not being willing to communicate. So, I mean, I think the way you present it, it doesn't feel dangerous, just feels exciting, and it feels, you know, enriching, and it feels celebratory towards like people's individual cultures. But that is something I wonder about. Francis, what have having worked in museums, which tend to be probably try to be something that's more attracting a mass appeal. Do you have an opinion on this or directions that you particularly are participating in?
Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking about this. I mean, the question of audience has been something that I've talked to a few museums about who are kind of looking at entering into the NFT space, because there is no real kind of cross section between the crypto world and the typical museum goer. I mean, there will be, but there's, generally speaking, they're quite different kind of communities. And if museums are kind of thinking about, okay, let's sell some works as NFTs, it's like, well, okay, well, who are you selling it to? Are you trying to gain that kind of traditional audience and try and move them into the blockchain kind of sphere? Or are you going into the crypto world? And if so, are you ready for that space? Because I don't think a lot of institutions are. You know, they're very controlling, they're very risk averse. They're probably not ready for something that's incredibly decentralized and unknown. On the other end of the spectrum, it's then how do you kind of move this kind of audience who might be quite, you know, scared of blockchain? That was kind of a number of times some of my participants said, like, I don't know what blockchain is. I'm scared of it. I don't want to use it. And you're like, okay, you don't have to. And it's kind of finding that kind of interlink, which is why I kind of go back to that question of like personal connection. It's finding, I mean, like, as Pplpleasr says, it's like finding that kind of niche market and finding that group of people that kind of relate so close to the art that it doesn't really matter about the technology at the end of the day. And it's just more about kind of the meaning behind it. But yeah, I think audience it's an interesting one. It's an interesting question.
Yeah. Also, like, you know, Matty Mo specifically, kind of think of yourself as an outsider artist. And then that's like outside of what, right? You're an insider artist to the type of community that you want to relate to and build with, like Pplpleasr outlined. And so I'm curious, Pplpleasr, do you ever consider yourself either an outsider or insider artist in any particular communities? You know, elucidating a little bit more on what you already said.
I think similarly to the traditional art world, I really sort of don't like to be continuing to use these terms because, you know, at the end of the day, I think it's akin to saying...
That's why I asked you just insider, outsider.
I think it's akin to saying like, oh, you know, only Mozart is successful and then modern music is not, or even just saying music music that has moved on to Spotify or, you know, new streaming. Let's say when Spotify first came out, this is the same thing, right? People using like a CD player to listen to music versus like listening to it on Spotify and saying, oh, people who listen to Spotify music are different from people. I think it's just, you know, we're just going through a transition phase right now and has purely to do with technology and not the art itself. And at the end of the day, art is subjective, just like music and all other forms of art. But to answer your question, I do think that originally, similar to the traditional art world, when sort of these curated NFT platforms first came out, like Super Rare, Nifty Gateway, there was a lot of gatekeeping going on.
Oh, we're getting a thumbs down from Matty Mo.
That is very, very
about the gatekeeping, or
yeah.
Wait. Yeah, got it. I just wanted to make sure we knew what that was about.
It's very, very similar to the traditional art world, where, you know, it's not necessarily based on how much talent or technical skill you have, and I'm pretty sure mainly they were just looking at how many Instagram followers you had, and I mean, you know, which is fine, because at the end of the day, you know, if you're trying to curate something, you need some metric to show. And, you know, if somebody had previously spent a lot of time building up a community, let's say on Instagram for digital art, it does show some merit to either a lot of people liking their work, or, I mean, marketing yourself is a skill on its own, right? And so in that sense, definitely I consider myself an outsider, because my socials are quite new. I didn't like create neither my Instagram or Twitter profiles. They're only like a year old, less, and my Twitter is like less than a year old basically. And so, I mean, I started with 0 followers. And then so obviously when I was trying to get into these platforms, they were just like, who is this? You're nobody. And I don't think they like wanted to let me sell anything. But then, you know, I found a way to sort of rally my own community, and then I made one really big sale, and then now everybody's like, come sell your art here. So I think it's really just sort of, we're moving towards a new paradigm right now. And I mean, what I love about crypto or the crypto community is that, you know, for example, there's a lot of anonymous people on there, and they really just sort of reward people who put out good work. And it's less about, you know, who you are, what you look like, who you're connected to. You know, and this applies to not just artists, but also copywriters and developers, builders, creators in general. And you can really see that it's sort of like a reset, where as long as you're doing good stuff, I think the community won't hesitate to sort of reward you and prop you up. And I really appreciate that. And obviously I saw that happen with myself as well. So whether you're an insider or outsider, I think as long as you're doing good work and within this space, people will notice.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I reflect upon this often. I think, you know, there's a reason that those like movies about being like a high school kid that's misunderstood are relatively popular, and they keep remaking them, because in a sense, we all don't feel like we have a tribe at some point in life. It's usually at some point within the high school and our development years. And then it's not that we're an outsider, we just feel like it until we find that tribe, you know. And I think at least that's part of, you know, I did a music project. It was called Daily Wiki Music, and it was a daily Wikipedia song that I wrote and published every day back in like 2009, based on the Wikipedia article of the day. And I don't know whether there would be a tribe around that particular project, but I have to say I crave it. So, but there are probably people out there that for each of us as artists that we'll find and can resonate with what we do, and it's just a matter of patience and, you know, and actually taking the time to look. So we are at about, you know, 5 minutes out for the end of this session, so I want to make sure we wrap it up on time. I guess what I'd really like to do is make sure we have an opportunity for each of you, you know, to kind of give the viewers something to take away, to look for with what you're doing that you think might be interesting or valuable to them. So let's make sure we take some time for them. I'll start with Matty Mo. So for people who are watching, if they want to find out more about what you're doing, what do you think is the best path, and what would you like them to take away from this session?
Well, I'm currently working on a course with a platform called Maven on how to crush it with NFTs, and it's going to be 100% zero risk to anyone who's interested in taking the course. So you take the course, and we're going to do a community drop, and ideally that drop will cover your tuition costs, and if it doesn't, I will refund you. So I'm so confident in the power of NFTs, and I do believe that NFTs are for everybody, and I do believe in the power of community. So take a look at my website, The Most Famous Artist, and join that that conversation and that course if you're interested in figuring out how to crush it with NFTs. That's my shill.
Awesome. Let's move over to Pplpleasr. What should people do to find out more about you? What would you like them to take away from the session today?
I think just sort of not neglecting technical skill, being a good person, and also I think when you start making money from NFTs, if it's you know, if you have any extra, don't forget to give to a good cause. That's my shill. And then also that check out Pplpleasr DAO. It is sort of a DAO that was formed specifically. And I think obviously DAOs are like a hot topic right now. So if people, want to sort of like get involved, you can look into how to like make your own DAO. I mean, I didn't make Pplpleasr DAO, but I am an honorary member now, and they're building really cool stuff. And then they're always looking to sort of flip and onboard new artists as well. And so, and they're also, looking into like fractionalization of NFTs and also combining DeFi with NFTs as well, with like concepts like staking art, and then you can get interest or farm tokens with that. Really interesting and cool stuff. So feel free to check out what Pplpleasr DAO is doing.
Awesome. Yeah, very exciting stuff. Francis, what about you? Where can people go to find out more about what you're doing, and what would you like them to take away from the session?
Yeah, so I write a lot about kind of the intersection between NFTs and museums. Post a lot of that on my LinkedIn and Twitter, so you can find more about kind of the research I've been doing there. But the thing I'd really want people to take away is to kind of think more about kind of the meaning behind NFTs, and not simply just to mint things for the sake of minting it, but think about the process that you're doing. And particularly for kind of museums and institutions, it's kind of, there's so much more value that we can attribute to an NFT. So yeah, I think that's the thing. Go ahead and go start experimenting and start thinking about kind of how you can embed it into your own practices.
Great. Appreciate that. Yeah, wonderful diversity of perspectives here. Great conversation. Thanks for bringing up, objections and conflicts where appropriate to make for a rousing discussion. Appreciate that from everyone here. So I guess with that, we'll wrap it up and just make sure that people go and enjoy the rest of the conference. There's a lot of great stuff going on. Again, I'm Eathan Janney of the Edge of NFT podcast, and you've been spending this half hour with Matty Mo, Pplpleasr, and Francis Liddell.
Awesome. Thanks so much, guys, for the panel. Thanks, everybody, so far tuning in. Again, I want to give everybody a quick shout out and also lead everybody to kind of our Twitter account as well as Telegram as well, too. So, but yeah, for the next panel, too, we have upcoming is what do the NFTs mean for the art world? This is another stacked panel. We have Sotheby's, Ora-Ora, and Perception. Thanks, everybody, too. So yeah, excited to start this next upcoming panel, too, in the next few seconds here. Let's get everybody online. All right, I think we're in.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us on this panel. I'm the moderator, Vivienne Chow. I'm an art writer. So today's discussion topic, what do NFTs mean for the art world? Very delighted to have a distinguished panel. So just a quick round of introduction. Ladies first, Dr. Henrietta Tsui-Leung, co-founder of Ora-Ora. Dr. Tsui-Leung is one of the most prominent gallerists here in Hong Kong, and her gallery Ora-Ora has recently launched a marketplace on OpenSea and introduced NFT artworks at Basel, Hong Kong. And the gallery was also the first to announce the acceptance of cryptocurrency at the fair. And then next we have Max Moore, who's just been recently appointed as the head of contemporary art sales Asia Sotheby's. But Max, now you're still in New York, right? And yeah. So Max will soon be moving to Hong Kong, and he's most recently spearheaded the sale of the fungible collection by PAC. And I'm sure after you move to Asia, NFT will still be a part of an important part of your portfolio. And last but not least, we have Rabbit, who's the founder of Perception. I'm very curious of what you do because Rabbit is an expert in NFTs, and he's done this amazing technology development called desktop AR, and I'm sure we'll get into that. So first of all, I would like to ask each panelist one question, and then we'll move on to a group discussion. So I hope everyone is happy with this arrangement. So first of all, I would like to ask Henrietta. And so I'm now in Hong Kong, just like you, and we have just been, we've just experienced Art Basel, and it's the first time that the fair took place, finally in a physical setting since 2019. And I'm just very curious because you showed NFT works at the fair, and what was the experience like for you, and how did people react to it? And also, how do you think NFT as a medium help or promote the artists that you have already been working with for many years?
Thank you, Vivienne, and welcome everyone to the summit. I'm very pleased to be part of this panel. I would like to discuss a lot with you, but given time, I would share, I guess, some highlights of it. Okay, so NFT has been hyped for the past few months, but in fact, for the gallery and for our artists, we have been looking at it and the potential of it for almost over a year. Initially, it was about how to use blockchain technology in authentication and in terms of perhaps authenticating and creating unique pieces in new media art. So it had been like a roller coaster ride, and we were very excited that we managed as a small gallery to launch NFTs at Art Basel, Hong Kong. Of course, the impact was quite interesting. The fact that we were one of the first galleries to showcase such art in a very traditional, world-renowned art fair. From curation or design or planning of artists, it took us a while to consider. Knowing that there were amazing world records through the amazing auction house, which Max was involved in as well, we had to think of a strategy. What kind of strategy should we pursue? Should we also try to make huge record, or what should we be doing? So we took at the end an approach more of a sustainable and hopefully a sustainable and very welcoming approach, and we decided to launch 4 NFTs by 2 artists. We're probably the first to launch a Chinese artist artwork in Art Basel, Peng Jian, and another artist from Macau, one of our own very Macau, Hong Kong artists. So basically, we decided to extend the existing practice of these artists into the NFT world. So for Cindy, she has been an amazing media artist with immersive experiential art experience and hundreds of museum shows. And we basically just help her list her works. And for Peng Jian, he is a painter, very well known, very well received artist in Art Basel throughout the years. And this time we kind of launched a video piece adapted from his painting. So it turned out to be a session like at the fair, a lot to do with troubleshooting 101, how to open a wallet, where can we store these things, some very technical questions, which I cannot answer you now, but we did not just let OpenSea mint our work, but we actually have an IT company, a fintech company behind us, a huge tech team, which helped us solve a lot of problems. And then we created a marketplace. So we were so pleased that this company located in Science Park was all behind us the whole time, answering all these questions. So personally, I find this a very rewarding experience. We actually sold one of the 4 pieces at a very funny price. As you know, when we launched, as we priced our work at the reserve price at the auction, Ethereum was at about 3,900. But by the time Art Basel closed, it went down to 2,300. So this intrinsic fall seriously gave our sales team and myself some pitch that, oh, you buy it instantly, you got like 30-something% off. But joking aside, I do really ponder on this point now, whether we should actually price our work in Ethereum, or we should, honestly, at the beginning, I didn't understand why Christians and Sotheby's were not using cryptocurrency to transact, but the fiat. But now, okay, I got it. There must be something we have to consider further. Yeah.
Cool. I think that it was a really interesting experience. This year's Art Basel, not just Ora-Ora, but other galleries and other booths. They were also either showcasing NFT works, or they have started accepting cryptocurrency. I think this will likely be a transformative change to the art world, which has, I think, for a very long time been known for not very adaptive to new technology, but this obviously has changed. And I think we can ask Max about this. I think this year, obviously, NFT has been so much in the media, in a hype, thanks to the auctions, really, because I mean, not just because of the price, but then it has created, it has generated, a lot of attention, and people who previously were not familiar with this medium or cryptocurrency or blockchain, and suddenly, oh, this is real. And so I'm very curious to hear what Max, what Max can tell us about this change. I think especially for you, you have done this significant sale of the fungible collection by Pack, and then this week there's also another sale coming up at Sotheby's that's natively digital. I think it's having an exhibition here in Hong Kong. So yeah, so Max, so how has it been like for you?
Yeah, well, again, thank you, Vivienne, for organizing this, and it's a pleasure to be sharing the stage with everyone here. During the pandemic, I was working on a few contemporary art sales at Sotheby's, specifically online sales, and a friend turned me on to Nifty Gateway, which was one of the prominent marketplaces for NFT transactions. And at the time, I was quite skeptical, just because I didn't have that initial reaction that I would with a painting or a physical object. That barrier between the screen and myself to present the artwork was still very much a barrier for me. But quickly I started connecting and immersing myself with some of the collectors, some of the artists, such as Pack, and I began to realize, even if I may have not had that initial gut reaction of, wow, this is a fantastic work of art, there were a huge audience that were having that exact reaction. And it wasn't my place to say, well, this can't be, on a Sotheby's auction or of that caliber, because I'm not having that reaction at that point, because all of these other individuals are. So, I then began discussing with Pack a little bit, and that's when I really had a light bulb moment where I start to realize there's a real genius, there's real creative potential behind this medium, and that NFTs and digital art just are an extensively a new medium to explore for an artist or for a creative. The Pack sale that we organized together came up, after 2 months of planning, and I got a little in-depth analysis of who Pack was, even though I don't know who they actually are, but reference to their previous work, and how this body of work sits within the their entire oeuvre, so to speak, and creation style. And so the fungible collection was Sotheby's first NFT sale. There was a lot of work in the back end, as Henrietta mentioned, a lot of like tech. We hired a marketing team. We hired outside legal counsel, because we were applying the same standards that we would in any traditional auction in terms of, you know, KYC procedures, which was a little bit new and foreign to a lot of the marketplaces that were already in existence. So when Sotheby's, you know, ventured in, we came with a lot of requirements or baggage, if you will, that were needed to be satisfied for us to host and hold these auctions. But after we kind of got through the issues, we hosted a sale that included an open edition, which I felt very important to understand just how large the community and the buyer pool was. And we ended up having over 3,000 unique buyers with a total sale price of around $17 million, which was really fantastic to see. Now, you know, fast forward to our next sale, Natively Digital, which is live now, which is a completely different look and feel. It has 28 artists that are featured, only one of one unique works, similar to what Henrietta was mentioning, bringing, you know, specific works to Art Basel. So one work, one buyer ultimately. And this platform that we provided the artist was just present yourself in one work. And now we have artists that range in price range, in sex, in orientation, in style. We really wanted to curate and educate with this sale, and really bring in some of the more traditional collectors that are still, I would say, a little bit hesitant to get involved with NFTs, or, you know, maybe not, don't find it of interest, essentially. What we did see in the fungible collection was it was a much younger demographic of collectors, primarily new to Sotheby's, and but completely interested and immersed in, you know, digital and NFT art, but may have never thought to look at Sotheby's for a physical object before. And that was really interesting to see. So you have a new artist pool, a new, you know, creative thought process, a new medium, and then of course, you know, a new collector base responding to a new aesthetic. So it's all very new, you know, and exciting for myself, for Sotheby's, but it's really what I see the potential in is not just converting traditional collectors into this new medium, but really exploring an entirely new ecosystem, so to speak, that's self-sufficient, self-reliant on their own needs, and really understands kind of the processes of and the capabilities of digital art, and really responds to, you know, the intricacies and the beauty behind it. And that may not always be just visual, which sometimes is corresponding to a traditional collector. So for me, for example, I really like, you know, artists that are really pushing the boundaries of the smart contract, are really understanding what possibilities they have at their fingertips, and how they can really change and alter one's perception, not just visually, but conceptually. And so I would liken that more to a conceptual artist or a digital artist within the canon of art history, which may not have as much of a market presence as your, you know, purely visual artist, so to speak, but are really asking questions that have never been asked before. And I think Natively Digital, you know, really speaks to, you know, a wide range of artists that are asking the right questions. And then, you know, and then my one thought about the cryptocurrency that Henrietta was mentioning, you know, for me, I think it's important that it's bound, or I would say like it responds to cryptocurrency, but I think the valuation of an artwork should be assigned just a value and shouldn't have to fluctuate based on the fluctuations of a cryptocurrency. I think it's unfair for an artist and their work to succumb to the fluctuations of a cryptocurrency. It's, you know, if you bought one thing, it should go up in value based on the artist's merit, based on the collection, based on the marketplace, not just because Ethereum has doubled over a 2-week period. It's unfair to ask artists to continue that trajectory. So I think that's a nice understanding, or a global understanding, that we should try to achieve to help these artists and their markets grow in a more organic way.
Great. Thank you very much, Max. And that was really interesting, and also good to glad to hear that there are actually people and new people who are buying, because artists really do need that kind of support. And moving on to Rabbit. So you can I say that you're a tech guy? Because you've done that. I've seen some of the clips that you of the desktop AR technologies that you have developed, and I think that's amazing, and that would create a lot of great, I think, accessible learning opportunities for young people, for kids, to be able to see art that they might not be able to see otherwise. And what about NFTs, and how do you think NFTs, AR, VR, how do they work together?
Thank you, and it's very nice to be here, and thank you for having me. So my background is in the software engineering and computer science. Perhaps we can look at the combination of NFT and AR, VR in 3 different steps. Well, let's first talk about how the current art industry is working with NFT right now, and what are the stage of the VR and AR technologies currently, and we can further see how we can bring both, the best of the both worlds together and create something new. So if you look at the current art and NFT synergies that we have going on, we can see that most of the arts are basically, most of them are digital arts, and many of the artists are new artists. And we see wonderful artists like Beryl selling his art for many millions of dollars and becomes one of the most valued artists in the world right now. However, if you look at the overall art market, we can see that there are traditional art as well. But when we talk about art, it doesn't necessarily means new art. It can also be old arts, like historical artifacts, things that represent our human history. So items like the statue of Asian dragons or a Buddha image, something of that kind can also be an art that has not been tapped with NFT yet. And that is mainly because most of the NFT art are limited into 2-dimensional space. At the same time, we have this VR, virtual reality, and AR, augmented reality, as well as mixed reality. That's have the goal of making digital contents and make it real in a physical environment, to take it out of the screen. So with that, we can see that device like Oculus VR headsets or Microsoft HoloLens, the mixed reality glasses, are used to bring this kind of content to life. However, one of the key barriers for this technology is that the price. Only a handful of people would be able to afford headsets. So with that, which means that's going to only be a handful of people can enjoy holographic art or artificial holographic contents with this device. So with this, there is an opportunity here. There's a gap on how can we bring use VR and AR tech and to include these other kind of arts, human historical artifacts into NFT. So with that is what we are working on, which is a new kind of augmented reality tech, desktop AR. So how desktop AR works is quite simple. We just use normal computers, but to create that illusion of hologram or holographic experience, the system, the computer software actually tracks where you are looking from. And as you're, wherever you're looking at your screen, the system tries to render pictures that match your perspective. Now, combine that with the stereo 3D image, as you might get from red and blue glasses here, combine of head tracking and 3D, that's create the illusion of holograms to the end user. So with this, we can create a new kind of art. So basically we can, for example, we can take a sculpture and we can do a 3D reconstruction of that sculpture. And then we can put it in a holographic environment, which we call holo NFT. And then we can sell it. So once this becomes, once we combine both AR, desktop AR, and NFTs together, so many new potentials emerges. For example, instead of just buying art, we now can own a piece of human history, such as like mummies, or we can own a piece of World Heritage sites, like the Eiffel Tower or a piece of wall of China. So it's becoming a tool that we can collect and also at the same time preserve our human history as well. So that is what I'm seeing, that what can be, what can become a new step of NFT by bringing both VR and AR technologies together. So with that, this is one of the key things that at our Morpheus project, we are heavily working on. So we are working heavily with museums from around the world and helping them to get across into the NFT space. Because at the same time, all these art galleries and museums, they are actually facing a lot of impact from COVID. With COVID, I believe UN has reported that revenue of museum has dropped by more than 80%. And so many of them, almost half of them, is facing closure this year just because the number of visitors has dropped to virtually zero. So with this holographic NFT, we cannot just own, but we can also be a part of that movement to help museums preserve and as well as collecting these wonderful historical artifacts and human legacy. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Robert. I think that is fascinating because that reminds me of one of the NFT works I saw at Art Basel in Hong Kong. That was presented by Andy Hay, the Chinese antique dealer, and he's venturing also into NFT, and then he made this an ancient dagger from maybe Qing Dynasty or from the warring state period, and then to make it an NFT. But then it only existed on the screen as a 2D image, but not a hollow image. But then what you just said now, Rabbit, that makes me think of, that could be a possibility, especially for that kind of work. So that is really fascinating. And moving on, we're going to have a quick group discussion. I think one of the many, a lot of people have a lot to say about NFTs, of course, but then I've also heard from other artists, from like podcasts that I've listened to. I think people are quite concerned about the market. I think on one hand, I think it's encouraging because some artists who never had the opportunity to maybe work with a gallery or find channels to sell the work, this is a huge opportunity for them, not just for visual artists, but also for musicians. I've spoken to Han Jin Tan, a Singaporean Chinese musician based in Hong Kong. He just launched his NFT as well, and he's been selling very well. He made $1 million Hong Kong dollars just in 1 minute, and I think that is one piece of encouraging news. But then people are also concerned how the market players like auction houses, galleries, still coming into this field. How is it going to change the market, and or it's actually, or this is necessary to have galleries and auction houses coming in to take part in this NFT development. So
I'll jump in. I'll start it off, I would say, given I'm the auction house. So what I would say is that the market for NFTs has been basically squished or truncated into from maybe 5 years into 5 months right now is what we're seeing, which is essential to the reason why we're having a discussion on what's the topic. What's the title of this chat? Why NFTs are changing the art market. Essentially, there's a global collective. I'm in New York. You're in Hong Kong. Everyone is talking about NFTs. So the marketing aspect has broken through, and it's become a disruptive nature, a disruptive force. Now, in order to do that, there had to be some headlines about some major prices and some overall, initial kind of response in terms of, financial spending power, which we all knew was going to subside as a somewhat speculative bubble. It's just, a healthy market correcting itself in some respects. Now, what you're going to see happening, and I think it's already sliding with the crypto market, but even before that, there was already a lot of people that were just trying to flip and taking it at a loss. You're going to start to see the flippers who were in it exclusively to make a quick buck. They probably were only following the artist because they were told to do so. Followers, not collectors, will exit the marketplace because they've gotten a slap on the wrist or they've lost some money. Some artists who dub themselves NFT creators because of the ease at which to create an NFT are now at a loss because of the high minting fees and gas fees, will exit the space, and what you're going to be left with is the true like bare bones or the true ecosystem of what still exists, and that would be the real artists that are pushing the boundaries and the real collectors that are in it to create and form relationships with the artists and to have those artists grow and have their collection grow, but understand that it could take a few years or 10 years even. I mean, it follows the same principles of any sort of collectorship with scarcity and rarity for a market. Same thing with the art market can apply here. It's just we've seen such an accelerated growth, and now if we can't sustain that, everyone says, oh, well, the market's collapsed basically, and it hasn't. It's actually just starting basically. In my opinion, I really do think that the foundations have been laid, the discussion has been set, and now we are presenting, and that's why at Sotheby's, this is our second sale. We're not overloading ourselves with different projects. I've probably turned down 95% of the opportunities that are presented to me because I recognize the importance that Sotheby's or an auction house with a global platform brings to the discussion. And I want to make sure that we are educating and presenting the right works to allow for a healthy and organic growth of the overall market. Because in the end of the day, everyone benefits as with a healthy and organic marketplace. So that's how I've been perceiving, and that's how I've been trying to target any opportunities that come my way.
I would like to share also, I see at least 3 areas of opportunities after my year-long experience as a user and as a marketing kind of person. One area is that we are a gallery that always look for talent and always want to bring Asian artists to the world. And we have started, and with the experience, I see that like it really takes personal experience, working through the problems, working through the contracts, and even discovering what platforms and marketplaces would be good for yourself or as an artist, and whether one wants to go with a gallery or want to go with their own or go with an auction house is another thing. But definitely, I see this as a sustainable and very safe and authenticated means to market new media artists. And this area is one of the areas that I'm super proud of in Hong Kong, because Hong Kong has a lot of amazing new media artists. Secondly, we are, as a gallery, Ora-Ora always want to look after all kinds of collectors. Similar to Sotheby's, like how Max has explained, we have been able to reach so many new talent and new collectors at Art Basel, like people in the 20s, from all walks of life and different nationalities. And I see this as a very wonderful opportunity for us to reach out to the new target level of collectors, and new or old. And then the third thing is, given my experience with even studying different platforms using OpenSea, it is definitely less than ideal. Nothing that I have looked at is optimal. I think the user experience is poor. I think there is a lot of opportunity for people in marketing, in user interface, tech guys in user interface, to become a nice bridge between the tech people and the actual market need. Ora-Ora is fine, but we're a gallery, we focus in art, but I see a lot of gaps that can be filled. So in these three areas, I think there are a lot of opportunities for people to join.
If I may chip in a little bit, as you know, NFT is pretty much a new frontier, and it's basically a wild west. And so, as a academic and scientist, I look back into the past data, and what we can see with in the scientific communities is that there are two things, right? The first one is the rate of technology adoption. So for the past 200 years, that has been increased drastically. For example, it takes us about. It takes out about. There was a. Am I back?
I think you're back. Yeah, that was a little bit over. Yeah, sorry. Could you start over again?
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. So as a researcher and scientist, I looking back to, I'll go back to the scientific data and evidence on what we had in the past. There are two things that we can take a look. So the first thing is that the rate of the technology adoption, and that has been increased drastically in the past couple of 100 years. For example, with the cars, it takes us about 50 to 70 years for everyone in the world to widely adopt the car technology, whereas the mobile telephones take us around 20 to 30 years, and social medias take us about 10 years or less now. So with NFTs, now that the technology adoption has going up drastically, I'm trying to understand the concern, and whether this is going to be another bubble that bursts or not. But if we are looking at the bubble and we are looking at how hype occurred in other technologies, well, data has shown that there are a trend in every technologies, and that trend is called Gartner hype cycle. So basically, in every technology, it will go up and down, but eventually it will subside and go back up again. And this is the same thing for all the technologies. But the most important thing is that at the point of a technology become ubiquitous, becomes a part of our everyday life, we'll see that even at that point, it is much higher than the point when the technology were at the highest peak during the hype. So regardless, so my intake would be, regardless whether this is a bubble or not, well, NFT and other crypto tech are here to stay. And they have proven themselves to be a part of our society, and they have these incredible opportunities to change how we operate as a social community. So I'm very positive, and regardless, things gonna turn out for the best for NFT, and that's my take. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, everyone. We are running out of time, but if does anyone have an additional? I wish we had more time because there's so much to talk about in this topic, and hopefully we'll have another opportunity. But just does anyone have any one last remark that you would like to share with the audience?
Looking forward to coming to Hong Kong.
Looking forward to meeting you in person.
Yeah, exactly. Never been.
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing like better interfaces and having easier and smoother operations for just average people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, I'm looking for various collectors and various new artists to join the Holo NFT fray. I think there are so much opportunities ahead for both digital art as well as traditional and historical artifacts.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your time to take part in this panel discussion. And for those who are listening, please follow our speakers on socials. I'm sure you can find them. And I look forward to seeing all of you soon. Thank you. Take care. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, all right, all right. That was really a lot of great insights from all of them, especially like, Max's point as well. And I really do feel like, later on, we're going to see a lot more art within the NFT sector. And we're going to start seeing, more of like decentralizing finance coming into NFTs and arts. So kind of like going on to our next panel as well. So for our next panel, it's going to be creating an NFT ecosystem through play-to-earn blockchain games. So we're going to be having Jihoz from Axie Infinity, Beryl Lee from Yield Guild Games, Sebastien from the Sandbox, and also Blockchain Gaming Alliance as well. And it's going to be moderated by Leah, Callon-Butler. And, it's going to be a really exciting panel for you guys, especially for me, because I've been playing Axie for a while and, kind of like seeing the different growths of it within the crypto space. It's truly amazing. So, yeah, let's go ahead and start getting them on, and we'll start listening in.
Oh, hello, and we're live. Thanks for joining us. We've got Jihoz, Beryl, and Seb here, and just thought we'd better start off with a few introductions for anyone who doesn't know you yet. Maybe we could start with you, Jihoz. Please tell us who you are, what you do, and also, what was your favorite video game when you were a kid?
Hey, everybody. I'm Jeff, aka Jihoz. I'm the growth lead at Sky Mavis. We build Axie Infinity. Axie is a game where you can battle and collect these cute pets. You can earn cryptocurrency. I think we're known as being one of the first, if not the first, play-to-earn games. At Sky Mavis, I do growth-related things, so community empowerment, messaging, just making sure that everyone in the community understands how to contribute to our movement, understands our vision. I think that's mainly at a high level what I try and do. And growing up, my favorite game was, I'd have to say, Diablo 2, Lord of Destruction. I was a big Diablo player. That was kind of when I was 11 to 14, so kind of like my formative years. That's also like kind of what got me into like in-game economies and trying to make money from playing video games as well.
Love it. We'll dig into that a bit more of that later. But Beryl, tell us, who are you? What do you do on a day-to-day basis? And first video game you fell in love with?
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Beryl. I'm a co-founder at Yield Guild Games. I handle finance. Yield Guild Games is a decentralized autonomous organization, and we seek yield in the metaverse. That is through supporting play-to-earn games. So we acquire a few assets, and we allow our players through scholarship programs to play and earn rewards. Favorite video game? Let me think. Street Fighter. PlayStation. Yeah.
I love Street Fighter 2, yeah, and Tekken 2 as well. Seb, your turn.
Hi everyone, my name is Sebastien Borget. I'm the CEO and co-founder at the Sandbox, which is a gaming virtual world where users can make 3D assets and game experience, own them and trade them and monetize them through the use of blockchain, NFTs, and sand. I'm also the president of the Blockchain Game Alliance, which now counts more than 235 members, pushing for adoption of blockchain technology within the video game industry. Well, tough to pick just one game. Like, I think I've spent all my childhood and teenage time playing games, but I would say like Counter-Strike. I've spent all my summer long just playing. And it was fun because it was one of the first multiplayer game and skill-based somehow that really got me hooked into this. And I saw there's a lot of potential behind for more than gaming.
Love it. Thank you so much for that round of introductions. Welcome to this panel. We're going to talk about NFT gaming and specifically, how NFTs are actually changing the gaming space and what it's going to look like in terms of building an NFT economy around gaming. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Leah Callon-Butler. I'm the director of Emfarsis. I also write a column for CoinDesk, which is all about crypto doing good across Asia. And I was also the writer and narrator of a recent documentary, which was funded actually by Beryl's DAO, Yield Guild Games. It's called Play to Earn, NFT Gaming in the Philippines. And it's all about Axie Infinity, which actually put food on the table for Filipinos during the lockdown. So that's how I come into this conversation. And my favorite game as a kid was Sonic the Hedgehog. And I think sometimes I still dream about like the opening of the game, like Sega. I don't know if you guys do that too, but like that's me. So diving right into the conversation, anyone who has seen the documentary recently, which we released in May, has probably been following the play to earn movement. But even though the term play to earn has really blown up in the last few months, it's a fairly new idea. And, you know, obviously the gaming industry has been around for a long time, but this is kind of the next iteration. So, Jiho, I wanted to start by asking you, I mean, I know at the moment it probably seems like everyone thinks that Axie is an overnight success, but you have been pushing this idea for a really long time, and you've been sharing some brilliant tweets about what it was like a few years ago when you would go to conferences, trying to get people to listen to you. Like, what was it like back then before play to earn was a thing? And how did you recognize that this was going to be the next stage of gaming?
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely been a journey. So we've been building for 3 years, and a lot of the original Axie team members we met playing CryptoKitties. We were users, we were players. We experienced the joy of play to earn kind of for about 4 days in December of 2017, where you could actually breed CryptoKitties and make a profit. But because they hadn't actually built the game with this concept in mind, the economy quickly kind of spiraled out of control. So I think Axie, a lot of us, we got this taste and we're like, okay, how could we actually create a system where this could actually go on forever? Right. So we're like, okay, like, you know, the population growth of the NFT assets, it would have to be kind of, it would have to be reflexive, or it would have to at least be gradual relative to the increase in the player base. Okay, so, you know, how do we do this, right? It's like, okay, well, we need to ensure that people are actually putting time and effort to be able to create new NFTs, to be able to breed, right? So I think a lot of play to earn really came from ideas and our firsthand experience as users, right? So we're building initially the game that we wanted to play ourselves in those very early days of the NFT space, right? It was kind of like, okay, what would happen if we, right, actually spend years rather than a couple of weeks building a project and continuously adding features to it. So I think a lot of it was about that. We also, you know, in the early days of Axie, when people could just battle, a lot of people would come into our ecosystem saying like, oh, how can I earn the Axie token by fighting and battling? We're like, okay, but you can't actually do that. but for some reason, everyone just assumed, or a lot of new players specifically, they were like asking, oh, how can I earn a token by playing this game? So it was like, actually the users told us what they wanted in a lot of cases. So yeah, I think it was really listening to ourselves, like what we wanted as users, which was basically a sustainable in-game economy where we could turn our time and effort into real money. And then also listening to our users, okay, like they want a non-fungible token. Or sorry, they want a fungible ERC20 token that they can earn by playing the game, right? So that's what caused the invention of the small love potion, which is basically a tokenized resource that anyone can sell in a peer-to-peer kind of transaction, right? We as the game developers, we do not own any of these potions. We do not sell them directly. The only way that people can get them is by playing the game and by buying them off an exchange. And when they're buying them off an exchange, that means that somewhere along the way, right, like some real person had to earn this and sell it. So
yeah, so I guess like for anyone who isn't familiar with Axie Infinity, has probably been living under a rock, but just to bring them up to speed, Small Love Potion, which is now known as Smooth Love Potion, or SLP, is the in-game reward token. And when you battle your Axies, which are NFTs, you can win this token. And what is cool is that you can either use it in game. It's needed if you want to breed your Axies, which is, if you're familiar with crypto kitties, you can breed them. You can breed Axies too. But if you don't want to breed Axies, you can sell them on a decentralized exchange. And that's really kind of what took off here for us in the Philippines. So like if we fast forward a bit, can you tell us how Axie really found product market fit and where growth really started to take off?
Yeah, so we introduced the small love potions. Now they're called the smooth love potions, actually, an ode to Luther Vandross. But we introduced these in December of 2019. And there wasn't that much liquidity for a really long time. The price was quite low, but at some point in the summer of 2020, a lot of people kind of found out about Axie and found out about these potions, and for different variety of different reasons, the prices of the potions started to really explode. And it was around like 2 cents per potion that it seemed like Axie really had product market fit, where people started, showing up, playing the game, being like, telling their friends and family. And then your article came out, right, that August, I believe, maybe August 8th, which is like, kind of, I think, also threw some gas on the fire. And yeah, it's been just amazing ever since, right? And then we've had Catalyst, we've introduced Ronin, which is kind of allowed for scaling and basically getting rid of the issue of gas fees. So yeah, it's been a kind of quite an adventure. You've helped a lot. YGG has helped a lot, and I think part of it is also the market maturing, right? It's like 3 years ago was a little bit too early in terms of, okay, the infrastructure, the games, and people, the community. It takes like time for things to compound, right? Like some people, they 1%, 1% compounding growth. It just takes time, and I think what we're seeing is the result of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So if anyone hasn't read it, the article that Jiho was mentioning was something that I wrote for my CoinDesk column. I heard through the crypto community here in the Philippines that there was literally people playing a blockchain game to earn money when they were locked down in their homes during the pandemic. And the lockdown here in the Philippines was extremely strict. And a lot of people just earn day to day. So they lost their jobs because they weren't allowed to go outside their home. They couldn't drive their tricycle or, take their food cart around and sell meals as they would every day. So they were stuck at home with no way to earn. And actually, the thing that intrigued me was that Jiho found out about this phenomenon because he thought he'd found a bot on the system. In actual fact, it was a multi-generational family in a very rural part of the Philippines who was playing this game around the clock. So yeah, they did totally look like a bot, but it was not a bot. It was a Filipino family playing this game in shifts to be able to earn enough money to put food on the table. But it wasn't actually just putting food on the table. It was actually a lot more money than that. For some people, it was more money than they were earning before the lockdown. So as you can imagine, that's kind of what started to kick viral growth into gear, because people were just talking about the fact that you could play to earn in a video game, like making money while having fun. Who doesn't want to do that? It sounds pretty good. However, there have been some barriers and issues that have come up since then. So Beryl, I wanted to ask you if you could maybe explain a little bit about, if we fast forward from August 2020, when a team of Axies, so you need a team of 3 Axies to be able to play the game. Back then it cost maybe $5 to buy a team of 3. So, even, people in the Philippines who were doing it tough could afford that. But today it's a bit different. So maybe you could explain to us, Beryl, what's happened since then and, why the circumstances have changed.
Yeah, so you're right. So it would have cost you $5, and then so first of all, the economics of Axie is really brilliant, right? And that's actually one reason why YGG has really taken a really close eye on how the SLP actually works, and also when you actually start breeding Axies. So the prices of the Axie, so the more demand the game, like the more users, the more that you actually need like Axies to play. And that's the reason why the prices of Axies have actually gone up tremendously. So from last year of October 2020, a price of an Axie team of 3 would have cost you like $150, right? And then that's actually gone up to about $450 today. And given that, a lot of people in the Philippines, given that the pandemic happened, many people remained unemployed, right? So having $450, 20,000 pesos, spare to be able to acquire Axies to play the game is something that they don't have right now. So I think that's the largest barrier.
Yeah, which is, it's a little ironic, isn't it? Because, now we've actually got, I'm sure each of you would probably agree with me. I know I get messages every single day from people keen to play the game, but who can't afford the NFTs up front. So there's actually a super fascinating innovation that has come out of this problem. Again, the community rallying to solve its own problem, like Jiho was talking about before. And this idea of a scholarship has come up, but it's actually kind of demonstrating the utility of NFTs. So Beryl, for anyone who's not aware of what a scholarship is, I'm sure they're interested. Could you just explain what a scholarship is to get into Axie?
Yeah, so right now at Yield Guild Games, we have a number of assets like Axies, for example. And what we've been doing is we provide a scholarship. So an account comes with a scholarship, a gaming account, where in that account you already have like 3 Axies. And so we actually lend them out to players, and we actually allow our scholars, we call them, to actually play with these Axies. And when they play, they spend their time, they start earning rewards from these gaming assets, right? So now somebody who did not have $450 in the past can now just enroll themselves as a scholar at YGG, and then they get like 3 free Axies to play with and earn rewards.
I mean, that's amazing. Like in terms of the way that you're reducing barriers so that people can get into the game, they can play, they can start earning the in-game reward token, which we've already seen has changed lives here in the Philippines. I mean, some people have earned so much SLP that they've been able to pay their kids' school fees, or they've bought groceries, right through to people buying houses and motorbikes, like all sorts of crazy stuff. But it's actually not that crazy. It's very much a real world idea, right? In terms of if I have a yield generating asset, it makes sense to rent it out if I'm not utilizing it properly, right? Is that kind of the idea here?
That's right, yes.
And so like, how is that going to change the future of NFTs, do you think?
You mean like gaming accounts?
Yeah, like, I mean, when we're looking at NFTs, I mean, there's a lot of people right now just buying up NFTs, but they're kind of wondering, what do I do with it? Like, I've got this cool NFT in my wallet, but what next? Like, what do I do with it? And I feel like GG is kind of showing people that there is actually like a next stage to what people can actually do with NFTs.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So at YGG, we're actually launching this marketplace where anybody who actually has these NFT assets could lend them out. So we have a number of scholars, and our scholars would love, right, to be able to access NFT assets to earn money.
Which is kind of cool as well, because I mean, you're not just lending an asset to make a return off it. You could actually be changing people's lives and making a positive impact on the world as well, which I'm sure most people would be pretty excited to contribute to.
I think like the benefits of blockchain have been kind of abstract to everyday people. They've been abstract within the NFT space, right? But nobody questions, right, that, oh, like if you're like some kind of computer IT person, right, you know how to like set up Bitcoin miners, ETH miners, right? Like you're able to earn, right, by securing the network. That's actually, well, that's what players are doing. By playing the game, you're ensuring the security of the network by ensuring that the game doesn't die, right? So it's like, why shouldn't you be paid? Why should you be paid to solve math problems with your computer and not paid to play a game when the game requires players to survive, right? It's actually like, you can think of it as a form of mining, human mining. I don't know what's the most humane way to describe it, but yeah, it's play to earn is just this idea that blockchain shouldn't just be about rewarding people, highly technical people who know how to secure networks or have large amounts of coins, right? That's either proof of work or proof of stake. Right now, there's also proof of play. So I think it's just an entirely new way of valuing human contributions to networks, and it's the next evolution, right? Because the first step of blockchain was making sure that the networks are secure. And now it's like, okay, we kind of know how to secure the networks. Now it's like, we need to actually ensure, how are these networks going to be used? Because if these things are secure, but no one uses them, nobody cares, right? like, so now the future of crypto economics is basically figuring out, how do we move away from incentivizing security to incentivizing usage, right? So that's what DeFi is about, right? Like, that's why DeFi got popular, because these DeFi protocols were paying people to use their products. That's also why NFT, right? It's kind of like a lot of those principles just got moved over, and it's gonna get added to every single industry. It's gonna happen in music, in, I don't know, books. It's going to happen in every industry, because every industry has users. These users, have traditionally been consumers that get like very little benefit for the work that they do. Right? They're giving valuable feedback. They're enhancing the network effects of the products that they use. So they're doing a lot of work, and as attention, right? This is like the natural evolution of the attention economy, is like people's attention, their eyeballs are actually very valuable, right? It's like real human attention is like the scarce resource, actually. So yeah, it should be rewarded, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, the idea of being rewarded through a game is not new, but the idea of being able to actually own your rewards is relatively new. And having digital rights on the internet is probably, I think, what most people take for granted, right? Because, I find even in discussions about NFT art, people are like, I could just screenshot it, why would I pay all this money for an NFT? And I think soon we're going to see this changing, because people are actually realizing the value of scarcity online, particularly when we spend so much of our lives online, and increasingly. And it's interesting that we're kind of seeing that movement begin within emerging economies. So, I mean, we've focused a lot on the Philippines, and I think also due to the documentary, people are really talking about what's happening here. But Sebastien, I really want to ask you, because you're the president of the Blockchain Game Alliance, so you can really help us from an industry perspective. This really isn't a localized phenomenon, is it? It's worldwide. So can you tell us a little bit more about, like, where are these players and users coming from, and are there other games as well that they're looking at?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It's really fascinating what we're just living, this area we're living right now. NFTs have established a value system, and on top of that value system, you can have like a full digital economy, just like the internet has enabled a whole digital economy. So beyond just being able to earn through crypto, through DeFi, etc., you're now seeing many jobs being born from this digital economy. People who are creating content for games, people who are participating and engaging, playing alone or playing with guilds, such as Wild Guild Gaming, or you have like community managers who are participating and animating events, curators of content. There's a lot of ways that have been found by community, and it's been enabled by the possibility of having assets that can be transferred in a permissionless manner across game, which allows anyone to build an ecosystem, as participating into the ecosystem, to build the use cases they want with those assets. That turns, we are seeing in the industry, we're seeing many games that are leveraging play to earn as one of the angle. And I can mention, for example, Formula One Delta Time, where you can buy the old part of a car, assemble it, then race that car on the track and earn a revenue based on like how much you rank on the track. You see Z-Run, where you can also get virtual horses running and from there earn a revenue based on their performance on the track. You're seeing Alien Worlds, which is, I would qualify them more of a DeFi game, where by participating into different DAOs and exploring planets, you see Comet as well. You see a lot of games have been emerging and offering possibilities for users to actually act a revenue through their engagement, through the act of playing and collecting resource rewards token that they can decide to either keep or sell directly on decentralized exchange or on NFT marketplaces. The phenomenon is really global in a sense, like there's been a lot of emphasis on Philippines, but we know users, gamers, they are everywhere, in Korea, in Japan, in the US as well. Some of them have been earning a revenue through it. So it's not just one location. Just in Sandbox alone, we know our creators from Brazil, from Australia as well, in Hong Kong, in Taiwan, in France. They tell a story on like how we've been changing their life. They've been able to pay back some debt on their houses, and they've been able to even start their own gaming studios and hire more people to grow a whole ecosystem behind. Just really fascinating, I think, again, the possibilities offered by the digital economy.
Yeah, it really is. I know I've heard those stories myself. Like I've got friends in Australia and their kids are saying, I'm never playing another game again that doesn't make me money. And, you know, it's just pocket money for them, but they spend so much time in game. Like Jiho mentioned, you know, why not be rewarded for their attention? And I think that's where we're seeing that happen. You know, Sebastien, I just want to dig into it a little bit more with you in terms of that creator economy. We've talked a lot about the players and how they can contribute to these ecosystems, but do you see other roles, you know, coming up in future? Like how else can people play and earn within these ecosystems, and what sort of stuff is going to be required to actually build these future worlds?
I think like play to earn is not just limited for people engaging into a single game. Play to earn to me encompass all the concepts that essentially allows you to transform your time into a revenue stream. And that could include create to earn, that could include also the capacity to actually explore games, explore content and curate it for others, bring recommendation in NFT marketplace, bring recommendation as you participate into DAOs and help those DAOs typically to engage with different products and make better financial choices as they engage with those products. In the creator economy, and that's something that specifically with user-generated content and virtual world is needed. Like you have those decentralized virtual world like Somnium Space, Decentraland, CryptoVoxel, or Sandbox. They all come as empty because, well, we are platform, those platforms, they are user-generated content. So they say, all right, the creators are going to build those and not us. But the truth is, like, if a world is empty, it's boring, it's not engaging to come back to be fun. So you need those community, you need those creators, and you need incentives behind for them to create the kind of event, art galleries, virtual concert, and games that will attract more and more users by network effect behind.
Yeah, it is really incredible to see the growth of this ecosystem and, you know, who's actually contributing to it, because I guess through decentralization, the idea of who can actually build these worlds is really changing. On that, we've got a little bit of extra time. So I just wanted to throw an idea to the group. A lot of people have suggested that NFT gaming might actually be the pathway to unlock mass scale adoption of crypto. And I thought it would be interesting to kind of dig into that a little bit. Why is it that NFT gaming is really providing this pathway for people to learn about crypto and make it part of their everyday life when, let's be honest, it's still not that user-friendly? And, what is that actually going to mean for people in the future, particularly when we are seeing such take-up from emerging economies where a lot of people are unbanked? So, who would like to respond to that?
I'm happy to. Yeah, so that's really, really interesting. I really think that it is an intersection of like gaming and DeFi right now. And the main reason for that is because with a gaming account, for example, you are providing financial services that a bank account probably could not, right? So as an example, if I have a bank account, it does not mean that I could buy a house in the future, right? Whereas a gaming account where I could actually have access to, like these gaming assets and earn rewards is economic empowerment on itself, right? Because it allows me to earn money and make money, right? And at the same time,
I was just going to say, that's a really interesting idea because, this idea, I guess this is the DeFi Summit and everyone's excited about yield farming at the moment, but people are actually yield farming through games and they might not necessarily be active on, say, DeFi protocols. They're probably not using lending protocols, but they are yield farming through games. Can you explain how that is happening? That's an incredible phenomenon.
Yeah. Through, by spending time, they're able to, earn rewards through these games, right? Like, for example, battling, battling in Axie with their Axies, they actually earn SLPs, and these SLPs can actually be converted into fiat cash, right? Through localized exchanges. And so like your story, the one that you wrote in CoinDesk. Users are able to actually, put food on the table. They're able to earn a living, like buying a motorcycle. Even last week, there was a couple from Venezuela that was able to actually buy a house. Could you imagine that? For a month of playing Axie. It's actually a couple who've taken turns playing the game, right?
Wow.
So I think gaming provided a number of people hope during the pandemic, right? And given this uncertainty as well, it's an option for them. Apart from that, education, right?
Beryl's frozen.
It's an excellent platform. I was just saying for financial literacy.
Yeah, if I might add to what Beryl is saying, gaming is the most intuitive way, the most fun and entertaining way to actually access education. And if we can empower people who didn't get the chance to get an MBA in finance to understand all of those complex concepts and let's just learn them by the practice of playing, it's just very empowering. You learn how to make better financial decisions by choosing the items you buy and optimizing for your ROI as you're going to spend time. And from there, then you start to understand more complex concepts about compound, DeFi protocol, lending, loaning, etc. And I think teaching that to the younger generation and also into countries where most of the population doesn't get the chance to get to a high level school or education level around finance is also a strong empowerment, like Beryl was saying. And that's why gaming is the best platform to achieve that.
I completely agree. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to bring this up, but Jiho, I want to ask you, I actually think that some of the major DeFi protocols were actually some of the first to recognize that play to earn was a fantastic place to adopt users, because through this game, through having fun and also through real financial need, they were learning and adopting some incredibly complex concepts. Maybe you could talk a little bit about that, about the interest that you drew from some of those lending protocols.
Yeah, so in the early days of Axie, before even DeFi had product market fit, before NFTs showed glimmers of product market fit, we were interested in partnering with, communities that are larger than us, and communities of people who knew how to use blockchain products. So early on, it was like we wanted to work with MakerDAO, which is basically an on-chain lending protocol. It's a little bit more complex than that, stablecoin / lending borrowing protocol. And we, in June, I believe it's June of 2019, so like really long time ago, ran an experiment where people who had basically opened collateralized debt positions on this DeFi protocol were able to claim an NFT through our game. So this was like one of the earliest, if not the earliest, DeFi / NFT crossover. And we wanted to do it to kind of like put our flag in the ground. We knew that, I thought it would be kind of a historic thing, for something for people to look back on and see that, Axie was first to do this. Axie was first to realize these types of crossovers were possible. So yeah, at the time it was a little bit confusing. But yeah, it was really funny. We basically incentivized our players in some ways to basically take out leveraged positions in ETH when ETH was like a couple $100s. So yeah, I think that's definitely one of the awesome things about this space is there's so many potential, crossovers. And right now, one of the things that we're realizing is, okay, like we have Ronin, which is our NFT scaling solution built specifically for Axie. Now the players, they're like, oh, we need liquidity for our tokens on Ronin. They don't want to transfer back to Ethereum to sell on Uniswap or SushiSwap or use other DEXs. They don't want to send their tokens to Binance to sell them. They want to do it all from Ronin, where their activity is. So we're actually going to be building a DEX. So we're kind of moving into the DeFi space.
Is that an announcement?
Yeah, it's been, it's something that our users have been asking for a long time, and I think it's a natural way. So we don't see ourselves as just a gaming company or gaming organization. I think DeFi is really important to our stack. So we'll be rolling out a DEX. We have some fun plans related to that rollout that I think are gonna basically make our DEX the most liquid market for any Axie related token.
That's incredible. And I agree with you. It is a natural progression. And it will be interesting to see how the line blurs between all these different platforms. Sebastien, what would you say from an industry perspective in terms of the education that's required to get there? Because obviously, Axie and Sky Mavis can build a lot. YGG is responding in terms of being able to maximize the utility of NFTs. But what about education of the players themselves?
That's where community empowerment and community-driven incentive are really playing a key role. Like the education doesn't need to come only from the main DApp, the main game that produce or offer the service. It can come from the players organizing themselves, running their own streams and catering to attract other players into the game and spread out the knowledge, spread out the know-how. It's quite natural, like from us as human, when we have something good that we want to share that something good with others and incentivize, bring on more. We've seen it that I think Axie Infinity has been really the first game where I've been so impressed by how their community was streaming, was getting so engaged with the game itself. Some of them got even tattoos on them and created their own Twitch or Theta TV, other D-Live channel to stream about it. And now we're seeing it across the board at the BGA, across various games, where the large community have ambassadors program. They have different streams. At Sandbox, we have 200 streams a month on average now from the community. So it's just incredible. And all of that is really possible once you start to embrace the idea, like, as a company, we do not want to be centralized. We do not want control everything ourselves, but we want to give as much as possible access to the information, to the asset, to the content, so that everything could be actually community driven. That should be our way. Like, how can the community will do it better than yourself all the time. So just let them do it and provide them the right tool information to achieve that.
Yeah, I think I saw a tweet from Jihoz recently, which probably nailed it, where he said, it used to be too difficult to keep up with everything that was happening with Bitcoin. And then it was too difficult to catch up with everything that was happening in Ethereum. And now he can't keep up with everything that's happening in his own game, Axie Infinity. So that's probably a good sign that the community element has been cracked. That's all we've got time for, but I just wanted to thank you so much for this conversation. I think the four of us could probably chat about this for hours, and I hope we get the chance to do it again soon. But thank you so much. And if anyone is keen to find out more, please follow us all on Twitter, and we'd be glad to continue the conversation there.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? So, yeah, thanks for hopping in so far, and welcome again. Also, for everybody that's brand new, just jumped onto the DeFi Summit live stream. Today is NFT Day, fully focused about NFTs, some intersections between arts, as you heard, just building marketplaces in game economies, and then we got a little bit of music, artistry, and a little bit more to creative arts as well too. So we got a lot more talks upcoming. And then also too, I also want to mention just up here, we actually are launching the 20,000 NFT and token giveaway. If you go to bit.ly DeFi bag, we'll share this all on social as well. We have a lot of different prizes to kind of hand out. So definitely go check that out. We'll do a little bit more talk a little later. The way that this works basically is we have a lot of amazing sponsors giving out NFTs. We're going to give away all the NFTs today, especially for all the listeners here on NFT Day. Yeah, we have a lot of really cool prizes. Some NFTs are worth at least like 1 ETH, up to 1 ETH. And there's some bundles with like 5 NFTs as well too. So super, super excited to kind of get that out. And then also too, we have other DeFi token prizes, obviously for DeFi Day, Conference Day 1, 2, and Demo Day. Then at the very end of the event, we have one big DeFi bag winner. I think that's worth over $5,000 worth of tokens and prizes. Again, the way that you can participate is simply just join the link down here, right here. And you can just do social share, social actions. And we're going to keep updating this throughout each day as well. So you can keep getting more points as you go. 10 points. Just gets you an entry on there, and then we'll keep announcing it at the end of the day who wins. One little rule for there is that if you are trying to win, let's say like a Kosh or Unicrypt or Gala Games prize, for example, you got to follow them. And we have one of the actions in the DeFi bag contest there too. We'll do after this next upcoming talk, we'll do a little bit overview of that as well, but. Be sure to take a look at it, and we're leaking out here on the broadcast here first. We haven't even shared this on social too. So up next too, yeah, thanks. Keep the comments coming too. Up next, we have another amazing talk, still in the NFT gaming section, about how gaming will drive mass adoption through NFTs and blockchain. This is a great panel. We have Animoca Brands, Lepricon, as well as Gala Games. So let's get them up next here for the talk. Let's see. Everybody good? All right, let's start.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the DeFi Summit. Our exciting panel discussion topic today is how gaming will drive the mass adoption of NFTs and blockchain technology. So we have 3 gentlemen as my panelists today: James Ho, Senior Business Strategist from Animoca Brands; Stephen Browne, co-founder of Lepricon; Jason Brink, CFO of Gala Games. My name is Bowie Lau. I am I'm founder of Maycho and Mayspire, also a partner of Chugable Ventures. So let's get a self-introduction of each panelist and tell us how you got into the gaming space. Let's start with James.
Hey guys, I'm James from Animoca Brands. So I'm part of the senior brand strategy side. So really look at a lot of the investment deal flow, partnerships, and ecosystem. So I got into gaming quite early on in my career in strategy for more of a console and Xbox. Sort of looked around technology and kind of fell back into blockchain about 3 or 4 years ago.
Thank you. Good to have you. Stephen?
Great to be here this morning, and thank you, Bowie. I think, I've been in the blockchain space for now about 4 years, and gaming had always been kind of a vertical within the blockchain space that, we knew that was ripe for disruption and a lot of innovation could take place in it. And kind of having talked around it for the last number of years, finally decided to do something about it last year. And so that was really the impetus. We could kind of see that a lot of things were, here to stay, and a lot of innovation was kind of at the stage where it was ready to be deployed to the consumer. So that was the moment, and then that's when we started developing and launching Lepricon.
Thank you. Good to have you. Jason?
Hey guys, my name is Jason Brink. A lot of the people watching may know me as Bitbender. I'm the CMO of Gala Games. I've been a gamer for my entire life, and it's been something that's been in my blood since I was a really little kid. And I've been in the blockchain space really since about 2013. And I think that gaming is going to be the thing that actually brings users to the blockchain space at the end of the day. Mass adoption comes through games, and that's how people are going to come, and that's how they're going to stick. So super happy to be here with all of you.
Thank you, Jason. Yes, I totally agree with you. I do play games. I think I've played games since I was a child. Even now with the pandemic, I think the amount of time for all the people who are stuck at home or who stepped in the indoor space have increased significantly. So as a matter of fact, I do play a lot of games in my own time now. So let's talk about the latest game development in the NFT and the blockchain space. According to nonfungible.com, the market activity has increased significantly. We can talk about the active NFT wallet. In 2019, we have about 112,000 wallets versus 2020, we have over 222,000. As of now, I think to my knowledge, in March 2021, is already over 700,000 active NFT wallets. So NFT gave a lot of, I guess, good advantages. Has this true digital ownership. You have the unique with rarity, and also has the ability of immutable, and has the interoperability in multiple ecosystem. So, but how the NFT and the blockchain really changed the gaming space? What are the impacts? What are your views on it, Jason?
I think that one of the things that players have been hungry for a really long time is ownership. Back when we were all kids, and I think that most of us on this call are old enough to remember what it was like to go to school with a video game cartridge in your backpack and swap it with a friend because you had just finished it and your buddy really wanted to borrow it. When gaming went all digital, when we started doing everything with downloads, we lost that sense of ownership. There wasn't even a case anymore. You'd buy an empty box with a code on it, And what gaming and gamers really need is a sense of physicality, a sense of ownership, a tangibility that shows that you can take something, earn it in the game, own it, and give it to a friend. And that's how we shared games when we were younger, and that's how we will share NFTs and gaming experiences in the future.
Sure. How about you, James? What do you think about it?
I find it quite interesting. I think part of our sort of thesis, we've built several games that are, applying the interoperability as well as true digital ownership. One of the key sort of lessons we're seeing from our game F1 Delta Time as we designed it and launched the Rev token is that there's a lot of new key learnings we're finding from the community. So once we launched the second series, the 2020 F1, people started trading. People that can afford it were borrowing off each other and renting off each other. So they give us a lot of insight on what true digital ownership means, and gave the team, the dev team, a clear idea and a roadmap what to build. So we're launching a rental system. We're lowering and entering lower cars for people to play, to learn. But the beauty to all this is that as part of our token design, we now have an opportunity to embed DeFi mechanics into gameplay. Rewarding the users and seeing a clear way of competition that they can earn and upgrade their cars.
Sure. How about you, Stephen?
Yeah, I think a lot of the innovation is happening so fast. It's really hard to put your finger on it. But for instance, Unity, have an SDK to incorporate NFTs. Engine have a particularly sophisticated NFT SDK. There's a number of iOS games I've seen in the office that people have shown me that have NFTs already built into them, and you can connect your wallet to them. So I think all of that is fantastic. My only concern is that it's as much as when you go onto Amazon or eBay, you know, most of the purchases people make are on the top 1 or 2 pages, and then there's just 500 pages of stuff that nobody buys. So I suppose we're not an advocate for NFTing every in-game asset, because I think it can create a lot of, you know, so-called digital junk. So I think they're great. I don't think there might be a tendency to NFT everything in terms of in-game assets. I don't necessarily think that's the solution, but I think a lot of the innovation is super exciting.
Yes, absolutely. So gamers already understand the concept of virtual currency, also the digital ownership, right? And definitely they are more likely to be the early adopters in the blockchain space. And gamers also push the technology development and even entire industry forward. For example, like the personal device graphics, the processing power, the capacity, and even the game software. So let's talk about the use cases. So Stephen, I know that you're the co-founder of Lepricon. I know there's a community. Can you tell us a little bit more about your project?
Sure, absolutely. So Lepricon is a gamified DeFi platform, essentially, you know, focused. Our launch titles are hyper casual prediction-based games. You know, we think we solved some of the problems in terms of the, you know, gas-heavy environment of Ethereum. So we've developed certain tech solutions around that using other chains and do some innovations. And a gasless sidechain we have called Lepricon. I think more broadly speaking, the mission, and Bowie, you articulated it, is that let's say the hardcore crypto people or the crypto degens, you know, they're already converted, and there's a lot of people who are gamers, who I colloquially call people like my mother and my sister, who don't have a wallet, don't have kind of any really knowledge of crypto, but they sure know how to play hyper casual games when they're on the bus. So, you know, it's about appealing to those we're calling crypto curious people. You know, how do you get them their first wallet? How do you get them understanding how the blockchain works and transferring virtual assets? So there come some of our goals for 2021.
Thank you, Stephen. Jason, let's talk about your game platform, Gala Games. I know I did a little research. You have one specific objective in mind, which is to give the power back to the gamers. Can you share a little bit about your platform?
Absolutely. So Gala Games was founded by Erik Schiermeier, who was one of the co-founders of Zynga. We have a team of about 50 developers from the gaming space and from the blockchain space. And we believe at a very fundamental level that when it comes to gaming, blockchain should be invisible. It should just be part of the tech stack that enables a game to work without being something that's obtrusively crammed into people's faces. We found that, in fact, there's a 500% increase in, you know, click-through when we remove the word blockchain from a landing page, for example. Within that, which I think is a fascinating statistic, given the space that we're in. And for us, we really focus on this concept of giving power back to the gamers, creating games and gaming opportunities that enable people to own their own assets. And to interact with one another. We have a massive community that is very, very quickly growing that all center around this basic concept. We recently brought on a new president of games, John Oswald, who was formerly of EA. He was the head of mobile product. And we're bringing new people on all the time to bring these games onto platform. I think we've got 18 different games in flight right now in various stages of preparation for release. And
cool. How many active users currently on the platform?
On the platform itself. So right now there's a game called Townstar that is very, very what's the word I'm looking for here? Fanatically played by a very tight group of individuals. We've got about 330,000 monthly active users on the platform right now. And some of those aren't playing Townstar because it's a farming simulation, which isn't personally my type of game. So there are a lot of people who don't play it, but that's kind of where we are right now.
Great. Thank you for sharing. So James, Animoca Brands is famous now because you are just recently became the number 10th unicorn in Hong Kong. So big congratulations to that. But for people who might not understand Animoca Brand, can you share a little bit about what's the Animoca Brand's investment strategy in this space, and also your thought on the play to learn and metaverse strategy?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so I think we started quite early in late 2017. How Animoca got into the space was an investment, coincidentally out of Vancouver, Dapper Labs. So that was our early sort of foray into understanding how people were using the ERC 721 with CryptoKitties. That really excited the company. I think the company took our founder Yatsu took a pivot and really focused the company on fully decentralization and true digital ownership. And off the back of that, in 2018, we focused really heavily on fueling these young companies, which several of them have become quite large in the ecosystem, including Axie Infinity, OpenSea, Bitski. So we were investing through our balance sheet as we believed with strong conviction that the sector is going to grow. Nobody saw how quickly it grew, but I think clearly DeFi was a driver to bringing NFT to 2021. So far to date, we've done close to 60 investments. From ranging different sizes, from acquisitions to game studios like Pixel, Sandbox, to acquiring sort of AAA studios from San Fran called Anyway. So to date, we have on sort of our pipeline, we have about 77 million users across the portfolio of acquisitions. We also have close to 300 branded IP partners within our sort of realm, which is our DNA. And we do truly believe that our investment strategy is going to accelerate the industry. And we agree with Jason that we think gaming is going to onboard the first billion people onto blockchain. You create a great game, nobody can deny that gameplay and users will come. But the beauty and the strength of it is that you're going to start onboarding people onto understanding NFT and having a wallet access. So we think that's quite strong. Two key themes that we really, really strongly believe in is play to earn. We invested in a company out of the Philippines called Yield Guild Games, which is doing a wonderful job in really sort of democratizing accessibility to digital assets to people in less fortunate circumstances. And they're logging on different guilds to play games, effectively earning an income. And the team run by Gabby Dijon has done an amazing job at growing and expanding the portfolio of games and how we sort of integrate it into people's daily lives. DeFi has unlocked a lot of power to earning. We think gaming has even a lot more powerful sort of tool to democratize earning capabilities. The second one is that we do see and have been betting on metaverses. We think metaverses, we've clearly seen walled garden metaverses like Fortnite driving massive user adoption, right? Close to the 500 million users registered. We see this even accelerating even faster on the, with true digital ownership. And we've made some strong sort of investments in that area as well too.
Great. Yeah, I personally really appreciate the play to earn strategy because during the pandemic, I think a lot of people really lost their job, especially in the developing countries. These directly affect their lives big time. So I think through gaming, they actually can play to earn and bring food to the table and provide to the family. So I think this is very meaningful. So Stephen, question for you. What are the opportunities for investors now? And how can the investor really ride the NFT wave?
I think cautiously, just from a lot of conversations I'm having with investors, the kind of finer points of it, they probably still need to do a lot of education on. So I've had plenty of people come to me over the past year saying, "Oh, I have 100K. I want to put it into something. What would you recommend?" And my typical response is, well, in terms of the large, let's say, DeFi venues, such as Compound and Aave, I probably point them to there and say, become familiar with how these things work before you do anything. That's kind of the latest emoji or food item followed by a verb. So I kind of think the opportunities are certainly there. I mean, everything from the boring kind of put your stable coins here, earn a yield, to kind of things that are could attract a very high yield, potentially could have a rug pull on them, unfortunately. But it's still the Wild West out there, is my opinion. I think DeFi at the moment, I can't remember the percentage, but represents, a fraction of what the overall crypto market is. And the crypto market represents a fraction of what the overall financial market is. So I think DeFi still got a long way to go. And I think people who are still, there's plenty of people who have Bitcoin who would never dream of putting it in DeFi. And I think that's just a reality. And obviously will change, but it's going to be another education cycle in parallel with the general crypto education cycle.
Yes, I agree. I think one of the main key is to get yourself educated first. So no matter what you do, you want to make an informed decision to make an investment, you want to make a change in your career. I think first thing you really need to do is to educate yourself in the space. And I think this is still quite young to enter the market. I think there's still lots of potential there. So James, I want to talk about the Sandbox as one of your subsidiary companies. So what are the latest development on Sandbox?
Sure. I think Sandbox, as you know, is part of the Pixel team, part of the Animoca family. They've been sort of busy at really onboarding and building. But the closest similarity is they're kind of like a Minecraft or Roblox of the blockchain. The team has been sort of recently launched their developer diary, which is quite, you could find it on Medium, which sort of shares the multiple teams that are building on the Sandbox land in tandem. So the different, one of the ones I've seen recently is that they built a whole science park, which is very in line with education and teaching in a different methodology. They're also hitting a lot of the consumer sort of projects. They recently announced a project with Richie Houghton and Deadmau, who also collaborating on the sort of metaverse. And they recently kicked off their marketplace on the lands. So what we're seeing is an acceleration on a lot of brands sort of building onto the Sandbox. And I think that this end of the year, they're going to start announcing a lot more new partnerships.
Yes, Sandbox is exciting because the reason why I know, because Chocoball Ventures, since I'm a partner of a band, we actually early investor on Sandbox. So with the latest development and all these virtual land sales, they are doing an extremely outstanding job. So we are very proud of them. Jason,
at one point here. So I think to your last question to Stephen about investments, I definitely agree that there's a lot of sort of vaporware in the market because people are just launching and selling NFTs without having an understanding on utility or long-term use. I think it's good to not start with such a high check in terms of 100,000, but really understand the fundamentals, because the information is flowing so fast. Even for people in the industry, trying to understand the multi-chain and multi-investments. I myself am an investor too as well, and there's so much coming, across the markets. People are building on Solana, people are building on Polkadot. You need to get familiar with first protecting your assets and dabbling into DeFi and then NFTs and playing some of the games, right? But what I do recommend is looking at the lands. The land has been one of the interesting investments in the NFT space.
Well, you guys, Sandbox are sold out within minutes when they came out. So basically, this is really difficult to catch the virtual land sales during that time. But then I think you can go to buy this type of virtual land on OpenSea. I think this is another way where you can catch the secondary market for that.
When people put it deep into land is actually mimicking real world physical land. Whereas in Sandbox, when Atari announces a piece of land, the land around it goes up by 20%, right? And we're not even starting to build yet. So the tools are being launched to allow the creators to build on it. So I find that it shouldn't be a one-pronged land strategy. It should be a multi-metaverse strategy, because there's a lot of new metaverses launching with land. So I find it fascinating that it's actually accelerating faster than Hong Kong property. the virtual land. So that's very hard to do because Hong Kong is one of the most expensive in the world. But Sandbox is beating out the prices in here. So I do think that we're going to see some very interesting sort of projects being built on the Sandbox.
Yes, the opportunities are quite unlimited. You can own, you can brand the land, you can allow the game developers to build the games on top, and you can charge them for that. You can charge any, I guess, game players to come and play the games on your platform. I think there's so many different ways of the land, and definitely is one of the good idea to own some of them. So Jason, I want to talk about the future of the NFT consumption and the applications in the different industry. So we talk about gaming, so but what do you see the futures of NFT?
Well, I think that there's a lot of interesting things in the future of NFTs. I mean, it kind of started out with art, right? Art was one of the original beginning spaces of like, hey, there's this cool blockchain thing. Wouldn't it be neat if I had to put a picture on it, right? It began with that, and I think that it's going to be rapidly moving through every industry. I mean, from the art side, we recently signed a deal with Frank Miller. You guys may be familiar with him from 300 and Sin City. It's the 30th anniversary of his original Sin City release, so we're doing some really, really cool stuff with him in that area, and we're also talking to some various some sports related organizations and things like that. But I think that once people get used to the idea that you own something that you can actually hold on to in your digital wallet, an asset, like a song that you can then trade. I mean, so it's not like you're buying stuff, from iTunes, and then if you want to give it to somebody else, you get a cease and desist letter from Apple. You can actually be like, hey, look, I love this song. Now it is yours. Enjoy. I think that once people get used to that experience, there really isn't any going back. Because that's sort of the way that technology marches forward, right? I mean, you start out with something that is kind of it's new and interesting, and then it gains mass adoption, and then it becomes absolutely 100% ubiquitous. And I think that that's the way NFTs are going to become. I mean, people aren't going to know them as NFTs. Nobody's going to think, oh, this is my non-fungible song. It's just going to be, this is my song. This is my game item. This is my, key that allows me to access a new level on this game. This is my token that allows me to play this game in an arcade online somewhere. That's what it's going to be. It's just going to become a part of life, like a cell phone or a car.
Yes, music definitely is one of the key development in the NFT space, because currently, do you know the real artists or the musicians only get 12% of all the revenue in the music businesses? That's it, 12%. But the rest of them actually go to the middleman, like record labels, managers, streaming services, publisher. So this system really undervalue the music and the benefits of corporations at the expense of artists. So I think enabling NFT really enables the true digital ownership and give it back to the artist, right? So I think the gaming, not the gaming, the music in these NFT space really opens a lot of doors and give the value back to the originator. So I want to ask each of you, tell me one of your favorite game. Stephen.
Blockchain game or just game ever?
Game. So any game.
Okay. Well, this is going to sound really weird, but I hadn't. We actually just got a Switch for the office, and I'd never really played Switch before, So we have Mario Kart on it, and I remember playing Mario Kart in the 90s, I guess, on the SNES, and that was my
Rainbow Road, baby.
Rainbow Road, baby. Yeah. So it's fantastic I haven't played it on Switch, so it's fantastic to kind of see it all these years later, and it's kind of the same gameplay, new and improved. So yeah, definitely Mario Kart for me kind of could play it all day, every day with the right people. Anyway.
Cool. This is a game I think everybody must have played that in the when they were child. So sure, absolutely. James?
I have two that come to mind that really sort of bring back a lot of memories. I think when I mean, this shows my age, but when we first played the Nintendo, I'm not sure if you guys had Duck Hunt. I think you had that gun. I think I was like, whoa, this is how games played. But then most recently, I think I was playing Final Fantasy. And Final Fantasy, the graphics just really suck you in. And I think I was at that week, I was having dreams about Final Fantasy. So I was definitely embedded into Final Fantasy.
Cool. Jason?
I will also, I have two as well. Final Fantasy, though, Final Fantasy VII specifically. And I say this because it's kind of a counterpoint to what you just said. It proves that the graphics really don't matter all that much to have a compelling game that just draws you in completely. And, you know, I mean, when Ares got killed in Final Fantasy VII, I was a little bit emotional. I'm not gonna lie. And exactly, right? It's a moment. Anyone who's played Final Fantasy VII, we know, man. It's okay. And for me, the other game that that matters a lot, and I actually have the cover art printed on aluminum and hung on my wall, was a game by Troika Games called Arcanum, and a lot of people haven't played it, but it's an RPG that's kind of set in this interesting magical mechanical world. And the game director for Mirandus, which is one of the games that we're currently developing, was actually one of the key people who did the world building on Arcanum. And when I discovered that, I had a little bit of a fanboy moment because it was one of my favorite games. I played through the thing like, I don't know, 10 times. Absolutely loved it. I just love the deep stories and the intricacies and things like that. Makes it magical.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. I think back in the old days, all your parents would say, oh, don't spend so much time on your game, focus on your study, and, game is bad for you. But then I think now I wouldn't tell my kids, I have two lovely boys, I wouldn't tell them, it's bad for you, don't play games. Actually, I encourage them to do that, just as long as they have a limited amount of time looking at the screen and the TV, all this stuff. So, yeah, so let's give some final thought or conclusion of our topic today. What would you tell the audience that either if there is any other opportunities and a call for action to everyone? What are your thoughts about it, James?
Yeah, so I think that's a great point. I think the Hong Kong government, in particular to Cyberport, has been very proactive in supporting this initiative. And really sort of redeploying the messaging around just gameplay, because a lot of Asian families still feel gameplay is a negative for the kids. But the industry in itself is growing as a whole, and there's a lot of opportunities they want to start educating kids on. So I think my sort of stance is that sure, kids can play games, but I think they need to understand that this is accelerating at a stage that is same size, if not bigger, than professional sports. And I think that there's a lot of opportunities outside of just playing games. So, being a dreamer to be a pro sport is very hard, but working in the gaming industry, this offers a lot of opportunities in both development, management, etc. So definitely think the industry has a lot to offer to people that love gaming.
Okay, if someone wants to perhaps invest, what would you tell
my investment strategy would, I think, to first understand, I think we're starting to see a lot of, obviously that this market has been quite hot for some time with the recent sort of slowdown, the dump, but I think there still exists a lot of opportunities to invest. Again, to study and start getting deep into the information of how gameplay will look like. Obviously, what's launching and how it interact in terms of that. I think the main thing that we typically look at is token economics. How do you look at the token, and how do you look at the DAO structures or the decentralized organization structure? How is it managed for the future? And as a company that holds 6 tokens internally, we'll likely have 10 tokens in our company by end of the year. We put a lot of effort into looking at the longevity of the games. How do we build it out so that we're not, taking care of the game players, And the game, and not every game is going to be a grade game, but you have the ability to keep building on top of the tokens. So Rev, as an example, is a Rev Motorsports title. So we're going to have 2 to 3 new titles launching on it very soon. Formula E, MotoGP. So we do think that we're going to see better and better games on blockchain as we grow with different scaling solutions and also different SDK kits supporting it. But definitely do your homework in terms of what to invest in. But I think the industry is very exciting.
Yes, absolutely. Jason, what are your views? Final thoughts?
Final thoughts for me. I mean, I think that one of the things that's really important here is that at the end of the day, all of us are part of this revolution that is fundamentally redefining gaming. And we have, as a species, I think, over the last really couple hundred years, we've lost sight of the importance of play in daily life. It's really fundamentally a human thing to do. I mean, we are, at the end of the day, we're primates and we're supposed to play. We're not supposed to sit in cubicles. We're not supposed to, live in windowless boxes. We're supposed to be really involved and enjoying the world. And I think that playing games is a great way to do that. I mean, I know that sounds a little bit weird, like, here, play, look at the screen. But I think that it is an important thing for us to remember as humans. And that's we're part of this revolution together. Great.
Thank you. And Stephen?
I really liked how you put that, Jason. I suppose my final thoughts would be, anybody watching this, who kind of has a tangential or high level understanding, but has never dived in, afraid of losing money or just don't really understand the space. I would say, take $500, $1,000 if you have it, open a MetaMask account, put it in, split that money into a couple of different, protocols or products or apps. And even if you lose it, that's your education fee, and you're going to learn so much in that process of how crypto moves around, how virtual assets go to OpenSea, buy an NFT, buy some Rev tokens, set up a Gala Games node, do all of that stuff. And the learnings that you will get in doing that will be easily worth the price of the crypto that you bought. So that would be my final thought.
Yes, I totally agree. No matter what, the first thing is to get yourself educated, and spending $100 USD as or even $500 is like your tuition fee to get into the space. You learn so much by owning a wallet, safeguarding your private key and all this stuff. So you learn so much throughout the whole journey. So according to statistics, that there are estimated 2.5 billion gamers in the world, and the active users is about 4.54 billion people. So this is the data as of January last year. So it's about 59% of the global population. So if you see the ratio, so we still I think a lot of opportunity for the game development for all the people to enter the gaming space, and these remaining people really have I think it's still really at the early stage in the beginning in terms of the blockchain space, as we say. So I think give it a try, own a wallet, spend a little money and get to know about the space. I think this is what I personally will share with the audience. But more importantly, don't ever think that, another problem is the fear of missing out. You will never be able to catch every single wave. So, and the key is to really get yourself educated first. So, but I think that's all for our panel discussion today. And once again, thank you very much, gentlemen, Jason, James, and Stephen for joining. And we look forward to seeing you all in the near future.
right. Thank you guys for such a great panel there. Like, we're seeing how gaming and NFTs are really, really broadening the space. Like we've seen with Gala Games and kind of like the massive expansion. And thank you guys for being on here today. And if you guys haven't already, so we're actually running a giveaway that we haven't announced yet. It's only going to be for the live stream for right now, so you guys are basically getting alpha for it. Being able to join into the 20K giveaway. Well, so we have different NFTs and also different tokens from different sponsors as well. And then you guys can just kind of click on that link or kind of type in that link. So it's bit.ly, so bit.ly/DeFi bag, so that you guys are entered into the giveaway. Also for that too, it's like you have the opportunity to kind of receive a lot of these different ecosystem tokens as well. And also in our next panel, I'd like to introduce, it's going to be for building NFT marketplaces and ecosystems. It's going to be moderated by Alexis Johnson. And we're also going to have speakers from Persistence, Niftyfi, and also Convergence as well. So once again, if you guys are liking how the live stream is going and everything, make sure that you guys are subscribing, liking, sharing as much as you can to kind of bring in other communities, because like for us, it's like all about free information. You guys are able to get all of this information for free. We didn't want to charge anything for the ticketing event, and hope you guys enjoy the next panel. Let me go ahead and get them on to make sure. Little bit of technical difficulties, but we'll be on our way soon. Once again, it's going to be the Building NFT Marketplaces and Ecosystems panel with Alexis Johnson, also with Persistence, Niftyfi, and also Convergence as well.
Hello. Thanks everybody for joining us today for the DeFi Summit, for the DeFi NFTs panel. Really excited to join the stage with all these panelists from all different parts of the world and all different categories within the NFT and DeFi sector. So I figure we'll just start off by doing some brief introductions, maybe go around the virtual room, but starting with Oscar and Convergence Finance, could you kind of give us a brief intro?
Sure. Happy to be here. My name is Oscar. I'm the co-founder of Convergence. So Convergence is an interchangeable digital asset protocol where we allow swapping of any type of private assets on AMM, and we also offering platform for that. My background in tokenizations, been in this space in 2017, and have been really working with security tokens since then. The idea of Convergence came from my experience with the security token space, where I found that there could be a real good linkage between the traditional assets and the real DeFi protocols. So therefore, I made Convergence from that.
Awesome. Very exciting. Nikita.
Hi everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Niftyfi, an all-in-one platform that allows users to create NFT galleries, store, and marketplace without coding and at a very low cost. My background in blockchain as well as cryptocurrency started in 2015 when I, together with some colleagues, founded Jihoz, which is now a Vietnam leading blockchain and AI development agency in Vietnam.
Awesome. Architect?
Yep. Thank you so much for inviting Persistence today on this panel. I'm Abhitej and I lead the strategy and community at Persistence. I've been working with the project since the very early stage. At Persistence, what we are trying to do is create an ecosystem of different NFT products, NFT plus DeFi products. We are creating liquid staking, synthetic assets with bridges, bringing POS assets to DeFi. We are working on creating commodity futures, synthetics. That is, how real world assets today, like stocks, are being traded as synthetic assets in crypto. Similarly, we're trying to bring commodities, futures as synthetic assets where people can trade. And overall, broader goal of Persistence is to create these different sets of asset classes, which are generally not very accessible or are hard to penetrate into, and bring them to crypto for more accessibility. around that, we are more also working on NFTs since very early stage. That has been our one of the core things, because we've been bringing real world assets on to chain through NFTs. We also are working on standards to create multi-chain NFT standards. So we'll talk more about that in the panel, but and have been in the space since 2018. And during like 2019 was doing a venture which was around community building marketing services, and that's through multiple events met Tushar and Dipanshu, who are the co-founders of Persistence, and really liked the vision that they were trying to create. And that's how shifted from my venture to Persistence, and since it's been a roller coaster ride.
Awesome. We have a lot of different backgrounds here, and everybody's kind of going after different niches within the space. To kind of start off, since this is an NFT panel, but NFT and how it kind of converges with the world of DeFi. Let's just talk about NFT generally speaking. We've definitely seen a little bit of a roller coaster, just like crypto, as it pertains to NFTs. And since the beginning of the year, NFT sales have declined by over 90%. An article just came out by Cointelegraph, and a lot of other media have been commenting on this. It's been a roller coaster ride. So like, have we hit a bubble? Are we in a bubble for NFTs? And, generally speaking, would love to hear your thoughts on what the future holds.
Sure. Can I talk? I think that we are just at the very, very beginning of NFT. So we are very far away from the bubble, not even started yet. And I think NFTFi, our project, as well as a lot of projects in the NFT space right now, we are trying to lead the NFT economy and creating the ecosystem around it to build it up, to take it off. So it's starting from here, I think.
Got it. Yeah, definitely. It needs to have infrastructure in place in order to survive. Go ahead.
Going next, I would like to say is that, I would love to draw this analogy, how we have seen the ICO markets boom up in 2017, right? Where you saw left, right, center, everybody trying to create a token, and then the market sort of shot up and we saw that peak. And then after that, like there was a sharp decline and then sort of entered into bear market. What that ICO boom allowed is some of the capital to flow into DeFi, or capital to flow into crypto in general, Ethereum ecosystem. And then some of the projects that had the core beliefs, that believed in the technology, started developing. And Aave is a great example, which started then. Compound is a great example, which started then. Uniswap sort of started gaining a lot of traction then. And then eventually for a couple of years, that development phase kept on building on, and then we saw DeFi summer sort of explode and take over the entire market. And now whenever we talk about that, DeFi is the future of finance. Similarly, we have seen this with NFTs. NFTs were proposed as a concept long back when CryptoKitties launched, but over this last year or so, what we have seen is NFTs going through that same cycle of how we have seen that ICO boom, where we saw a lot of people who already had accessibility to crypto starting like NFT projects or starting these NFT sales, and then that shot up. And what we are seeing now is that retracting of what is happening is now these NFT assets are sort of moving from people who had this accessibility, moving towards people who now want to explore NFTs, right? So some of the projects that, as Nikita mentioned, like NFTFi or other projects, Convergence, Persistence, there are multiple other projects which are now experimenting what is the next phase, right? Crypto art is great. Collectibles are great, but now projects like Proppy, which yesterday itself launched their NFT sales of real world assets, which is real estate on chain, right? So now we will see for a year or so the real experimentation of NFTs, because broadly, we have created that awareness. Capital has fluent into NFT space now. There is an interest. So the foundation is laid in terms of what can be done. And now is when the projects will start working on infrastructure, standards, creating it more accessible, right? No code modules, making it more energy efficient. And that's what we're going to see for a year or so. And then is when it will reach to the normal audience, like normal crypto artists or creators. And that is when we will see NFTs evolve as a creator economy globally, right? So not just people in crypto, but people outside crypto as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. And to echo that a little more, I agree that kind of it mirrors the 2017 boom where anyone is making a token and now everyone wants to make an NFT. But what is the underlying of it? I think looking forward, it's what does the ownership represent? Can it represent, part of a metaverse? Can it be ownership of something else, right? As an investment, as something else. So therefore, this is just the beginning of what we define as ownership, digital ownership of some things. And art and collectibles is the first step, but it can't be just anyone just issue something that has value of some sort, right? Everyone can, download a painting or download something and make it into NFT. What's under for us to explore? How can we move this forward where NFT can give us an extra layer of value to the holders, and what does it mean to the whole ecosystem?
Yeah, no, I completely agree and echo everybody's opinion here. And, this panel is really the intersection of DeFi and NFTs. And so, for all the panelists, would you say that DeFi's impact on the NFT space is able to add more depth and longevity to what is missing in the existing NFT world?
If I just to start off on this, I guess when we want to see like real world assets or the traditional assets, if they flow into crypto, that is when we are going to see the massive adoption of crypto in general. And it is very important that there is a gateway to bring those real world assets or traditional assets into DeFi, right? So one of the channels could be actually NFT, where we could bring commodity trades, we could bring invoices, we could bring business documents, ownership documents, as Oscar mentioned. A part of our work at Persistence since 2019 has been around that. What we have been doing is bringing shipping invoices or business documents, which are much like, very unique, like every CryptoKitty is unique. These business documents or these shipping invoices are unique. We're trying to bring them on chain. And then on chain, once they are locked, what we can do is you can use these as collateral to borrow stable coins to finance your real world businesses, right? So we would see more and more of these ways where NFTs could be used as collaterals. NFTs could be used as to explore DeFi. And a very interesting aspect is actually, I saw Stanley's one of the tweet. He announced that Aave is bringing NFTs as collateral, right? So once that ownership, as Oscar mentioned, ownership or data persistence is one of the key issues. As we solve it more and more, what we will be able to do is define who is the right owner of it, whether the underlying asset holds that value in the market. And once that happens, we'll be able to use that as collaterals. Because, for example, today, if you have to use Mona Lisa as a collateral, there would be so many people who would be ready to lend against it, right? Their money against it. And so we would see more of such things in coming years or in a year or so. And projects like Aave or projects like Persistence are already using it in some of the ways right now.
Yeah, I think we're tackling different sides of the same coin as well. Probably tackling, NFT ownership and what does that represent. For you guys, I think borrowing and lending is definitely one of the big part as well. Like it could be real estate, it could be shipping invoices, anything that has value related to the real world. You can use it as collateral borrow, and I think DeFi is great for that. For us, we're focusing on kind of fractional ownership and also a trading aspect where in the traditional utility token exchanges, you don't really see, real world assets being traded that often. And if you look at security token exchanges as well, you don't really see that happening. So what we're doing is kind of using NFT as a representation of either, say, pre-IPO tokens or even IDO tokens, like those private assets that VC funds have access to or private equity funds. How do you represent that ownership in the form of NFT and kind of broaden it out to give exposure to everyone? And kind of that's the essence of DeFi for us, like giving accessibility to anyone that wants access to these deals.
Yes, I think that the DeFi aspect adds a lot of excitement into NFT space. For example, in the digital asset world, which is what we're targeting right now for our platform Niftify, we're talking about, for example, leasing, which is something new that I don't think that a lot of projects have tackled yet. But we're talking about digital assets like, for example, images, videos, music, that in the traditional world is the copyright, how the owner transfer the ownership to, for example, production companies for commercial purposes. So that is also one aspect that we can use NFT as the represents a way to help owners and artists deliver and then make profit out of it, and also as a new way to raise fund for their projects. So the digital art content world will be so much more exciting. Will be, you'll see a lot of more real artists than in the traditional world. A lot of talents.
Yeah, I agree, and I actually have a more direct connection for you. More direct question for you, Nikita. You spoke briefly about your business, but can you kind of elaborate a little bit more and talk about how you are helping to serve small businesses, which not everybody is focused on? And as everybody knows on this panel, the NFT space is kind of saturated. So really understanding how you guys differentiate is important, and then why you chose to go with Polkadot for infrastructure.
Yes, yeah, for sure. So, NFT can be applied to so many different industries, including, a lot of things are new here, including real estate, that, projects like Persistence working on fractional investment, right? If I'm right.
No. Convergence is working on fractional.
Convergence. I'm sorry. Yes. Yes. So we tackle like another niche here, which is the digital content world. We hear a lot of stories in the traditional world where, 99% of the talented artists out there struggle to deliver their works to the buyers. It takes a lot of time because they have to go through a lot of the middlemen, and then not everybody has the same views as well as evaluation on certain works. So a lot of them struggle to have to get funded for the projects, whereas as NFT, if we can shorten the process as well as to help them to have a way to deliver their works to a much massive audience, then someone out there will value their work in a much faster way, and then will compensate the arts that's worth it. So that's something that we're trying to work on with Niftify. And about the comment that the NFT space is kind of saturated, I don't quite agree with that. As I said, it's just the very, very beginning. We are still pretty much limited inside the cryptocurrency community. And I think that the real world community is so much larger, we have a lot of people out there that are so curious about NFT, because I get texts and emails every day from the people who are not in the space yet, but they want to know how NFT can help them, and they want to know how that works. So they tell me, hey, Nikita, I heard about your platform. How does it work? Can you tell me? And I tell them, okay, so, but we want to try that first to see how it works. So they are very curious, but they also being cautious around it, like, if it really works. So I think that we are at the very beginning, and what we need to do is to educate the general public, the people who are not into crypto, because this is not just about cryptocurrency. This is a new way for them to do business. So I think that what we need to do is to speak in a more layman way to help the audience understand what it is and how it can actually help them to get more people get involved in the space. And for Polkadot, Nifty-Fi originally built our platform on Polkadot for the gas fees reason, as well as the interoperability of Polkadot. And we built on Polka Foundry, which is the substrate that specialized on DeFi and NFT, founded by T. However, because they're not launched on the mainnet yet, so our platform is actually gonna be on BSC, and we're gonna launch early July. And that is totally yes. And even Polka Foundry, they are completely 100% compatible with with Ethereum and Binance Smart Chain. So we're gonna be a multi-chain supported platform.
Awesome. Awesome. That's exciting. And my next question is really more for everybody to kind of chime in. But, at what point, and bridging this gap between DeFi, NFTs, real world assets, will we start to see institutions jump in, big corporations jump in, influencers jump in like they've never before? And, just want to hear your thoughts generally on all of that.
Yeah, I can start it off first. I think the institutions are already kind of jumping into this space. I think DBS just did a STO bond, and that's just the beginning, because blockchain by itself is a ledger technology that makes it very efficient to put real world assets on it. The complication is how do you integrate with DeFi? I think that will take some time, because most of the institutional players, they do like a certain structure. There are things that they have been working on, and their existing infrastructure does not integrate well. So I think a lot of institutions, especially from my experience working in security token space, they're all looking into how to integrate it with their existing platforms, their product offerings, and they would like to open it up. But to connect with DeFi, I think there'll just be some kind of gap there, since there needs to be a KYC solution. They need to know who is owning what, and until digital identity happens, there will still be a gap where institutional players are trying to step in with kind of talking about using Bitcoin technology, but not really integrating with DeFi.
Yeah, extending on the same point that Oscar mentioned, one is the compatibility, right, with the existing infrastructure. And the major drawback right now in the existing NFT ecosystem as a whole is that the infrastructure is still very nascent, or it still needs a lot of additions. When we talk about metadata itself, metadata is not uniform or universal across all different chains. You would have different metadata standards on Ethereum, you would have different metadata standards on BSC, different on Polkadot, different on Cosmos, and that creates a huge problem on for these institutions on what solution to choose, right? So it sort of becomes a huge debate on which solution to choose or which chain to go with to adopt first. And then the second thing is interoperability as it is today, or broadly talked about, but still in practice it is in very early stages. We have not seen Ethereum assets or NFTs move out of Ethereum as of now, and let alone Ethereum itself. Like, not all NFT assets on Ethereum itself are compatible with each other. You cannot take a rareable asset to super rare. You cannot take a super rare asset to rareable or other. The only truly marketplace where you can take all the NFT assets today is OpenSea, right? So all Ethereum assets move to OpenSea, but we have not seen other compatibilities like across all other different Ethereum products itself. So when it comes to institution, I guess a lot of work has to be done on the standardization. A lot of work has to be done on creating the infrastructure. And one of those Nikita pointed out very well is today, if you have to buy an NFT, first you need to have exposure to the crypto itself. I need to have Ethereum in my MetaMask wallet for me to buy an NFT, right? So for somebody who doesn't know how to first maintain a MetaMask wallet will not be able to even interact with NFTs, right? So it's like, it's a multi-fold process at the moment where you have to like first understand the underlying crypto, and then you see the NFTs, and then is when you interact with NFTs. What we need to do is that it should allow the first step is to sort of explore NFTs and then interact with NFTs. And that is where you bring traditional payment systems into NFT ecosystem, that attaching it to Web 2.0 applications, making the interface very easy. And part of that is what we are doing at Intern NFT. If anyone wants to explore what we're doing, is it's internNFT.org. What we are trying to do is work with Polkadot, Cosmos, Keep Network, Agoric, multiple of these networks to create an interchain NFT standards, right? And it is traceable to all different standards. Like, it's back traceable to ERC 721, ERC 1155, or whether those standards on Binance, whether it's Cosmos. And then is only when you'll be able to move NFTs from Ethereum to Cosmos to Polkadot, say to persistence. And that is once that starts happening, the three key aspects or the key propositions of crypto in general or NFTs in general would be met, right? We talk about what NFTs do. They create accessibility for assets that are otherwise right now managed by these monopoly markets or production houses. So accessibility is those assets that Oscar beautifully mentioned about accessibility to pre-sale or private assets. At Persistence, we are doing it for commodity trading, which is not very accessible. The second one is trying to deter the middlemen or eliminate the middlemen altogether. That is creating a true creator economy. When would that truly happen? If those all assets have to flow again into a centralized like product, for example, which is invite only or which is completely managed by one team, we're again sort of creating another middleman, right? So the true NFT space will reach its proposition when we don't need any middleman, right? Something like OpenSea, we would have multiple marketplaces, but these marketplaces also accept NFTs from different ecosystems, right? And last and the most important part is when we would have infrastructure to match to say metadata from Web 2.0 world, right? When we are talking about real world assets, at as Alexis you mentioned, how would that adoption happen? Right now, the metadata standards are not even not started working on accommodating the Web 2.0 metadata, right? So the Web 2.0 metadata is very different from how we create in Web 3.0. So how that metadata standards match. And the another part is how universally the standards are laid down so that the complications for institutional or real world assets, they don't change by the chain, right? So it's like my email doesn't have to be, or sort of my assets. If I'm putting a picture on Facebook today, or I'm sharing it on Google, I'm sharing it on my OneDrive, the composition of that image doesn't change, right? It's just like the underlying standards. Like when we talk about email, is it we have SMTP, right? We have websites, we have HTTP for all websites across the web. Once we reach that, and we are working on that, is when we will see this massive adoption. We will see massive use of NFTs by institution, real world asset, real world organization, businesses, small, big, every sort of businesses. And we would move towards what is the true proposition is creating this creator economy, which works by itself without middlemen.
Yes, completely. I think from the technical standpoint, that is very true. And from a different perspective in terms of business, for example, I think that big institutions as well as companies, they still exploring ways how to apply this into new business models, because this gonna change the way that their business work forever. So they're gonna have to explore, okay, how this will help them bring in the money. So and I think it's a very important question to ask, whether or not how we can bring the mainstream, the big companies to have their support in bringing this into the mainstream, because I don't think that we can eliminate the big companies as well as the middlemen right now. They will still play an important role. It's the question of how to bring them in to have the support, because at the end of the day, they still the biggest holders of the traditional world of where the business stays right now. So I think is the question of, okay, how this NFT and DeFi will help them change and adapt to the new business model to work with everyone else that already leading the way. And with that, I think the community, the crypto community, and the real world community can meet, and we can expand the NFT as well as DeFi aspects.
Yeah, no, I agree. And something that we touched on before, and I'd like to kind of elaborate on, it's more directed towards Oscar. I think one of the evolutions here in the DeFi and NFT space is focusing more on securitized assets. I come from a world of New York City, Wall Street, financial capital of the world, and I also have, an extensive real estate background and experience, and I'm very excited, for that industry to really adopt DeFi and NFTs, and maybe you can just expand more on securitized assets and how that all works with DeFi and NFTs and what you're personally excited about.
Yeah, sure. That's been the concept that I work on for a long time. And I believe that will be kind of the next step in DeFi as well. Tokenized asset has been talked about since kind of 2018, but really never took off for two reasons, basically. One is the lack of liquidity. Existing exchanges, they don't have enough liquidity like the DeFi space that we see. And therefore, if not many people are trading it, then the price discovery mechanism is broken. And secondly is the lack of kind of quality assets, like who is bringing the assets to the market. And with some of the STO deals that we saw, there's not much incentive for people to participate. But if you bring it to kind of the comparable in the DeFi space, like let's say PokerStarter as a launch platform is great because they pick and choose great projects that kind of enable people to get access to it early, and also kind of Uniswap where anyone can add liquidity to different utility tokens, have a pricing curve that allows 24/7 kind of trading. That's what we're really working on. We provide a full value chain where real world assets can be traded. And I think from here onwards, it's about finding good quality assets, no matter if it's a unicorn company, if it's a startup, if it's even commodities, anything that the traditional space can't get access to. We can enable it on DeFi. And most of what you see right now, let's say the Bitcoin market, when it drops, every utility token drops a bit, but it doesn't have to be this way. The DeFi can have all different assets on top of it, where we can, borrow, trade, and do all sorts of different kind of have allocation and build your whole portfolio on DeFi. And kind of that's the vision that I have, where the cryptocurrency market doesn't have to leave this space. You will not hear people, buying real estate, cashing out. You can do all of that on DeFi and have this, as your whole portfolio.
Yes, I think same with the NFT space. It's not, like I said, it's more than just cryptocurrency. And as this expands, people will see ways like how NFT can actually help them and bring in new businesses. Then it doesn't have to be limited in the cryptocurrency world, and it won't be affected too much by especially Bitcoin's price.
Yeah, and if you had a magic ball, or you guys could really kind of think about what it would take to get the next 1 billion users into the world of DeFi and NFTs, what would it be? Is it one thing? Is it a combination of things, so that we can really get critical mass into this area?
I guess, chime in on that. I would like to say the key aspect is making it as accessible and simple to start off NFT sort of sale project as it could be, right? So if you look, say, social media sort of brought this next billion user concept into like technology world, where they started acquiring users at rate of billion people. So what happened there is anyone could go in, create a sign up, create an account, and then they can start interacting with the world, right? That was so they created those complications, sort of they abstracted away the complications of how to go about creating or accessing, which were there earlier before Facebook, for example, in MySpace or those sort of things. You had to add friends, and then is only you will be able to access the feed. Today, you go to Facebook, you don't follow anyone, but still you can access multiple pages or a multitude of content. Same as, I guess, with NFT space for getting this quote unquote the next billion users. What we have to do is make it very simple for anyone to create a product or on top of NFT space, right? So no code modules are very important, or something like what we are trying to do with one of our product is Asset Mental. What we're trying to create is Shopify of NFTs. That somebody, if they want to create a store, they don't have to actually know the integrities or nitty-gritties or the nuances of crypto itself. What they have to do is they get a template online for how you get on Shopify, right? So Shopify, you get a template on which you just have to put your merchandise. You get an option or what payment option you want to integrate with it, and then you are able to launch it, add it to your website. Is as simple as that. So the same is for Asset Mental as well. What you'll be able to do is you'll be able to bring your NFT products, whatever you want to sell as NFT, on here, integrate into the template. It has metadata standards, everything in already included. You don't have to code anything, and you could add your payment option. Whether you want to go with Web 2.0 payments, that's credit cards or traditional payments options, or you want to go with MetaMask or other Web 3.0 applications. And then you can launch your store integrated to your own website. You don't have to go to OpenSea to create a store, right? So when we see that, more and more people will start using it. People will be easily able to create it, and they will bring more audience into NFT space, and that sort of creates a network effect, which as we know, and next billion users come in.
Awesome. And unfortunately, in interest of time, we kind of have to wrap it up there. But no, definitely great answer to that question. Making it idiot proof. All of these things help to really have mass adoption. So in interest of time, I'd like to just thank everybody for participating today. And looking forward to the next session.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks again for that awesome panel on NFTs. Next, we're going to talk about NFTs and music. But before we go there, we have a special announcement for tomorrow. We have a special panel with a special guest, but better than to tell you, I'd rather let you guys watch a little clip about it. So yeah, tomorrow we have a special guest with Mark Cuban. We have a Polygon Power panel with QuickSwap, Stani from Aave, Sandeep from Polygon, and Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban has invested in Polygon as well, and he's also a DeFi farmer. He's been heavy into Aave as well as NFTs as well with lazy.com. So we are excited to have him for this awesome power panel starting that's going to be featured tomorrow midday around 12. So definitely stay tuned for that. It's going to be an exciting one too. Yeah, so we have a lot more to come too. So upcoming next, we're flowing into, we talked about games, we talked about economies. NFTs have a lot of different applications now, even beyond that, and as well as art. In the next few sessions, we're going to discover things from like how NFTs intersect with music, fashion, collectibles, and even thinking about leveraging it for NFTs and social impact as well too. But for the next upcoming panel, they're getting ready right now. We have the NFT X Music, creating new experiences through NFTs as well too. So thanks again, everybody, so far. And again, if you have not participated in our DeFi bag contest, social share contest, we're going to put a new tweet on there announcing the Mark Cuban announcement as well too. So if you want to get another extra 10 points, it'll probably be after the session as well. We'll give you guys a heads up too. So those are just different ways that we can kind of engage everybody here who's active. And again, at the end of the day, we're going to announce winners on social. We'll pull out some names to win all the NFTs that we're going to be dropping off. And then for the next few days, we'll do the DeFi bags and DeFi tokens too. Again, this is all thanks to all the different sponsors that participate in it. And thanks to you, the viewers and audience, for kind of tuning in today for the NFT day as well too. So let's see, almost everybody's ready to go. So yeah, next we have the NFT X Music panel. Let's get going.
Well, welcome to the Music NFT panel today at the DeFi Summit. On today's panel, we have Benign, the world-renowned EDM DJ duo with over 6 million monthly listeners on Spotify. One of the latest single, Rise Up, has more than 120 million overall streams. Also a dear friend of mine who I work with. Yeah. We also have Sebastien, and also from Vibrant, and also Barnaby Noble from Band Royalty. I'm your moderator. My name is Scotty. I'm the co-founder of Ora-Ora Partners. We are a blockchain advisory firm. We have been quite fortunate to advise over a dozen different celebrities and entertainment companies around the world on NFTs. I'm also the co-founder of 101, which is the NFT social platform. But I want to open the floor up, give you guys an opportunity to kind of quickly introduce yourself. We're going to start this panel by also asking some generic questions, kind of your view, your experience with, how NFT has been for you. And before we dive in a little bit more details, and I'd love to hear more about your experience and your vision and how we can move the NFT industry forward. And that is the goal of the panel. So first, Benign, would you, just introduce yourself a little bit? Let us know who you are. I know you very well, but
yeah. All right, my name is Alex, and
my name is Andrea.
Yeah, we're brothers, and we've been in the music industry for almost 10 years now, and we actually entered into the crypto world almost 4.5 years ago, right before the first huge Bitcoin rise. And after that, it's been a love and hate relationship. And yeah, and now NFT arrived, and I think we discovered them not
Couple
too
of months
late.
ago.
Yeah, not too late, because we're still in a very early stage. But yeah, I would say 4 months ago. And as soon as we realized the potential of them, we say, yeah, we have to do something with NFT, because they have so much power. And yeah, it's a super interesting project. But still, we're in a very early stage, and I think it's really important to not make mistakes and use all the benefits that this technology can provide to the music industry, which is already a very messy world. And yeah, so let's just bring easy things and do not complicate the music world more than how it is already.
I agree. Barnaby and Noble from Band Royalty, would you mind just giving a little bit of an introduction of what you guys do and how you guys come to learn about NFTs?
Cool. Well, great. Thanks very much for having us here, everyone. And so my background is I'm a technologist over the last 25 years. So I don't come from the music field. I come from the tech field as an entrepreneur since the mid-90s. And I pivoted and moved into blockchain. First off, just from exploring it from a decade ago when Bitcoin first came out, and then increasingly and eventually setting up a blockchain consultancy firm. I was invited to speak at a lot of conferences, including the World Economic Forum over in Davos, spoke at Harvard. And at some of those conferences, that's where I met Noble. And so it's been really great since then. We started working on a number of projects together, actually inventing some games, because Noble runs a game development company. And in that space, when we were working on that, we because of my background in blockchain, we were looking always at how to take the projects we were working on and moving them into the blockchain. And eventually, because also of Noble's background with music, we realized there was a big opportunity here with NFTs, because we actually in the last year had worked on a couple of other NFT projects together in the gaming space. And so from that, we cut our chops on NFTs, saw the power of them, had some early successes, a lot of fun building our community and looking at the game dynamics of how to use NFTs. But then, with Noble's experience in the music, we saw that there was an opportunity actually in looking at reinventing how music royalties specifically could be done. That was the inspiration. And so from that, we're not actually launching, we're not musicians as Vinay and the others here, but we're actually launching a platform that's very exciting. And let's hear what Noble has to say about it as well.
Yeah, so I started out with my first music label with Private Eye Mercury, which became eventually Private Eye Universal Group, almost 20 years ago. So we were interacting with people like Tupac and Death Row, and way back when we started evolving in the space. And I've always been on the business side of buying and selling both music royalties, making advances against streams of income, whether it's mechanical rights or performance royalties. And it's a really, Vinay said it best just a moment ago. It's a really messy industry.
Extremely messy, I would say.
Yeah, in order to try and get your money, right, to get paid. You're talking about, these guys are killing it 100% on the streaming, but you have someone like Pharrell who did hundreds of millions of downloads of Happy, and then he gets paid like a few $1,000, $6,000. When you're talking about an industry where if you sell a record, it goes platinum when you sell 1 million. How does it that someone can do hundreds of millions of downloads and listens, then turn around and only get a few $1,000s? So it's a very unequitable industry, and Barnaby I've had some serious conversations with both ASCAP, which is a company that collects royalties recently. We've had serious conversations with Sony Orchard, which does distribution deals for a lot of indie labels. And for us, the way we look at it is very simple. We wanted to create a platform that finally taught fans how their favorite artists make money. No one really understands the royalty business. They don't understand mechanical rights. They don't understand sync rights. They don't understand performance royalties. And part of the disconnect for fans is because they don't understand that, major corporations have succeeded in cutting them out of the biggest part of the capital, which is the royalties. You know, when you have someone like Bob Dylan selling his royalties for $300 million, you have a group like Hypnosis going out and just revitalizing their catalog and showing that their catalog is worth an additional 10% or $2.2 billion. You have all this capital, but for some odd reason, it's so aggregated in the companies, and the artists are not fully fulfilling that part of the profit stream, and the fans don't have an idea. So our platform was always designed to create NFTs to give fans a direct access to share in the royalties and to be able to understand how their favorite artists make money in the industry. And hopefully, at the end of the day, give a direct line and eventually just eliminate the major labels in the first place. Let fans share in the copyrights, let fans share in the income streams, let fans share in the revenue. And by doing it that way, we start getting a better symbiotic relationship. Basically what DeFi is always designed, or what blockchain is always designed to do, eliminate the middleman.
That's fantastic. And that's, am I pronouncing your name right? I apologize.
Yeah, it's my fault.
Yeah, and you know, I look at your business and your platform is incredible. You guys are providing analytics, you know, for different sectors and artists. Give us a little bit of background. Tell the audience, you know, who you are, you know, what you do, and how did you come about with NFTs?
So yeah, our company Vibrate.com deals with music analytics. So we analyze about 500,000 musicians, including Vinay. We analyze about 1 billion data points for streaming sites, social media, e-stores, ticket providers. And based on that, we can then create all kinds of different popularity charts, analyze how people are doing on Spotify, Beatport for electronic music artists, all the social media that we get. And so it's picture us like as an IMDb for musicians, but with loads and loads of data. And each of the artists get their own analytics dashboard. And then in this dashboard, you can track your career. You can see how different factors are influencing your popularity. So if you have a new release, you can see how that release influenced the engagement metrics, the audience growth across different channels. Or if you have a tour, you can see if you got fans in different areas in the world and so on. And my background is actually in music management. So I've been managing one of the best techno DJs in the world, Umek, for the past 12 years. And he's also one of the co-founders of Vibrate. And he was actually the reason why we started the company, because we were just throwing money like crazy into his profile and advertising without even knowing how this shows in his popularity. And that's why we created Vibrate. And during our time, we successfully launched our own token, VIB, which is listed on Binance, Bittrex, OKX, Uniswap. Raised 10.7 million, sold it out in under 5 minutes. And then we use the token to fuel the growth of our platform. So people who were adding new profiles were earning tokens, or people who were editing the information on a website were earning tokens, because everything is crowdsourced. And so finally, in the NFTs, we launched, it was about a month ago, a first live gig NFT for Umek. So the token was actually holding the booking contract. So whoever bought the token now has the right to have Umek come to his place and play a set, whether it's a festival or a private party, whatever it is. But we use the NFT because we wanted to do a live performance, wanted to transfer it into a tradable commodity. So now you can hold the token and cash it in, have him play at your event, or you can hold it for 2 years, maybe sell it to Ultra for 10x the price when events get back after the pandemic. And the token actually got already sold once for a higher price. So now we're waiting who's going to be the one who's going to prove that they hold the token and they want the event to happen.
Great. So, you know, one of the fascinating things that, you know, I have been, you know, experiencing NFTs, you know, I'm the least entertainment person here, you know, you guys are all expert in your respective fields. You know, I came from a finance background, and I look at NFTs starting 2020, so a year ago. But speaking with different artists and different industry leaders, what I've found is I believe music and entertainment industry will be a key role in driving the next wave of blockchain adoption. We have seen a lot of adoption and attention into cryptocurrency trading tokens and things like that. But I think from a technology adoption perspective, what's fascinating is in the entertainment world and in the artist world, they're very, very interested to learn about blockchain and how to incorporate blockchain into the business model to really enhance and change the existing way of doing things. So that's very encouraging. So that's why we came out with this panel. I think music and entertainment industry is really one of the most important sector for us to apply blockchain onto. I'm very happy to hear what you guys share in terms of your vision and how you guys came about NFTs. I do want to know more about, I think the audience also want to know more about how you guys go about executing. The vision is great, but there's a lot of bottlenecks, right? I want to start by Vivienne, right? We work on, a project together, with your experience, tell us a little bit more about how you come about in designing your first NFT, what you learned, and how do you think NFT can kind of enable artists to offer more value, offer more interaction, channels, or offer more creativity value for your fans?
Yeah,
let's start with that.
Yeah. I think that's it will be a very, very, very helpful point for all the independent artists, which they might struggle getting money from anywhere, because if you don't have already some major support from labels, or let's say you already have a very huge fan base, that's one of the main struggle of every new talent who wants to jump in the DJ or, let's say, dance music world. It's that there's a very, very, very huge gap between people that can say that this is their job, who help them pay bills, or it's just a passion for the moment. And NFT, they might be one of the point that if done right, they can really help those guys to do the next step into gaining attention from labels and support in terms of pure money, and strategically growing their profile 360 degrees everywhere. Because when an artist is already established, I'm just gonna give you a straight point. If, let's say, someone quite big in the industry has not too crazy contract with the big label, but a nice contract with the label. If in the contract, there's a part of the contract that say that artist is related to the label in every phono, mechanic, or creative content that the artist create, or with the artist's name on it, or whatever, that still has to pass through the label. So in this case, the artist will have the same issue that we talked about before, about Pharrell earning 6K from I don't know how many millions of downloads. Yeah, so that will be the same situation. But if an artist is, let's say, free, then everything goes to him. And so I think it will just work the best for independent artists, or artists that they have their own, structure, compared to artists that they already established, or they have a crazy contract. Maybe someone of you there's one part in the book of the management of Michael Jackson, and in that book they show the contract that Michael had with the label, and you have no idea how many restrictions that contract had, and basically everything has to pass through the measure. So yeah, they might be. Yeah, when everything has to pass through major, I mean, you just have to, it's the same story. So you can call it NFT, you can call it, yeah, it's always the same story. But again, if someone is free, and let's pick, for example, the example of Browne. He was very successful, and I think we can consider him a very, very, very good example for all the newcomer people that want to jump into the NFT world. As far as I know, he's independent, so everything goes to him. In one click, he can collect every income that he made of his creation, and that's probably that's just the best thing that anybody can aim before releasing an NFT. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And you also have the control about everything. So you can choose the promotion, you can choose the creative content, you can choose the title, you can choose the font, you can choose just everything. Exactly. Which is something that you have to think about when you have a deal with the devil,
Yeah, it's very important. It's very important to make sure we have a good product, right? I think.
Oh yeah, product is essential because you cannot sell fried air. You have to sell something. You have to sell something that people, as we spoke with Scott a few weeks ago, we're now realizing that people, they might be interested into having not just something that they can show with the screenshot on their phone or on their laptop, but something that they can touch with their hands and they can maybe use every day. So yeah, that might be the next step. Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know if you guys saw it. I think it was a news that went viral, but an house has been sold via NFT in Ukraine, I think, a week ago. And this is just crazy. So yeah, it's a world of unlimited ideas, unlimited possibilities, and the creative aspect will probably always win, I would say.
Exactly. I think so. I've talked to a dozen artists, and at the beginning, I think a lot of people are thinking NFT, considering NFT as a product. And the way I explain to them is NFT is really just the packaging layer that wraps around the product. You can't expect to tokenize an NFT anything to sell. You have to make sure what kind of value you're offering. And you guys really understand that NFT is a technology advancement, right? You guys are thinking about how to use that from like what you mentioned, the royalty perspectives, from a fans engagement perspective. How do you connect with the real world? Maybe a backstage pass, maybe different ideas you guys are thinking about. So I really respect that. So on that note, I do wanted to ask Barnaby and Noble.
There's one last thing that I would like to say, just very short thing about the music related NFTs, is that well, one day we might also have to think about how labels can use the NFT portals or websites or whatever you want to call it to reach the people. And when I mean reach the people, I mean get the music on the phone of the people in their headphones. So that's something that we still have to fix, I would say, because as music NFT are set up right now, I don't think they're still ready to be mainstream. Yeah. So I think we still need the iTunes stores music related NFT or the Spotify of NFT. I think this is there might be in the next chapter in this story.
Absolutely, connecting to the real world and putting the NFT into practical use.
Barnaby,
right. Can you tell the audience a little bit more? I mean, you share your vision. You talked about how you guys want to tackle and improve the royalty collection. Business model. How exactly are you guys leveraging non-fungible tokens or the blockchain per se to help with that, to implement that execution? Can you give the audience?
So I mean, I guess I'll answer really quick. The reality is we let people become almost music moguls and music business people with 1 ETH, and that allowed them to access music royalties that we just wouldn't acquired. So while Vinay hit it nail on the head. You can't, Justin Timberlake, Beyonce, Jay-Z, these guys are all tied into these different contracts that have locked them in where they can't really just jump into NFTs. But the funny thing is music royalties are sold almost like baseball cards. You can pick them up at any given time from different people. And so you can get writers' rights, you can get publisher rights, you can get all these different rights that these artists are attached to. So when we debuted, we debuted barely a month and a half ago. We've already sold out over $1 million in NFTs. Our top three sold, which were unique because we attached them to art as well. So we attached them to unique art. Plus, we gave people the opportunity in the future to stake those NFTs against royalty streams. And we sold our top one for $100,000 and the next two for another $100,000. So we sold over 200,000 just with 3 NFTs for our top level unique NFTs. And then we sold several hundred more of our other NFTs because we had 8 rarity levels. And what that did was it proved that the fans really wanted to access these royalties, but more importantly, that the fans didn't really understand that you can go out and acquire music royalties, that you can buy mechanical rights, you can buy streams of life of rights or 10 years or any of these things that have been happening behind the scenes in the music business world for years. So we already own a performance rights catalog where we have songs from will.i.am, we've got songs from Timbaland, we got songs from Justin Timberlake's 2020 Experience album, because the writers on that, they get tired of getting paid peanuts over the course of years, where they would rather just take as much as they can in a lump sum up front. And so we've got all these famous artists singing different songs that are already in the beginning part of our catalogs, and we're adding more and we're accumulating more. So it's a unique part of the business that people didn't understand. And when we sat down and designed this, the goal was to be able to make this available to anyone. So when we designed that our NFTs were 1 ETH, it was like $1,500 for Ethereum at the time. During our explosion in growth, Ethereum went up to 4,000 and it's kind of settled down around the $2,500 mark. But there's nowhere else you can go to be in the music business and understand how you can acquire royalties for $2,500 and now have access to being in the business side of the music royalty business. And so we're really excited about that because one of the things that I'm afraid of is that a lot of musicians, nobody on this panel, but look at NFTs as the next CD or the next tape deck or whatever, and that's really not what it is. It's a technology, like you brought up, Scotty, that is a layer that allows us to prove chain of custody and to bring people into the club to show that these people are our tribe. And the way that we've done that is we even created a whole entire music mogul club where we're going to start giving people access to special events and tickets and etc. Once they buy our NFTs, and they'll be able to participate in all these things. So we really just flipped it on its head. What did I leave out, Barnaby? What do you want to add to that?
Yeah, we wanted to bring the innovation around the actual business layer, like the matrix layer of the music industry, which few people understand. And so with that in mind, we purchased the first catalog, and it's just the first one. So we have a very low cap on the number of NFTs. And this first series is only 3,000, and there'll only ever be a maximum 12,000. But we're going to keep growing the music library, the catalog. So the point is to give people the opportunity to come in on a growing catalog of big name artists, like we've already, as Noble was saying, like Beyonce, Timberlake, etc., Jay-Z, and many others on our catalog. And we're going to keep growing that. And so there'll be this multi-million-dollar music royalty catalog that a very finite group will be actually earning the streaming on. Now, we're also going to be opening up a fungible token that will further expand upon that. We have a whole roadmap that you can see on our website because we also want to create a launch pad for musicians. And we're having musicians already contacting us saying, hey, can we just the ones that aren't locked into very specific contracts, like Vinay was saying there. So the ones that are more free, where they can come to us and they say, well, maybe we'd like to do our next album. Can we do that there and have a direct relationship with our fan base and give them something different this time? Not just give them the music, but actually maybe they could actually have some of this streaming royalty income. So that's why we called it band royalty. It's actually a combination of our names, Barnaby, Anderson, Noble, together as band, which is obviously musically related, and then band royalty being the platform, so that at the beginning, we're launching just building out a catalog that anybody can participate and earn on, a very good catalog. But then musicians, they can come on and essentially launch. We'll have a launch pad. We're looking at bringing innovation, and we don't want to make it too complex. We just want to give people something. It's already complex enough. We want to that's why we're launching with this relatively simple offering, and just to get things started. And so that's where but we do feel that there's a lot of bottlenecks and a lot of inequality and in the music industry that we really want to make a difference in cleaning up. And we've already been on some of the receiving end of that, on some of the big players coming to us and, trying to squeeze us a little bit, and that, we're ruffling feathers, likes of, we don't want to say all their names, but basically they're certainly letting us know that we're stepping on a few toes, and who do you think you guys are? Like, we own the music industry, etc. So we want to help move it forward for everyone.
Yeah, it's been a very unique roadmap, because I've been on the back end side for a while, but this is the first time in which I've actually shared this ability with just standard people, that you can own individual songs. And these songs that you own are sung by famous multi-platinum artists, and people don't realize you can do that. You can be a publishing company. And so the moment we've been exposing this out to the audience, and we did our launch, and we've been putting it out, we've gotten, we've gotten ire from some major names, but they can't do anything about it, because we're doing everything above board and legit, but they can't believe that we're actually sharing what we're doing with regular people, particularly crypto people.
Well, you guys are offering field access, obviously, and also I think you guys are also collecting royalties where, it's revenues that are coming from globally, I'm assuming. So that's something that's incredible. I know it's not easy to even kind of manage and calculate. So I think that's incredible. I think as a...
I would like to add one thing regarding the collecting royalties that maybe people that are not in the business, they don't have idea. But sometimes for collecting royalties, for some product, for some territories, it might take up to 3-4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
So with this technology, you can just get in like this. Just
exactly
collect your money.
I do want to say something. I do want to move on and give some time to Sebastien as well. From Vibrant, from your angle, can you tell us a little bit more? How do you incorporate NFT to smooth out your process to what you want to do from an analytical angle? Are you seeing any good trends? Are you seeing anything that's special you want to share with us today? Are you on mute, I think? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So yeah, the trends regarding NFTs right now aren't great. So we're already past the peak, but from a technical perspective, this is a good thing, because now everyone wanted to jump on a train and earn some quick buck. And now when everything kind of settled down, I think that all is going to be left is the use cases that actually bring value. And in our case, the vision has always been to create a marketplace for musicians. So like an Airbnb for musicians. So you can go on a platform, you can use our filters, you can use our stats to filter out who's trending, who's available for your event, and then you can book them. And the booking process in our vision was through blockchain technology. In NFT, the one that we just sold a month ago, is the ideal medium to sell gigs. So it's a new usage, and the advantages, as I said, the first one is that you hold the right to someone's booking, someone's live event, and then you can whether cash it out or sell it to someone. So you can become a booking agent, much like with band royalty, everyone can become a music mogul and holder of a catalog. In our case, everyone can become a talent agent. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that NFTs are capable, in combination with smart contracts, of keeping funds in escrow, which means that promoter pays for the event and the artist doesn't get access to the funds up until the event is over. And you can do this automatically with NFTs. So once the NFT is burned, so the artist shows up, the promoter burns the NFT, the artist gets their money. So both parties are protected. Sometimes, we used to do a lot of shows, and sometimes we had to pay 100% upfront, then the artist missed the plane. Sometimes they got drunk on the event the day before, and they didn't refund the money. They just gave us a backup date, which means that we had to reinvest into promotion, and vice versa. So sometimes artists, if they're not famous artists, they're not gonna get paid up front. So they're gonna get paid after the event is over. And sometimes promoters not gonna pay it. They'll say, "Oh, ticket sales were slow, people weren't drinking. How about a 30% discount?" Which isn't fair. But if you have those funds locked in a smart contract, then it's really easy. So they just get released. But yeah, we have right now we have a call open at nft.vibrate.com where you can sign up as an artist for the drop. So we can sell your gigs through our technology.
Fantastic. Well, thank you. We have 3 minutes left or 2 minutes left. I do want to just ask one last question. You know, in your respective field, you know, what kind of partners are you guys looking for, or what kind of people are you looking for to kind of enhance your business partners, or even people that want to be participating? You know, you mentioned royalties, of course, people investing. Manai, you probably want to engage with fans, and Dacia, you probably wanted to provide more analytics for different artists and leaders. Aside from the obvious, who, from a vertical or horizontal level, are there any people that you want to be connected with during this conference? You think it's worth partnering, have synergy on?
Well, actually, everyone on this panel is interesting.
Exactly. I was going to say, I want to talk to Vibrate immediately, because we want to add that component as to give people for our music moguls on our side.
I just added you a LinkedIn, by the way, so we're already connected.
I just want to facilitate that and look you guys.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody on this panel. Yeah. But the thing is, we want to create an experience for our NFT holders. We set out, it's only going to be 12,000 core NFT holders by the end of this. This first 3,000, we really want to give them that kind of founders experience that they deserve for being a part of what we decided to do. And that means that we want to be able to get access to concerts. We want to get access to tickets. We want to be able to send people. There's a lot of people in the music industry that we want them to share and enhance our audience as much as we can, particularly when we release the token side of it. Our goal is to revolutionize the industry, and it's by layering and having relationships with everyone in the DeFi project. If you think outside the box and you are a 100% non-vertical thinker, and you're able to open your mind to the possibility that no matter what, NFTs are not going away. Vajra said the NFTs have peaked. By no means. What happened was the scam artists have peaked, and the rest of us are going to continue to go to the moon. And that's a whole nother, that's a whole nother kind of concept. So the reality is, I'm very excited about this entire panel, about being a part of the DeFi project. And there's so many aspects of this: analytics, collecting royalties, all that stuff. I'd love to work with anybody who is just open-minded to be able to enhance what we're doing.
Yeah, I do see a lot of synergy between the panelists, obviously, even people that are outside this panel. You guys are selected to be on the music NFT panels, obviously, for being tied to the entertainment industry. And, I hope that you guys will have, more partnership going forward. But, on behalf of the DeFi Summit and everybody, we just want to thank you guys for what you do. What you guys do may seem, obvious to you, but to a lot of us that are listening in today are something new. And whatever you guys do are major steps, bringing some of the new beginners. You guys are influencing a lot of people because you guys are in the industry, and a lot of people are just listening and consuming your content. You are helping these guys on board and on ramp onto the blockchain from 0 to 1. So what you guys do have a huge, huge impact. So we just want to say thank you, continue what you do, and let's stay in touch, and we'll go from there.
Somebody more. Unicrypt Network is proud to be a major sponsor of the DeFi Summit. Unicrypt is a multi-chain decentralized tools provider already trusted by more than 3,000 projects. Our services cover liquidity locks, farming and staking tools, token vesting options, and a self-service incubation zone. The sustainable business model in place for a year allows community and partners to be rewarded from the ecosystem by holding our native tokens. Be sure to check us out on unicrypt.network.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, like we've had so much talks around the music space that, you know, I really think that these guys are kind of pioneering some of the next waves of it, especially for like all of the talks that we have today. Like all of these insights are really I would say really deep within the industry, and with NFTs and also how DeFi integrates into it as well. Is that with NFTs you can kind of unlock that. I would say with DeFi you can unlock that, you know, asset portion for the NFTs, in order for them to start, you know, accruing money, making it to where, hey, look, the producers are able to receive money, the artists are able to get paid, and kind of like their commissions as well. Kind of like shifting away from music, we wanted to kind of go into the next panel, which is going to be our NFT and fashion panel. So the evolution of culture of fashion in the digital first world. It's going to be moderated by Shira Lazar. Also, the speakers are going to be Emma Jane from Digitalex, Eugene Can from Matter, and also Drew Harding from Meta Factory as well. So it's gonna be a great panel ahead, and I hope you guys enjoy. We'll go ahead and get them into this call.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the DeFi Summit. I'm Shira Lazar. I am the founder of What's Trending. We cover social and digital culture. I am so excited for this panel right now. We have some amazing speakers. We're talking about NFTs and fashion and the evolution of culture and fashion in a digital first world. Joining me right now, please welcome Emma Jane McKinnon-Lee, who is the founder and CEO of Digital Axe, the pioneer digital fashion NFT protocol and marketplace for gaming, esports, and the metaverse. Thanks for being here, Emma Jane.
Thank you for having me, Shara.
Next up, we've got Eugene Can, a Hong Kong-based creative. Born in Canada, by the way. I'm a fellow Canadian from Montreal. Nice. And he is the former editorial director at hypebeast.com, which is really amazing. Most recently, Eugene co-founded Matter, an NFT foundry and agency in partnership with his partner Engine, which aims to help brands transition into this emerging and revolutionary channel. Finally, we've got Drew Harding, Meta Factory founder, and it's a community-owned culture studio and marketplace focused on the creation and sale of physical goods that celebrate crypto. So thanks, everyone, for joining us today.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
So I guess, let's start with, I guess, what is exciting you each in this space? Why was this a space that you wanted to get into? And specifically fashion as it relates to NFTs.
Yeah. I can maybe field that question first. So for me, like, you know, coming from media, like back around 2017, 2018, I started like looking into what was sort of the next generation of media, because coming from fashion media, I think there was a lot of things that were overlapping there. And I think that when you look at fashion as a whole, there's so many things that are very much on the pulse of just where culture is in terms of communities, what's sort of the zeitgeist of today. And I think that was the initial genesis and getting involved and getting interested. Fast forward to now, I think obviously there's a lot of things that have happened since 2017, 2018. We all kind of saw what happened at the beginning of the year and where we're going now going forward. I think that the introduction of a lot of new players and just the technology catching up in a way has really provided a lot of opportunity for us to like explore different things. I think even the stuff that we're looking at or we're interested in, or maybe things that even, let's say, 12 months ago were more of like, well, let's wait for technology to catch up before we are able to actually jump in and execute a particular vision or an idea.
Yeah, for me, I come primarily from the DAO space, working in Ethereum ecosystem for 4+ years now, full time. And it kind of happened to me from, doing the conference circuit. I one day woke up and realized my entire wardrobe consisted of swag from conferences and various like company shirts and project shirts. And we were actually out in Osaka for DevCon in 19, and we were talking about it, a bunch of friends staying at like a hacker house, the Metacartel DAO, and talking about like, we could do better. Like instead of the typical like plain shirt with a stamp logo, mainly promotional, we should actually start to highlight and pull culture into garments and fashion. And at the same time, around that time, NFTs were starting to bubble up, especially from like the artistic standpoint. And, we started to look at, well, we could actually give, these artists a new medium with apparel, with fashion, and have them extend beyond that. The idea of wearables had just started to emerge through crypto voxels and Decentraland. To Eugene's point, like it was kind of this confluence of like the tech has arrived and enabling these possibilities, as well as this, fashion and merch as being a really powerful vehicle for celebrating community and building community. Recognize like there's probably an opportunity here, and just like any other subculture, we could create an opportunity for us to like celebrate what we're doing, what we're building, and the rest is history, really.
So from my side, I'm a bit of a Web3 maximalist. I would say I really believe in like decentralization and just the principles behind it. And last year I became really interested in fashion, and particularly digital fashion, and was kind of looking at the intersection of, okay, where is this going for the future when we think about the metaverse, when we think about gaming, VR, just all of these kind of 3D immersive technologies. And the more I looked into it, I was like kind of twofold, like, wow, this is just 1000% inevitable. It's the future. And why isn't anyone kind of looking at it? And then the other side was really seeing that, which was really the fact that no one really is looking at it. And when they are, they're looking at more from the perspective of like a traditional advertising or exploitative model, where it's like, okay, how can we just kind of freelance 3D models of digital fashion, say, and then sell these to bigger brands, or have kind of bigger brands hire us, and then we put this kind of in an ad for the public. So it was kind of boring. And then when I was looking at it, it was really from the fact of, well, if metaverse is true, then fashion is so intrinsic to that. It's been around for thousands of years, and it will continue to be just part of our human nature. When we think about self-expression and identity, and how do we actually kind of individualize ourselves. And so from that point of view, and having kind of the background in Web3, it was like a very unique but essential crossover. And it was coming from the perspective of, okay, how can I actually build something in this industry that really promotes and supports digital fashion designers, that supports building an ecosystem for developers, designers, players to come together, and then be able to transact within this space and generate value.
That's awesome. I think that what's also fascinating is, people look at this like, oh, it's just virtual and NFTs. But what I find when it comes to fashion, you can mix in the offline world as well. So how are you each doing that, and how do you see that as being part of the future? Emma Jane.
Sure. Yeah. So, I love the digital side and purely digital, because I just do believe that the kind of flexibility and optionality of potentiality, and then also just where things are headed, there's a lot to that. And I think that it really hasn't been looked into or completely kind of mapped out. It's just about how many opportunities there are, not just from a design perspective. When you think about, digital fashion, you can do so much more with than just physical pieces. But then when you think about sustainability, streamlining supply chains, there's just a lot to that. So really excited on that side. But definitely the hybrid kind of digital physical side is interesting as well, because that's an onboarding route in a sense, or a ramp to how do you actually get the traditional fashion industry operating within the metaverse, or a metaversal ecosystem. And so that's something that we've looked into more recently with Digital X. We actually just launched our drip line, which is like a hybrid digital physical fashion line. and it's using NFTs as kind of the licensing and I mean, everything we do is open source, but as kind of this, how do we streamline licensing, rarity, and then authentication of the actual design point of view between the physical and the digital components. So we're breaking that down very much to a pattern level, rather than just thinking, okay, how do we replicate, say, a physical fashion item in a 3D digital model? So that's really the perspective that we're taking.
Yeah. If I could answer next, like I actually have a bit of a sort of different take to what Emma Jane said. I actually think that in general, I believe that a lot of the strength and adoption lies in the hands of like existing brands that come into the space. And that the reason why is not actually because of the underlying technology or anything like that. It's more so the business of building a fashion brand is not as straightforward as just design, so much as like everything that comes with it. It's obviously the brand, the story, the aesthetics, the continual need to just design. Well, how do I put this? Like the need to create clothing on a particular schedule. And I'm not saying a particular like fashion schedule, it's so much as like the actual process of continued creativity actually requires some sort of like existing structure around it. And I think that's why I personally find it really interesting to see brands come into the space who already are like, maybe, you know, on year one, they are a traditional t-shirt brand, right? And I think that what's important and valuable with that is that they're doing it and they have existing distribution. And the one thing that I was actually going to ask based off of your previous comment there, Emma Jane, was like, there's something interesting about the physical world where it is inherently sort of interoperable in a way where I can wear a t-shirt to the movie theaters, home, wherever. And I think that's the one thing that we've yet to really, I don't know how we're exactly going to solve it in terms of having that portability between all the spaces, but I think that's the one thing that is valuable in terms of developing this online offline relationship between the two. And like for me, I think that there's amazing things that are being done by sort of these digital native brands, but I also think that on the flip side, brands that already exist in the physical space have the distribution of being in a wholesale setup where they're in, you know, let's say 30 doors worldwide, 300 doors worldwide. And I think utilizing that as the on-ramp is my personal take on it. But I also think that depending on scale and size, like it really isn't any right or wrong answer in terms of how people build a brand. It's just so much like coming from my world of hypebeast, like I see these brands as sort of, in some ways, within the world of streetwear already on the cusp of sort of like innovation, or they've always been innovative. This is now an opportunity for them to kind of enter, but they can do it in a way that allows them to sort of enter from a different perspective.
Sure. Maybe I can just reply to this. I mean, I think it's interesting, but I agree that actually it's more the independent designer base that has a bigger play in when we think about the future. I really don't believe that bigger brands have a place so much. I mean, they do, but I don't think, definitely not with the current model. I mean, if you look at the current fashion industry, it's heavily weighted and asymmetric to one side, where it's like the top 20 brands or something. I mean, my numbers may not be exactly right, but the top 20 brands, they take like 80% of the entire industry's profit and revenue. And I think that that's the old model. That's the Web 2 kind of extractive, exploitative model where you have to have a brick and mortar store to classify as having like distribution channels. But I see the future where, you know, this is the whole thing. It's that we're all creators. And when we think about the metaverse, particularly built on Web3 and what NFTs and crypto and just the whole kind of Web3 ecosystem enables, it's all about miniaturizing these walls and these kind of gatekeeper models so that anyone can be considered a designer. I mean, I could go online now and I could say that I'm a designer because I am, in a sense, and I'm creating all the time, just like so many of us are. So I really think that that is more of the future. It's not looking at it from the traditional perspective of you have to be a brand because you know this or you know that or you have this behind you. And that's really what I'm focused on is how do you actually build infrastructure, which is like what you said, it's very important. You need to have infrastructure that can actually support that and create those streams. And that's where interoperability is incredibly important. And that's not just from a technical perspective of, you know, how do you actually port a 3D model that's built in one game engine into another and have it run seamlessly from animation point of view or reducing artifacts, but it's also how do you actually create incentive models. And again, why crypto is kind of so amazing for this is how do you actually create incentive models that can support an entire ecosystem of designers and developers to collaborate and work together from a purely independent basis as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I actually agree with you, Emma Jane, on this. I don't think big brands are the ones that will be the leaders or the winners out of this. I see how most of them are actually approaching NFTs generally, and they seem to be missing the mark in terms of like what these things really unlock and what the power of them are. A lot of the approaches, auctions, sales seem to be more money grab driven than culture inspired and culture building. I also believe that what we're doing in the Web3 space, and most of us who are like native to it, have a perspective on both the technology and the potential for this stuff in disrupting culture that a lot of these brands haven't even begun to like wrap their head around, at least from the Web3 perspective. You know, I'm a technologist. I've learned much about the fashion industry through kind of this work with MetaFactory. And, you know, to Emma Jane's point, the weakness in supply chains, the exploitation through those supply chains, the, you know, big brands basically lead the narratives, the luxury brands who pile together all their existing inventory and burn it up because they're so worried about scarcity. These things are just, our ethos from the Web3 perspective, where, you know, can we apply this actually to legacy fashion, both how things are made and produce, the supply chain, rewarding the various individuals along the value creation chain, including the garment makers, the pattern makers. And we've structured our entire approach, organization, project around this by acting as a DAO, right? So not only are we facilitating the ability for independent designers and creators to come in and work with us and take advantage of this opportunity, but they're able to directly participate in the upside and the ownership and therefore the direction that this brand takes. In a traditional brand sense, it's also typically very much about like, how do we control this narrative? How are we very specific about how we're perceived in the marketplace and what our users think about us? And for us, it's the direct opposite. Like, we're intentionally amorphous. Like, our logo is a changing robot face. It's intended to be, the values of which are intended to be directed and dictated by our community through proposal, through governance, through all these kind of mechanisms which we've built in. To the kind of original question too, we are physical first from a merch standpoint, and we believe that's actually really powerful. We think that it starts with something as simple as, that's a rad shirt. I want to buy it. I want to own it. And now I've received a token, which allows me to participate in the governance and essentially gives me a sense of ownership in this thing. I've now received an NFT. Well, what's an NFT? It's a digital wearable in a virtual world. Well, what's a virtual world? So although, yes, we're packaging everything around this idea of offering and selling merch, what we're really doing is creating experience and offering experience. And a lot of that is learning and discovery of what is Web3? What are all these nuances? What are all these tools and things that kind of interconnect and create that digi-physical bridge and the opportunity? So I think digital has probably the longer legs. There's more potential. There's a lot that we're just starting to learn what could be possible. But I think like the two interplaying, especially initially right now, in terms of building adoption and attention, are really important. And we've seen how the community just kind of goes crazy over like their favorite project hoodie or joggers or whatever it might be. And from just purely a subculture and community building standpoint, it's really powerful. Everyone wants merch, but no one really wants to go through the headache of doing it. So we kind of, that's the main thing we've done, is absorb a lot of that, like basically that cost and headache. So. Yeah.
It's so many interesting things here. I mean, when I think about merch, I think about how many industries, from musicians, you know, artists, brands, you know, take advantage of merch. How are you, I guess, getting the word out so that people who are in these spaces, maybe not the legacy brands, but are independent creators or people that really lean on needing these things, how are they finding these opportunities or these platforms? Like, how are, like, or are you just taking advantage of the niche communities right now? Do you not need to kind of branch out yet?
Yeah, for us, because we offer we partner with and offer drops from, you know, everybody from like Sushi Swap to Uniswap to independent artists to social community tokens or other DAO merch. It creates kind of this marketplace which so many different communities are discovering other communities and other projects because we're kind of like intermixing everybody. Also by the nature of kind of the tokenomics and how we do rewards distribution with our tokens to those communities. In some cases, those communities or brands will actually do their own token drop for everybody who bought the merch too, like Sushi did that. We can do token permission drops. So it's actually creating discovery of projects and other communities that wouldn't have actually been possible before. And we've been like very cognizant of doing that and avoiding trying to do kind of like our own brand stuff. We have some of that stuff coming now that like MetaFactory can kind of stand on its own, but it's really like, we see ourselves as helping to empower and build those communities and as like an amplifying force for maybe a marketing initiative or a drop or whatever it might be. So, and then, you know, the incentive model behind it kind of aligns us in this positive sum kind of collaborative game, which is we've found to be a lot more beneficial and the upside much greater than the competition kind of legacy opinion and carve a moat and protect your brand kind of thing.
Yeah, for us, so we operate, I mean, when we started, it's really about reaching progressive decentralization. Digital X, it's a startup. I mean, we kind of work crazy hours and all around the clock. But I guess to your point of like, how do you actually kind of promote or even onboard designers or even get them to understand, okay, all these crazy new opportunities and what does that look like? When I first started, and I mean, we started with as like a drop as in terms of an NFT drop for digital fashion designers on our marketplace. And I reached out to all these designers that had no idea about Web3, nothing about NFTs, crypto, Ethereum. But when I reached out to them, I didn't actually tell them that what they were kind of creating was for an NFT platform, because trying to communicate to them at that time, this was like September last year as well, when there was no NFT rush or any history like that. It really didn't create any value for them, or for them it was like, okay, well, why does that matter to me? And the interesting thing was then after the drop and kind of the success of it, they all started becoming completely obsessed with crypto and Web3 and decentralization, saying, wow, okay, this really now has direct value to my life, to my sustainability, to where I kind of want to go. How do I actually level up and differentiate myself in this environment? So I think it's really the same thing. It's kind of at a stage where it can't just be like an overnight solution where you just come in and expect people to really understand, okay, or this is valuable for me, or this is why I should start interacting with this ecosystem. It's more about operating in a bit more of like an open bazaar and over time progressing to be able to deliver value to them in a way that they can actually, for lack of a better term, but really eat it in a sense and understand, okay, well, this is exactly why this matters to me, or why I should be dealing in crypto, and why the current model is, you know, completely wrong and extractive, and there's better out there that exists, and I can actually go down that pathway. So yeah, I think it's kind of a catch-22, that question, because we can try and put it in front of people as much as we want, but at the end of the day, and I think this is why NFTs are so revolutionary, because it wasn't just some complex DeFi financial mechanism, but for the first time it was like creators were actually seeing, okay, I can interact with Ethereum and with the blockchain and start getting direct value from that. So yeah, I think it's kind of a process in that sense.
Could I ask you guys a question in terms of like the overall openness of it? Is that at all detrimental when you just sort of open the gates to everybody at the very beginning and there's like just an onrush of people coming in, or versus like being more selective or whatnot?
So, okay, yeah, go ahead. No, I was going to say,
I actually think it's a lot more, sorry, I actually think it's a lot more powerful. And the reality is, like, I actually think this is why it's really important to operate as a DAO for these things, especially when we're thinking about creating this open creator economy. That it, you know, because DAOs equate to many different things, but the biggest thing is transparency. So it forces you to be transparent with the members and the participants of the DAO, but that also forces you to be transparent with the market and everybody else who's participating, even if they're just a consumer. And the reality is, like, when you're starting off, you're facing the 99-1 rule, right? 90% are going to be passive observers, 9% will maybe kind of casually participate, and 1% is doing everything. And this is typical of traditional internet communities, Web 2 like thinking and legacy problem challenge. But yeah, I think there's just an opportunity here for us to provide more to our community. Like, we see it as like an evolution of a lifestyle brand. Like, someone throws on Nike or Lululemon because they identify as being an athlete, and they're like expressing that by just wearing this brand. Well, let's evolve this from a passive participant and consumer to like an active one. And so now this person actually has a way to have a voice and participate in the governance and instilling values and whatnot. And as people start to see what that means and what that equates to in terms of their independence, the potential upside, the value they can earn, the ownership around this thing that they're helping to build, they can earn, the mindset starts to shift and the participation starts to pick up. So we're starting to see this really like accelerate in a substantial way at MetaFactory, where we're onboarding brand new designers and technicians and ops help and all this stuff. And it's great to see. There are definitely organizational challenges, and we're trying to figure these things out as we're building them. But you know, I think it's a problem worth solving, and I think that there's more opportunity and upside than potential negative of doing so. You know, like, obviously coming from the DAO space and perspective, I really believe this is the future, and a lot of what we're focused on at MetaFactory beyond, you know, digital fashion and NFTs and everything is really trying to rethink the future of work, and through that, the future of brands and what these things mean.
I can kind of speak to that as well. So I mean, definitely, I mean, like I said, a decentralized maximalist, but I do believe that sometimes there does need to be like a progressive decentralization. It can't just be like going into an open bazaar to start with, because that can have caveats, and particularly when it's a new community, if you rush it or it's done in the wrong way, it can end up backfiring completely or destroying what you actually set out to do. It needs to be kind of protected and supported in some sense. So, I mean, that's how we did it, is a progressive decentralization approach, and we're still on that roadmap to like complete and full like DAO decentralization structure. And I think that that's been really positive for us in terms of how we've been able to kind of operate as a cathedral in a sense internally, but still maintaining as much transparency as we can. When we do release like monthly transparency reports and everything's on chain, but at the same time, knowing that there does need to be a pilot kind of in the lead and to ensure that it doesn't kind of just dissipate, that there is a movement forward, because like Drew was saying, there is that evolution from like passiveness to an activeness. And at the start, it's really important. I think how I see it is not to be like overly have time anxiety or anything, but there is a time pressure that we do need to move fast. And for that to happen, working in a smaller group sometimes to then like iterate and get things out faster and set the right roadmap and course and infrastructure that then others can come and build on. That can't just be completely decentralized. There has to be some concentration of focus within that.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I feel like Eugene, has your focus been more with the bigger brands or companies that are trying to get in the space and kind of acting as a incubator for them? And what have you seen in terms of the opportunity and challenges?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot of underlying sort of like nomenclature, even just semantics, right? Like, what is a big brand? Like, when I think big brand, obviously we could use a Nike and Adidas, but there's also, I think, that sort of middle tier of like owner operated brands that I think kind of like emanate from the world of streetwear. And I guess my pushback is that in general, like, I think that when it comes to building that brand, I think that fashion itself is very core. I think there's a difference between creating a piece of merchandise that is reflective of the logo of a DAO or a project or whatnot versus like a fashion brand. And I think part of that comes down to inherently how you go and develop the social currency aspect of it. And I think that's the part that I'm kind of hanging my hat on. And I think that pushes against the way you guys look at it, in that, for better or worse, fashion kind of plays to the inadequacies of people, right? Like, if you look at why luxury fashion exists. It's kind of like tapping you on the shoulder, like, oh, the inadequacies is that. And we can all, obviously, that can be a side conversation of whether that's right or wrong. But I think much of that is derived from just sort of human behavior. But I think that the part that I see interesting is that as much as bigger brands or brands that come from an offline analog space are trying to enter versus being a digital first brand, I think that in general, it's more of a learning curve that once it's sort of like equalized, it's all kind of the same thing. And I think for them, it's like the value I see is the fact that they've had a brand with a built-in audience and community that people look to for trust. I think ultimately that's what we look at for brands is like trust. And I think this is also sort of like on the one side with Drew and Emma Jane, it's sort of the sort of Web 3.0 perspective. And then I have maybe a more like traditionalist, like, well, how do you build a brand and how do you like create something that is quote unquote desirable coming from the world of streetwear? And I don't think those two need to be like zero-sum games, either this or that. It's more so like how one side of the room is going to approach the development of fashion in their space versus mine. Doesn't mean that only one option is going to work or win, right? So I think that that ultimately is one of the most interesting sort of perspectives around it. So going back to your original question, I think that whether it is a fashion route or it's just the ability to kind of position a social layer on top of NFTs, I think that ultimately is where most brands kind of want to be. Like, I don't know if that many brands in themselves care about, I'm going to mint an NFT that has like a pair of sneakers that spins on a 360 spinner, right? I think it's actually a lot of stuff that Drew mentioned in terms of how do you open up experience for these people. And I had a call with like a big footwear brand today, and it was kind of like, I don't think they were that excited or interested on whether or not their shoes were going to be in the game, because they were more on the sort of environmental side, but they were just more interested in like, how do I create a sense of community and tie that back to performance and people enjoying life together. So I think that's sort of like how I see it.
Sure. Maybe one thing to your point, though, the only thing I disagree is that I don't think that big brands or brands automatically equate to trust. And I think that's what is interesting.
I did totally disagree, though. Like, why do you buy Nike, right? People buy Nike because they think it's going to help them run faster. They believe the branding or the story behind it is
sure, but I think that we're moving away from that now, though. That's the interesting thing, and that's what's so interesting about the infrastructure that Web3 enables, is that it provides transparency and trust for anyone. And this is why the independent designers within that ecosystem and framework, they have, I guess, much more potentiality to be able to establish their own brands, their own communities, or not brands, but their own kind of communities and reputations around themselves, and then back that up by code, in a sense, and transparent code, rather than today where it's really opaque. Like even Nike, trustworthy in what sense though? In a sense that they have stores everywhere globally, or trustworthy in that you really understand their entire supply chain and their mission, their values, and kind of their whole operating ecosystem?
I mean, I think that there's two different arguments there. The one side, I don't disagree. I think Nike, any big sort of multinational brand probably has some sort of dirt, underneath the carpet. But I think that when we look at fashion at its very core, I'm buying fashion because there's an expected sort of exchange of what I get out of wearing a swoosh on my chest, or I wear those, Travis Scott Air Jordans. Like, I think that's sort of the sort of like social currency that lies at the very heart of fashion in general. Now, how does that translate into, I think, the digital world is like, I think it's actually a little bit more difficult, because if it's a pair of Nike running shoes that has proven that, you could run a near 2-hour mile wearing these shoes, there's a sort of performative, like, functional element to it. How does that translate to the metaverse? Is probably a little bit more difficult, because it's almost purely aesthetical driven, or more driven on aesthetics.
But I don't think the social currency side is definitely right, but I don't think it's limited just to brands, though, being able to build that. I think that's very like a age-old way of thinking of, okay, well, I've got to be a big brand in order to be able to establish myself.
Well, I don't think big brand is the
small
exact
brand,
sort of
medium
perspective.
brand.
Yeah. I think there's some. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I think that ultimately it comes down to like the argument that I think we're both having here is like sort of the values that people want in brands, right? I think on the one hand, you have people that are more than willing to give up convenience for the sake of, or give up privacy for convenience, right? Or people that just actually are looking for something from a brand, and other people that are looking for ethics, like a very ethical brand. And I think that for better or worse, everything kind of be represented going forward. Like people will have different expectations from the brands.
I think a lot of people like wear a brand too because they think other people think it's cool. Like they wear it again. Yeah.
100%.
The social currency aspect, right? And like a lot of time that's within the purview of like some sort of a lifestyle. It could be athleticism. It could be gaming. It could be casual luxury, whatever it might be. And like, I'd argue that Web3 communities have some of the strongest communities, strongest ethos, values, and camaraderie. And really like all we're doing is kind of like merchandising that in a sense and providing an opportunity for them to now celebrate this subculture, which is so near and dear and all the values that come with it to us. Like, I really see it as no different than like the punk movement or the hip hop movement, where the fashion that emerged along with all the other artistic media was meant to celebrate that subculture. They weren't like doing it to become mainstream and sell their punk fashion to like, sure, these things happened and were co-opted and adopted by larger brands and whatnot. And then, yes, they become more like mainstream. But I kind of, that's how I see how we're looking at it from MetaFactory. It's like, we're trying to celebrate and promote this subculture and allow people to use this as a vehicle for like learning, understanding, and then hopefully subculture becomes culture, right? Also, to your kind of first point around like, slapping a logo on a shirt, like screen printing, shipping it out, versus, you know, the intricate supply chains and manufacturing production processes that these existing brands have, you know, they're stuck in a legacy mindset, and we're coming in from a completely different one, looking to like uproot and change these things. So we have a network of cut and sew fashion houses, boutique garment pattern makers. We're developing our own blanks. We can do everything from on-demand printing to embroidery to DTG to custom cut and sew fashion. I think 4 or 5 of our pieces so far have been completely custom ground up. So we're actually completely trying to rethink how these things happen and actually how we bring value to someone who, the garment maker or the pattern maker who created the blank, as well as the designer who created the design, as well as the buyer who bought it, and align all of them through, again, this governance token. And I think, you know, to the next step, like, can we decentralize production? Like, our end goal would actually be products that are ordered in Europe are produced and shipped from Europe. Ordered from the Americas, produced and shipped from the Americas. Like, these global supply chain, produce everywhere, ship around the world. This is not, it creates weakness in supply chain. It creates bloat. There's like, again, I think it's easy to obfuscate where the value is coming from and created. So I think, yes, they have that tradition and they have the history of like how production and keeping these things. But I think where we win is bringing fresh perspective and our ethos into this space from a completely different perspective. So,
but maybe, to add to that as well, I mean, I don't think it's not that within Web3 or digital fashion, hybrid digital physical, traditionally physical, whatever you want to call it, that the like principles behind why people wear fashion changes, because that's also human nature. And I don't think that will ever change. I mean, go forward 100 years and it will be the same. We'll be wearing fashion for a lot of the same purposes. Sure, some of it will become more functional, and there'll probably be like more stuff that we can do with it. But like down at the most intrinsic human nature level, those ideas of like, okay, repping your guild, which is very much like the merch side, and what you're saying is like a brand. But really my perspective is that, and why Web3 and this digital fashion kind of NFTs and everything, why it's so revolutionary, it's that it's not that traditional mindset where you have to tick these boxes to be considered a trustworthy brand, which is how the market is seeing it now. What you're describing is, okay, you've got to have this, this, and this, and then you're considered a trustworthy brand. But in this new environment, it's actually breaking down and miniaturizing those walls in a sense, so that as an independent designer, you can come in and you can leverage off an infrastructure and you can build to then be able to create your own kind of guild or quote unquote brand, but not in that traditional sense. I think that's really where the distinguishing line is. It's not so much that social currency that will change within why we wear fashion, but it's that those that can enter, it won't just be limited to like, okay, you've got to do this, or you've got to have this certificate on paper to be considered good or trustworthy by the market. I think that's really what the point is.
But I guess my argument is like, is that something that's not possible right now in the real world? Like, does it?
It's very
like,
hard. Very hard.
But I think it's also equally hard in both worlds, though.
I think the legacy mindset and framework, the tradition, the patterns, the like mental models, the physical models that already exist as a brand, established brand, medium, large, you're just going to follow the playbook, right? Like there's no why mess with something that's working well for you. And I think like fashion generally and legacy fashion is kind of overdue for a shakeup. And I think that this mindset and kind of where we're coming from Web3 perspective can provide that in a way that's got to come from outside in. I don't think with like, and this is true of not just fashion, but most industries, it's typically doesn't happen from within the industry unless they're pushed to do so. Like their patterns and habits won't change. We've seen this, like fashion's still a problem. Luxury brand waste and excess still a problem, right? So like there's no motivation for them to change. We have to create the motivation for them to keep up with us, essentially.
I love this. This is like the point of this, to have like a convo and different perspectives. So it's not like that typical Q&A. I love it, or panel. But I guess like as we wrap up, what do you each want to share? Where should people find what you're doing? What are you excited about? Like, is there anything you didn't get to share in terms of what you're up to before we go?
Yeah, I can go first. So where you can find us, actually our Discord channel is probably the best. So if you go on digitalx.xyz, and then you just scroll down, you'll find our social media links, and our Discord's where really at the heart of our community and where we're building a lot of stuff out. So if you're like a designer or not, really doesn't matter, just anyone who has a desire to dwell in kind of the hybrid between the digital or physical and fashion and the metaverse, then what we're building out is kind of some really interesting stuff. So I encourage you to join, and the best is the Discord. And then, yeah, I guess nothing too much to say, just that really it's exciting to be in Web3 and in fashion, because there's when you kind of are in it and that you see like how many problems there are in the current model. And I think that that's really the exciting thing around the current NFT rush, is that so many creators started realizing, holy crap, it's not just this one restrictive way. There's so much better out there, and I can actually start kind of taking that new roadmap. So yeah, I think the future is bright.
Eugene?
Yeah, I think overall, like, I really enjoyed this conversation because you had obviously two different sides that were kind of like not seeing eye to eye on certain things. I think that's obviously really important, because I want to know what perspectives or blind spots I have, and like, you know, maybe I am a little bit antiquated in the way I look at things, so much as like, but also I was thinking about it a lot of like, man, maybe I'm like misinterpreting like what the actual challenge is, because I'm looking at it more from a perspective of, regardless if you're in this space or not, it's like, how do you start to build a brand, right? But I'm very happy to share the stage with these guys and kind of like understand where they're coming from, their perspective. So for us at Matter, you can check us out at itsmatter.io, itsmatter.io, and from there you'll see all of our social channels and whatnot. You can follow us there. And I look forward to just like keeping in touch with everybody and seeing where we're all at in 6 months, 2 years, etc.
Yeah, definitely echo your comments, Eugene. Is great perspective. I think panels where there's difference in opinion and perspective are like the most interesting, and I'd actually would love to continue the conversation with you and like understand your perspective, because again, technologist first, coming into fashion, learning. So yeah, I think it's like the entryway causes a lot of that. I think at its core, maybe the real question here is like, what is a brand, right? And like what constitutes a brand? And I think like part of that kind of is being redefined to some extent as well. Or the whole point is letting it be constantly defined and redefined, right? So that's exciting. Yeah, and Emma Jane, great talking to you. Really excited to see what you guys are up to, and watch this whole space emerge. And for us at MetaFactory, the best place is probably also going to be our Discord. Come get involved, introduce yourself. If you want to get involved at a design, operational, whatnot level, all that opportunity exists as well. At the MetaFactory on Twitter as well is a great place to stay in touch with like what we're up to and or any drops that are upcoming and whatnot. And then, yeah, you know, what I'd say to people who are listening, watching, and interested is get involved in whatever way that it strikes your fancy. Especially like the DAO side and the communities that are opening or like providing an open path to participate and collaborate. Get involved. You might be hesitant, but I think there's so many places for people to, express themselves as creators, as non-creators, as developers, and you can really help kind of shape this stuff. We're still in the very beginning innings, and this is very nascent still. So yeah, you can put your hand, your thumbprint, your handprint on all this stuff and really reshape or shape rather the future of fashion and culture. So
awesome. Well, thanks again, Emma Jane, Drew, Eugene. I'm Shira Lazar. You can check me out at Shira Lazar everywhere. And thank you to DeFi Summit and all of you for tuning in and doing cool stuff. We hope that you're enjoying your time here and enjoy the rest of your day. See you soon. Bye.
Thanks.
Guys.
Bye.
OpenOcean is the world's first and leading DeFi and CeFi full aggregator for crypto trading. OpenOcean's algorithms find the best prices and split the routes to provide traders these best prices with low slippage and low gas fees, no additional fees, and fast settlement. The function is free to use. You only have to pay the normal blockchain gas fees and exchange fees for the trades which are charged by exchanges. So what does full aggregation mean? OpenOcean aggregates mainstream decentralized exchanges from public chains such as Ethereum, Ethereum Layer 2, Ontology, Tron, and is the first aggregator on Binance Smart Chain, Tron, and Ethereum Layer 2. All exchanges can be accessed from major wallets. OpenOcean also aggregates centralized exchanges and has integrated Binance's spot trading exchange as its first. The team is continuously aggregating more public chains, more decentralized and centralized exchanges based on users' needs. OpenOcean supports cross-chain swap transactions between different public chains. Users can withdraw to any chain from OpenOcean accounts. OpenOcean will support liquidity mining, aggregate derivatives, lending and insurance products, introduce its own combined margin products to support one-stop derivative transactions on various exchanges on wealth intelligent management services. The aggregator serves as a bridge connecting the isolated islands in DeFi and CeFi and aims to build an ecosystem that benefits all types of users in the current fragmented market. Everyone can apply their own investment strategies on various crypto asset classes, regardless of being a small individual investor or a large institution. It's built for everyone. OpenOcean has its own token named OOE, which enables users to participate in governance, liquidity mining, and enjoy benefits. What can you do with these tokens? Well, you get community rights. OOE holders have voting rights in the OpenOcean community. OpenOcean DEX users can enjoy gas fee and slippage subsidies in campaigns from time to time. OpenOcean offers OOE-related liquidity mining programs on various public chains such as Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain, Ontology, Tron, and Layer 2. And users with qualifying amounts of OOE tokens can enjoy membership which provides services such as premium taker-maker fees, trading fee subsidies, token withdrawal fee subsidies for centralized exchanges. Qualifying VIP members can also have limited free access to the SaaS automated arbitrage tool. OOE tokens can be used as margin in combined margin products to facilitate one-stop derivatives trading across exchanges or collateral as margin for lending. Stay tuned as we bring you more content and learn how to use our platform here.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks again I think that was an awesome panel, especially with the difference in perspectives as well too. Before we get on to the next panel too, just want to kind of remind everybody what's going on with the DeFi Summit bags as well. This giveaway, there's thanks to the sponsors, over $20,000 worth in prizes and NFTs and DeFi. You can go find it on bit.ly.defi bag. Give a shout out to Akash. Akash is providing 1,200 Akash, so it's about almost 3,600 or so, plus or minus, as well. So give Akash their decentralized D Cloud. Unicrypt is giving out 2,000 USDC. QuickSwap, they have 2,000 in Quick. Gala tokens as well as $1,000. Pussy Financial, give a shout out to Pussy Financial, as well as a Finance Vote, Launch Pool, L Pool, Mantra DAO. In terms of NFTs, Project Arc, they're doing something really notable. They are giving away 10,000 Earth is Not Fungible NFT token. It's really cool. They are making a difference through positive impact. So this is about social awareness as well. I think it's a really cool thing to get behind as well. Think about the pandas and the carbon emissions. And we just saw too with the Digital X as well. There's actually two bundles. There's the common bundle and the semi-rare bundle. And inside these bundles, there actually are like 5 NFTs inside each bundle too. So you got this Minecraft looking character. You got waifu over here. You got this cool gem as well. You can go take a look at it as well for this. This is the common pack. This is worth up to $1,000 worth of value. And then there's the semi-rare pack as well, which is more decked out NFTs as well. It has music too, so definitely go check it out. So this is part of the NFT giveaway. And then earlier today we had Gala Games did their Miranda's Exemplars announcement. They're giving that out to 5 of them. Again, all the NFTs, especially for everybody watching here for NFT Day, we're giving out all the NFTs out for the most part today, except we'll keep like a few for the very end, part of the grand prize that we're handing out as well too. Also, shout out to Edge the NFT podcast. They're helping us out with the upcoming production as well as for NFT Day, and they're going to give away a special podcast slot to Project. And we also have more prizes too, Project Morpheus. We actually have a few more NFTs that we're going to share as well. They're kind of rolling in too. So pretty simple. We're getting up multiple winners throughout the day, and then the big winner at the very end. So join in at DeFi Bag. All right. So let's continue on to the next panel discussion. So we already kind of covered NFT music, NFT fashion. I think now we're kind of going down into like the world of collectibles, and I'm excited for this next panel. We have obviously Michael as the moderator, but we also have Aavegotchi as well as AVM Capital as part of this next upcoming talk too. So let's get everybody in and get rolling. So.
Hi guys, welcome to DeFi Summit. This is going to be the value of virtual collectibles and NFT non-fungible tokens, and what does DeFi have to do with it? Now, I have two great panelists that are going to be on here today. My name is Michael. I'm going to be the personal moderator for this panel. We have Jesse from Aavegotchi and also LK Shelley from Affinity Ventures. So Shelley has over 21 years of international experience in the US, EU, Asia, and Japan. She has participated and transacted investments from 5 million to 900 million and exited a couple of ventures on her own. LK is also the managing partner of Infinity Ventures. Collectively, it invests in early stage mobile first startups, including technology platforms, media, digital media, entertainment, content, as well as mobile gaming. She has been a speaker and given talks in numerous major conferences and events, including TEDx, and topics related to blockchain. She holds an MBA and MS degrees from MIT. Also, another person on stage is also Jesse from Aavegotchi, also known as Golden Cross. So Golden Cross is among the earliest pioneering NFT product designs. Prior to launching Aavegotchi, Jesse co-founded Ethereum's first NFT minting platform, Mintable, and also created Bullionix, home for the first ERC 721 NFTs to be staked directly with ERC 20 tokens, including the DGX Gold. Jesse envisioned Aavegotchi through Pixelcraft Studios' flagship experience as an expansion of value-staked NFTs to break down the walls between DeFi and NFT. Jesse is dedicated to leveraging blockchain technology to create products that empower the individuals. Welcome, guys. Welcome to DeFi Summit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To kind of like jump into the panel discussions a little bit, Jesse or Golden Cross, sorry, would you be able to give a brief rundown of Aavegotchi to the audience?
Sure. So Aavegotchi is kind of the next generation in this idea of a crypto pet. I guess if we want to start there, a concept many here will already be familiar with, your crypto kitties, your blockchain cuties, those kind of crypto pets. And the difference with an Aavegotchi is that we're merging some of the stuff I've done on previous projects like BullionX, where we were taking value that's captured on chain and staking it inside of an NFT. So you have that collateral, plus you have the speculative value of the rarity of the particular NFT. So an Aavegotchi is actually, at its simplest form, a cute little ghost, right? The one behind me, cute little digital ghost that is 100% on chain, unlike a lot of the visual art NFTs out there today, and staked with Aave or Aava interest generating tokens. So it's like a piggy bank. This is an NFT piggy bank that exists 100% on chain as long as the we're on layer 2. So as long as that Polygon Matic network blockchain exists, these Aavegotchis are not going anywhere. They are 100% on chain, from the visuals to all the other metadata. So there's 10,000 of these little guys running around right now, and they have a lot of other interesting features that make them distinct from maybe a CryptoKitty or something like that, because everything's iterative, right? So I have a lot of CryptoKitties, I love them, but I started realizing certain things I wish my other NFTs had, like, for example, a proof of interaction. If it's a crypto pet, I should have some way to acknowledge or see that I actually have a reason to interact with it every day. You don't neglect your pets. And I was only taking my CryptoKitty out every so often to show a friend as a demonstration or to speculate and trade it on OpenSea. But with a Aavegotchi, it actually measures how many on-chain interactions you do with it. And you have to pet your Aavegotchi every day, or you're going to see your kinship score fall, and the facial expressions on your Aavegotchi will also change in kind. So it's really quite sticky, we found. It's a really fun feature, and the goal is that these are like, you're creating a bond with your Aavegotchi. You name it, you pet it, you dress it, and in the end, you end up getting so attached to it that you don't want to sell it. You actually have a new crypto pet in the truest sense. So that's kind of the high level idea behind Aavegotchi, and then the whole interest generating part is kind of like the cherry on top.
Excellent, excellent. And also, LK, would you be able to give kind of like a brief rundown of Infinity Ventures as well?
Yeah, sure. So thank you for having me today, and also a great introduction. So just give you a little bit of flavor. I and the firm started looking at the blockchain since 2016, 2017. So we sort of call it one of the spike, cycle in the blockchain industry. And we all know that it had sort of collapsed in 2017, 18, and now it's good to see that it's in full circle and going way, way, way bigger than before. So we actually looked at the sort of Lifty or NFT type of digital collectibles again in 2017, because we are quite connected with the mobile gaming folks, right? So I know the founder of Sandbox. Back in the day, they were still sort of evolving, right? They were still 2D mobile games, and then started looking at migrating to 3D and then putting on blockchain. And then, of course, they got acquired by bigger publishers too. So then they can really drive that big development. And then, but we didn't see what was coming was like the whole NFT, not just, collectibles, but really penetrating the fine art markets. So I think, starting from mid-2020 last year, there were a lot more, marketplaces came out, and then a lot of like artists getting involved in the marketplaces. So to me, those are not like exactly what like Golden Cross mentioning, right? There's no sort of a system behind it, right? It's really static. Some are digital artists bringing their artworks to the marketplaces, to the blockchain. Some are just really actually bring their own traditional physical art pieces to the blockchain. So for us, we feel like, I think it's it's really early. Like, I mean, all these marketplaces are actually not decentralized, right? And then there are still a lot of confusion per se, like what exactly NFT should be and would be for collectibles or also for art, like as a whole, right, for the creative industry. And so we are, well, at first I didn't want to get too active in the NFT space yet, because beginning of 2021 we felt there were too much noise, right? There were a lot of sort of Hollywood type of style investment. Like there's like, you know, the Beeple piece obviously rocked the boat, right? Like everyone, like our LPs or some of the wealthy individuals, wealthy family that we work with, they're not tech savvy, right? We talk to them about crypto market and all kinds of things about blockchain, but they were just kind of listening, right? They were into it. But since the beginning of 2020, because all these wealthy folks, right, like investors, they are art collectors. So they started listening to, I mean, actually, I sent them sort of like a report or something like, you know, like a boss joke type of analysis around the Christmas 2020. I didn't get too much of a response, right? Like, okay, it's cool. And but I told them the market was huge already. Like, start thinking. But then by February, I got lots of calls. Like I kind of like, I'm not sure. Like, you know, we really jump in that fast, right? Like the sentiment shift tremendously, and I was a bit like, I mean, I think that might be a wrong direction because everyone is calling. That means that it's too much noise, and then it won't be a good time to start jumping into it, right? So, but in any case, we feel like there are a lot of opportunities, and I want to see more something kind of like you know, the Avagotchi, right? It's like a lot more things you can do with the NFT. I love the NFT art space as well, but I think there are more innovation can be done there. It's not just putting stuff in the ledger and that's it, right? I think, for example, async art is interesting because they're creating the layer art platform to empower artists to collaborate and create layers, and then that is interesting. That's, you know, something not going to be just a GIF file putting on blockchain, right? So I think those are the things that we're looking at for time being.
Excellent. Yeah, I also wanted to kind of like dive into one of the topics that you've mentioned. So like, I guess I can ask Coding Cross this, like, with like, you kind of seen the expansive growth of the NFT and DeFi industry, and like, how has this affected the growth of like Avagotchis as like collateral?
Well, Avagotchis as collateral, yeah, that's something we're always pursuing. We've always envisioned the Avagotchi to ultimately be NFTs as collateral in general is something that's coming, and you're seeing iterations of that right now with some of the DeFi platforms. And yeah, when we got started this time last year, conceptualizing and presenting the idea for Avagotchi, it was always envisioned as DeFi crossing NFTs. Now that's kind of like, there's a lot of that out there. But at the time, even a year ago, that was kind of a fresh idea. And also, it can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So in our case, we said we are going to be taking collateral from Aave. And these things, what we love about them is how intuitive they are. If you stake, you know, you deposit link tokens on the Aave protocol, you end up getting the A-Link ERC20 token in return. And you don't have to push a button. They just grow in your wallet. Yesterday you had 1,000 A-Link, today you have 1,001. So we love intuitive products like that. And so what we saw, we could couple that with an NFT like Avagotchi. The timing was really perfect. DeFi was taking off. It was DeFi summer 2020. And then we had the kind of NFTs really hadn't hit yet. That wall that LK just described hadn't really risen yet to the extent we knew, but it was enough where there was a community of hardcore crypto artists and investors, and there was like those early there was enough momentum there to present the Aavegotchi idea to the crypto space. And we ended up doing a DAO ICO, so a DAO ICO initiative that it was enough to get the interest and get people on board to support this idea and fund the initial steps of it. So our timing with the market has always been very fortunate, like the right time for the right idea. And then the release and the move to layer 2, again, the problem became apparent when ETH gas fees spiked in January. We were about to launch our 10,000 Aavegotchis, and the community was totally in support of us going straight to Matic. So we were, I think, the first kind of major Ethereum project, at least with major funding and a currency circulating on Ethereum, to move over successfully to Matic, where we had over 40% of our circulating supply migrated, bridged across within 30 days. And it was because we trialed this kind of concept working with Matic and partners like QuickSwap to create incentives to get our community that was holding Ghost token to consider moving over. One-sided staking benefits, and also other staking on QuickSwap to earn the Quick token. All those kind of liquidity incentives were put into place. And another example, it's pretty much DeFi, right? So another example of DeFi and NFTs really working together to make Aavegotchi successful. So yeah, we've been very successful with the timing and also just reading the market and identifying needs and avoiding problems. So if we had launched on Ethereum like we were originally planning, I don't know where we'd be today, but that was definitely a bullet dodged, because nobody's going to pay $20 to pet their Aavegotchi. And so we're really happy where we are, and the community is thriving.
Yeah, like similar to like when it was DeFi summer, I remember gas fees were astronomical. It was like 300 plus Gwei, and then due to times of congestion, it would go to like 500. I even saw it like almost close to 1,000 at one time, and I was like, this is not sustainable, especially if you want to do an interaction with an NFT. And then like, DeFi summer was really, really kicking off, and, a lot of platforms were really building their infrastructure. And I guess for LK, like, how do you guys evaluate the investment side for like NFT collectibles and platforms?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question, right? So there are now, like I said, there are really a lot of sort of noise out there, right? Like, so I guess, we started looking at the mobile games, right, for quite some time. And then you think about it, there are so many apps upload to the Google Play or iOS stores. Back in the day, it was like, it was so much, right? So competitive. But building an app takes time, right? Even it's like a simple games would still take a while, half a year or longer. But now, like, if you look at the NFT drops on whichever marketplaces you name it, right? It's like, I don't know how many, like the magnitude, like the number, the quantity is just way more than even just apps, right? So I think that the whole sort of paradigm is really changed, and so that's why we started like at the end of the day we are very familiar with like financial products and such, right? So at first, I mean, DeFi is interesting, but we weren't sure like what would be the entry point for us, right? We did want to just look at DeFi as a DeFi, but now we're looking at like DeFi or adding DeFi components to the NFT. We feel like it's very interesting. And so when it comes to evaluation, I think if you're looking at, for example, specific sort of artists or creators, and then I think it's kind of a bit like investing in the people, right? Like if whether it's collectibles, whether it's NFT art, right? When I look at collectibles, maybe it's something like maybe lower tech than Aavegotchi, right? Could be just like CryptoPunk is not that low tech, but there are like now a lot of other collectibles like crypto apes, crypto whatever, like XYZ, right? So I think it's really kind of like look at how the team approaches, right? Like the people, and then and then like what sort of interesting idea around it, and then for us, I think we also recommend if you were just individual sort of collectors or investors, it would be better to look at a portfolio, right? So, or we also, if we want to really evaluate, right, we kind of look at it more like a network. So we had been investing in like social media platforms, stuff like that, right? At the end of the day, it's really the network that is valuable. So then we're like kind of working with like the whale community, right? So they amass, I don't know, huge number of NFT in their portfolios. So for certain folks who are not that sure how to invest in particular piece of collectibles or art pieces, then I think it would be nice to maybe invest in the social tokens, which encapsulate a portfolio of NFTs. So they invest in like NBA Top Shot, they invest like in metaverse and stuff like that, right? So that's kind of, I would say, what we look at. We like to invest more like, you know, I would describe it as like, you know, invest in the river versus investing into just one boat or ships or cruise. So once in a while we find like very amazing artists, amazing group, then we will sort of invest directly in them. Otherwise, like we are seeing some interesting new developments in other chain. For example, even Tezos. There is a new marketplace called HIC. It's a bit hard to pronounce, but that one is exploding organically. Like, you know, it was funded by a foundation, and then a lot of artists are backing it in a way that supporting it, minting their art pieces there, and then they're organizing a lot of community activities. So we wouldn't be able to invest directly in that particular platform, right? But then we are investing in more in the Tezos blockchain, for example. And but yeah, so I think there are a lot of different sort of criteria now that you can look at. But what really comes down to is like the network, the people, and I would suggest like really look a bit broader scope, not just one individual. Like, you know, I would probably like look at Aavegotchi as one network, and then would be something that could be worth to look into, right? Like, you know, CryptoPunks, it at the end of the day sort of created that network that now in the secondary market they accumulated more than 250 million in total, right? That's pretty decent size for 10,000 of pixel arts, right? So that is, I mean, to be honest with you, I think, especially for us or like for VC, for more institutional investors, that definitely rock our boat in a way. It changes our evaluation process, because a lot of these sort of NFT pieces wouldn't have exactly the individual, their own technical development, so it's a lot harder. But really love to see how DeFi will evolve, and yes, I love to see how NFT can become would have the intrinsic value that can be a collateral. Because right now I think a lot of times you can only generate yield by depositing the actual currency, right, to this DeFi protocol. But what if I deposit my Beeple NFT? Would I get huge amount of like sort of collateral value out of it, right? It should be, right? Because I think there's a secondary market, and Christie is sort of approving it. But I don't think the bank sort of structure, the banking system know how to evaluate that. So that's yet to see. I would love to see. And I've seen a few other platforms like Charged Particles. I don't know if you heard of them. Yeah. They are kind of like, you know, making it much more interoperable across the board, right? So then they can add charge your NFT with some of the interest-bearing assets, and that would be interesting to see. And I have a question, if you don't mind, just really jump the schedule a little bit. So Golden Cross, right? So you guys are, name your platform as Aavegotchi, right? So are you going to stick with only one protocol? Only one?
Oh.
Not compound, no someone else? I'm just curious.
There's some alpha coming out. No, I'm kidding.
We're good friends with Aave and have, when we first got started, we approached them and wanted to make sure, can we have the name Aavegotchi? Is there any issue there? And they really like what we presented because it almost encourages the opposite of degen activity. They're like, this is great. You're actually a savings account.
Why not? Yeah.
Good behavior. And so from there, we developed a great relationship with them. And I don't see us onboarding others anytime soon. Okay. That said, the gotchi part is kind of our nod to, we want this to not just be like a kind of scarcity meme where there's only going to be 10,000 Aavegotchis ever. Instead, that's the first generation. But we do see it proliferating and being a kind of more potential for mass adoption and crossing that chasm to the mainstream. And to do that, there might be other species of gotchis in the future. Mm-hmm. That's totally possible. We published a new roadmap about 6 weeks ago that really details out how we plan to get there. And for sure, we love what we're doing on Polygon and Matic. We love the Aave-centric aspects of Aavegotchi, but the brand itself has potential to be much bigger and cross chains and do all of those things. So, I can't say much about that, but for the time being, we're pretty cozy.
Okay. I mean, that's always trade-off, right? Now you're very focused, and I guess you will get a lot more critical mass by doing that. So down the road will be interesting. Yeah, add some other animals and other species to your universe.
It could be very well populated. So we have a metaverse coming in. There's a lot of room.
Yeah, like one thing I like that like you guys that what you built is like there's like the wearables and consumable side. Like, can you kind of like elaborate more on them? Like why you guys decided to make it to where you can add clothes to Aavegotchi, you can start feeding them, like having these consumables as well.
Yeah, so I was kind of obsessed with staking ERC20s into a 721 from an early stage, and then my co-founder Coder Dan, he was more obsessed. He was over there working with ERC 998s, and he was obsessing over this rarely used standard that lets you link composable NFTs. So the NFTs can all be linked together. So the parent NFT moves to a different wallet. All these other NFTs move with it. And it wasn't getting much adoption. I think the main reason is it's quite gas intensive to make that execute. And they're rather large contracts to write. But once we started realizing early on, like we always had a layer 2 plan because we just thought it'd be a 2-step. We didn't know we'd go straight there. But we said, okay, if we're gonna be on a layer 2 and the gas isn't an issue, maybe we could do this. And we actually reached out to the EIP authors of the 998 very early on. And that's where we got our CTO on board, Nick Mudge, who is the author of the 998 standard. And so we got him involved, and then he also uses the Diamond standard. He's the author of another standard that's getting really adopted now for upgradable contracts. We take advantage of both of those. And so all of that background said, it just made it a lot more interesting to have an Aavegotchi as the base layer. It's a 721, but all of the clothes you can equip to it, the wearables, are 1155s. So we just wanted to use every standard that exists. We just said, let's try to use all of them. And the end result is you have an Aavegotchi that's born with a certain rarity score generated from the Chainlink random number generator, their VRF oracle. It's born, it has this random personality traits, and then it has a base rarity score. When you put it all together, it says, okay, you're a 480, not bad. More than 500, you're really good. And then you say, okay, I can improve this though by equipping some wearables. And so you put the hat on, the facial beard, and next thing you know, you're climbing the leaderboard chart for having the best rarity score. And so that was really important to have this dynamic rarity. We're kind of obsessed with this idea that rarity shouldn't be a static thing. And if there's ways you can actually nudge your or make your Aavegotchi evolve over time, it'll make it a lot more interesting. Because petting alone isn't really a good reason. Like I'm petting it, if I'm just petting it to pet it, it's a chore. But if I'm petting it to cash in and earn something that I can cash in to actually modify my Aavegotchi over time, it gets a lot more interesting. So in that way, it's more like a traditional RPG or a Pokemon, where you're leveling up over time. We kind of have 3 verticals that you level up. So there's the rarity score, the kinship score, and the XP, the experience points. And they're each represent very distinct things we want our users to do, and we want to incentivize. So experience is if you're active in our Discord and you're voting in the DAO, you get airdropped experience points, not to your wallet, but directly to the Aavegotchi. And then same with kinship, you have to manually do that. You have to take care of it and interact with it daily. And then the final one is the rarity score itself with the wearables. So it's kind of, they all interplay. And what you end up with is a pretty complex organism that you can get attached to. That's kind of the idea ultimately. So I think that answers the question.
Yeah. It's interesting because
can
being
I just,
able to.
I know I shouldn't like hijack the conversation, but maybe if there's the time, I just wonder how you think of, I guess you guys are different than like NBA Top Shot or some other sort of type of collectibles, right? You guys have a little bit more gamified sort of experience, and then more interactive as well, because the way you guys approach it. But to a certain extent, it is similar to the Axie Infinity. So they started like creating this universe of kind of like creatures, and then but they got into creating properties like lands and stuff like that. I'm just curious, like if that would be something you guys would add on. This is personal.
Yeah, so first, Axie Infinity is awesome. They are doing an amazing job. They've shown the way on how to do a community right and how to continually iterate. They had about a 3-year head start on us, so we're definitely looking to them as inspiration. But I think there's just different goals ultimately. It's a different gaming experience, let's put it that way. It's like 2 different video games that could be a lot of fun each. So there is a land aspect or a metaverse aspect, which is what we're hard at work on now. Basically, the burning the midnight candle, just building out this metaverse. We've hired, I don't know how many, the team, like I basically have become an HR department. So we're hiring out Solidity devs, but also a lot of game developers, people from gaming backgrounds that are real game makers, and putting together a team that can realize the vision that we've put out in this light paper. And it's pretty exciting. So yeah, there's going to be parcels, a world for your Aavegotchis to live in, and kind of like what we did with the the Aavegotchi as an NFT that has all the bells and whistles we wanted to play with. Like this is what an NFT could be. I'd like to think that's what we're doing with the metaverse too. We're trying to create a metaverse that, in some ways, it's very simple. You mentioned going from 2D to 3D with Sandbox. We're going the other way. We're going to do a top-down 2D pixelated world that's kind of like Legend of Zelda with microdoses of acid. And then you basically have this opportunity to maybe do some DeFi. There's going to be a lot of DeFi aspects that have yet to be announced. But yeah, we want the metaverse to be something that's kind of living and breathing, if that makes sense. And we'll be chock full of NFTs and DeFi. So yeah, Axie's a great inspiration though, for sure. And I'd say like the NBA Top Shots of the world, they're doing another kind of route that I think is great for mass adoption. Ours is different in that we kind of are running to crypto. Like there's crypto, and if you're a crypto nerd, you're going to love Aavegotchi because yeah, you get to read on all the standards and oh, this is what you can do with that standard, and oh, I'm on layer 2, and you know, the NFT is a wallet; it can hold my coins.
Yep.
So we're kind of the opposite in that way, but I think both ways are necessary and both ways are very valuable and have a lot of potential.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Sorry, Michael.
No worries. And kind of like, and also kind of like some concluding thoughts as well. It's like, where do you guys see the future outlook of collectible NFT industry, and how can NFTs power a lot of innovation in DeFi? Like we've seen already kind of like Dapper Labs and you know, NBA Top Shots, and the NFT craze it's still here, and I really think that it's, you know, just beginning. And you know, me personally, I think there's a lot more growth that's going to happen within the industry, but I also want to hear like your perspectives, you know, being on the ground running and kind of like investing and also building these NFTs as well.
Okay, you want to go first or me?
Okay, yeah, sure. Well, I definitely would like and be very interested to look into more the DeFi components in NFT. And also, like, just now we mentioned about like how NFT, right, as an asset, not just, how it can be an asset that can generate yields in a DeFi protocol, not just like using the currencies to generate yield. and then we'll see how DeFi can change how the NFT distribution and the economy. Like for example, right now, most of the time, right, like selling NFT is a bit like the traditional e-commerce transactions. It's just like a one-off. You're selling your craft like on Etsy, and then that's it, right? Yes, there are a lot of sort of relationship building through the social media, right? For example, like Discord and all this that enable the collectors to connect with the artists, and then in a way supporting them, backing them to grow, and that would help the piece that you collected to appreciate value, right? So, but I guess we could go further, right? Just like how VCs backing ventures. So could the DeFi component be used in a way that can collector backing, right, funding this artists with ongoing funding, ongoing sort of revenue, so then they can sustain and survive, not becomes getting into this popularity contest, right? Like how many of them can be the next people, right? People is fantastic, but I think it's really hard to get another sort of 70 million type of transactions, right? So I think we really need to look at what is the underlying goal for artists to be part of this. And I don't want to take up too much time, but recently we saw this interesting model of the NFT dropped by the DJ Marshmallow. So they integrated with the Aave protocol. So instead of the collector will put in their money, but instead of going directly to the artist, the money will go to the Aave pool, the liquidity, and then it will generate interest, hopefully high enough to fund the artist on an ongoing basis. And then if at the time of sort of redemption, if the collectors want to withdraw the money, then 10% of the 5.8 million of bidding amount would go to the artist, and then 90% goes back to the collector. But then the NFT art piece will go back to the artist. So this is kind of very new, interesting model. I don't think is the final model. It can be evolved, and I would love to see more of it. And then again, I want to see how we can evaluate NFT and sort of give it a price tag, and then can go to the bank and say, okay, I'm running out of money. I want to use it to get a mortgage for my house, right? Something like that, right? Those are really good assets. I think we can do that with Picasso painting, but I don't think we can do that with NFT at the moment. So we want to see how the industry can evolve from here on. Thank you.
That reminds me of one of my favorite things of the Aavegotchi, which is a little bit more long-term. It literally takes time to make it realized. You can't just program it in. And that is actually having the Aavegotchi evolve over time. Like we were saying, now a lot of the dynamic traits are interesting, but you also have a very key feature we included called the pocket. So these are kind of like NFT wallets. They have a pocket in your Aavegotchi. And if it's holding Ghost token or other tokens, sure, you can transfer in and out, withdraw. But you also have your Aavegotchi can hold, we can deposit 1155 NFTs inside that are badges, much like a POAP badge, except it's programmed to be non-transferable. So once we deposit in, it's with that Aavegotchi forever. And one of the reasons we did this is we really envision Aavegotchi long-term playing that kind of collateralized role, and also as like a Web3 avatar. And to really realize that, you need identity. And if you want to get that loan, maybe, right now all the DeFi loans are based on collateral, but maybe in the future, it'll be more like the real world where we also have credit scores. And we would love to, and we are building towards something where you could actually look at your Aavegotchi and it's got, you know, major DAO votes that you participated in. It proves that you provided liquidity on a major, you know, to a significant amount on Uniswap or Aave, and you took out a loan and you paid it back and you got this badge. Whatever it could be, these badges can be incorporated into an Aavegotchi, and then long-term that could make for some very interesting interoperable use cases for the Aavegotchi. So that's one of my favorite features, and what you just said there kind of reminded me of it. Yeah. As far as the wider space and the question you asked, Michael, I think for me, yeah, there's going to be spikes in interest in NFTs and, you know, growing pains. But then I think for the long term, NFTs represent a restructuring of incentives between the creators or the companies and their communities. So if you get in on, you know, back in the day when we were in high school, we'd have our secret band. And if they blew up, you go to all their shows. And then if they got really famous and they signed a deal and they got some corny music video made, you'd say they sold out, and you write them off. But now it's like, no, I got that guy's NFT. I got that band's NFT from back in the day. I rise with them, right? My portfolio rises with them. So incentives are more aligned. Maybe they still sold out, I don't know, but at least I'm along for the ride with them. And so it's the incentives that are really key, and the projects that'll probably have the longest legs are the ones that figure out how to incorporate their community into the winnings. So the play to earn model that we're working on with our leaderboards, you know, taking care of your Aavegotchi pays you. You earn ghosts for taking care of your Aavegotchi. Every 2 weeks, we pay out over $350,000 worth of ghosts for the last 2 months, because it's 40% of our original sales revenue gets reinvested back into the community. So the model's being tweaked, and it's very interesting. It has room for improvement, but these are the kind of things I think that NFT creators and projects need to look at if they want to have longevity and not just be a flash in the pan. It's like, how do we incentivize long-term aligned interests? And then everybody's more engaged, everybody's winning, and the incentives are aligned for long-term growth as opposed to short-term. So that's always in the back of our mind when we're trying to design the product or this metaverse, is like, how do we design it for inclusivity and long-term success for everybody?
Yeah, like with it, that's interesting. Having it to where, what you said earlier is like having it to where you have the NFT grow with you. You know, have that identity on the blockchain, saying that I was the one that participated in this vote. You know, let's say if it's a really controversial vote, like how it's like the, you know, when YFI was kind of voting if they wanted to increase their, you know, their maximum allocation for their tokens. You know, it's pretty interesting having like the identity kind of like really stay with that NFT, and I think that's something that can really show benefits, because like, let's say for example, if I buy an Aavegotchi that has really good credit score, you know, I can get better loans.
Yeah, that's what we hope for. That's the dream. But I hate KYC, and this could be a standard as a pseudo anonymous, you know, way to maybe get a little bonus or multiplier effect on the loan.
So the goals need to behave and keep up their credit score.
Make sure they pay off the debt, don't get liquidated, exactly. Don't enter margin positions, you know.
Don't go with weapon hook.
Yeah, don't 100x.
No.
But you know, I like to you know, really thank you guys for providing your insights and, you know, really joining and taking your time out of your day to participate in DeFi Summit. You know, we're truly happy to really have a lot of insights from you guys and being able to understand kind of like the different sides of it as well, whether one from the creator side and also one from the investment side as well. You know, basically seeing both bridges and how, you know, that intrinsic value has to come through NFTs and how we can build those virtual collectibles for mainstream adoption, whether it's through, let's say, you know, having digital collectibles or having, you know, NFTs that represent other things, like let's say having collateral based in them for DeFi. You know, I really think that this really would help the industry grow. In terms of, you know, understanding more of the different standards and being able to kind of, you know, interact more with blockchain technology. So yeah, once again, I'd like to thank you guys. And for you guys listening as well, make sure that you guys are checking them out on socials as well if you want to really connect with them. And until next time.
Looks like I was mute. Yeah, so great talk on the collectibles panel. Up next, we're going to talk about another important topic. I think is the question is it legal? What is the legal implications, especially for copyright and ownership issues, when it comes to the world of NFTs? I'm sure there's a lot more to discuss. On this, we have the moderator with Ira, as well as Tonya Evans from Advantage Evans, Eureka, and Guy Mafsky, who is a NFT and crypto lawyer as well. I'm sure we're going to see that also emerge too. A lot more crypto lawyers and DeFi lawyers too. It's such a new emerging field and category now. So yeah, we'll get the panelists kind of ready to go. But yeah, thanks again for everybody tweeting out so far. Again, just as a reminder, Mark Cuban, we have a special guest, Polygon Power Hour next week, and we're in terms of DeFi Day today. We are last down to the last 3 talks, and so thanks for everybody so far that's been tuning in. And then also again, make sure you join our Telegram group. We're super active there, as well as Twitter. We have a lot more other cool stuff too. So looks like everybody else is ready to go. All right, I'll see you guys then.
Hello and welcome to DeFi Summit's Day 1, where our topic today is it legal? The world of NFT copyright and ownership issues. And I have to say that having gone down the rabbit holes of trying to figure out what is or isn't legal, I feel like we are in privileged, rare air to have the 3 guests that we have today because of their expertise and what it takes to figure out whether or not what you're doing is above board. If you've considered issuing tokens or NFTs, or if you're seeking to be an educated investor in any of these areas, you've likely gone down rabbit holes that had your head spinning. And we're very privileged to have these experts here to navigate these murky waters. In preparation for this panel, one thing I've learned is that what I'm trying to do in the crypto space with regard to NFTs is definitely going to require at least one, if not all of these 3 experts. So thank you for joining us all. I'd like to start by introducing each of our guests, the first one being Tonya Evans. And Professor Tonya Evans is a global leader, accomplished academic, and world-renowned speaker with over 20 years of experience in law, innovation, academia, and entrepreneurship. She's a faculty member at Penn State Dickinson Law School, where she teaches emerging technologies from blockchain and cryptocurrency to trusts and estates and entertainment law. As founder of the Advantage Evans Academy, she teaches students how to participate in the new digital cash economy, both safely and confidently. Previously, Evans was Associate Dean of Academic Affairs and professor at the University of New Hampshire School of Law, where she created and directed the school's blockchain, cryptocurrency, and law online professional certificate program. Evans is the chairperson for the MakerDAO Maker Ecosystem Growth Foundation and member of the Bermuda Global FinTech Advisory Board and the Consensus Grants Board, among a plethora of other boards. Welcome, Tonya.
Thank you.
Next up is Harsh Khandelwal. And Harsh is an engineering gold medalist from the University of Waterloo and an Ivy Scholar from the Richard Ivey School of Business. Over the past 20 years, he's built and managed companies in diverse industries, including technology, real estate, and private equity. He currently runs Eureka, spelled U-R-E-E-Q-A, a platform for protecting, managing, and monetizing creative work, where every NFT is backed by a master validated NFT and a robust package of proof. Welcome, Harsh.
Thanks, Ira. Thank you for having me.
And last but certainly not least, I spent a half an hour with Guy prior to this session. Guy is a legal professional and crypto enthusiast. He is passionate about crypto, DeFi, and technologies, and has great experience in supporting NFTs and crypto projects. Well-versed in current legal standing, Guy makes complicated scenarios easy to understand and valuable to businesses. Welcome, Guy.
Thank you, Erik. Thank you for the introduction.
So to frame what I think is the culture of this conversation, the spirit of this conversation, I would like it to be known that we all are both contributing our information and our experience and our perspective, and yet none of us is truly an expert. And is anybody really in this crazy world of cryptocurrency and NFTs? And that's one of the things that I think I would like us all to contribute when it comes to these conversations, is recognizing that when we talk about the legal considerations of any entrepreneurial endeavor in this space, that if your heart is in the right place and you're attempting to do something that is beneficial to the advancement of economies, chances are you're not going to be on the wrong end of the SEC chairman's what do we call it? Shotgun? No, I wouldn't call it that. But let's just say that we're all trying to do something fantastic. So I'd like to just start off with a question for Tanya. And that is, from an intellectual property and IP point of view, what does someone acquire when they actually buy an NFT?
It's an important question, and in order to even answer it, it's taking a slight step back to talk about what intellectual property is. I think there's a lot of misinformation or a lack of understanding about the different types of intellectual property. Property created with the mind is the way that we talk about it, but there are a number of different types. Patent protects inventions, copyright protects literary or artistic works fixed in a tangible medium of expression. I'll say a little more about that in a minute. We have trademark that protects a word, a phrase, a symbol, a logo, a device that's used in connection with the sale of goods or services. And most often when we're talking about creative or collectible, non-fungible tokens, we're talking about the copyright aspects of that. And when we focus more specifically on the different types of rights, it's actually a bundle of rights that makes up copyright: the right to copy, the right to distribute copies of the work, the right to create adaptations of the work. So if you write, talking in 20th century parlance, if you write a book and then you sell the rights to create a screenplay, that screenplay derives from the original. So that's an adaptation or a derivative work. Or the right to publicly display the work, which is very important in the NFT space, and also the right to publicly perform if it's capable of being performed. I work with a number of people who are performance artists as well. Perhaps they're musicians or something to that effect. So those rights are the bundle of rights that is copyright. And then to get to your original question, what does someone purchase when they purchase an NFT? They purchase the ability to exert ownership and control of some other thing, some file, usually in the digital space, but I also know that there are NFT artists and collectible creators who are also creating access to experiences or even to physical art. But the actual token is, you might liken it to a deed to a home. The deed is not the home, but it is my ability to exercise ownership and control over the home. The home can burn down. And we can talk about later what happens if a file is not on IPFS and all of a sudden it disappears. I may still own the token, but I no longer have access to the other thing. What rights as the holder of the token can I exercise over that? Maybe there's insurance that I could collect as a result. So it's the exercise of ownership and control. It is not the thing that we often talk about in terms of the creative or the collectible that is associated with an NFT.
It's really interesting because it calls to mind whether or not when someone does own an NFT, is there true ownership, and whether or not the digital signification actually does demonstrate that ownership is one of those things that I think is a little bit vague. And I know that when it comes to that understanding, I know that Harsh, you have some thoughts about what the risks are when it comes to purchasing NFTs. As a creator of something called a responsibly minted NFT, I'm fascinated to hear what that means.
Well, I mean, what our interpretation of responsibly minted is, we find that people in the space, especially as NFTs have ballooned from zero, are enamored with the ability to own something on the blockchain that they have an affinity to, an image or a video clip of Kobe dunking. But no one's really asking the questions, who created it, who owns it, is it original? And when you talk about risks, I see really three main classes of risks when purchasing an NFT. The first is authenticity risk, then there's copyright risk, and then there's redeemability risk. So let's talk about authenticity risk. When you're buying an NFT, you are hoping to buy an NFT that this particular artist has minted. And the very nature of NFTs, if it's a static image, for example, you can just go right-click, save it, someone else can mint it. So let's just say you're buying an NFT from BK the artist. Within minutes, someone else can lift the image, mint it as BK the artiste, and you're buying it from someone else, a fake. And so it's really important to check the authorized smart contract that the person or brand or celebrity that you're intending to purchase from, you're actually buying an NFT minted by that smart contract. Then there's copyright risk. And whether maliciously or inadvertently, the group that you're buying an NFT from may not have secured the proper rights to the underlying creative work. A recent package of proof we did, it was for a company that wanted to mint the NFT, and they outsourced the artistic work to an artist in Eastern Europe. When we looked into the law in that country, you cannot assign creative rights indefinitely. The maximum you can get is a 10-year license. So that appeared on our package of proof. But without the work that we put into it, no one would know that the proper copyright wasn't checked off. Or in fact, if you purchase it, you only have a 10-year right to that work. And the third class actually extends on something Professor Evans was talking about, is the shift towards adding utility to NFTs. So there's a lot of redeemable content now. Like, for example, you might buy an NFT that also gives you a signed T-shirt, VIP access at concerts, downloadable content. And some of those items are one-time redeemable. If you get the T-shirt, for example, some convey. Maybe you get, whoever holds the NFT gets VIP treatment at a concert. It's really important because it affects the value to know what content is redeemable and what has been redeemed. And that sort of transparency isn't commonplace yet in the NFT space. It's something for people to be aware of. And those three risks in particular, the authenticity, the copyright, and the redeemable risks, are things that at Eureka we're cognizant of, and we've built into the system to proactively take care of. But like we said earlier, we're all pushing the boundaries and we're all learning as we go along. The best we could do is look ahead and see what issues could come up and try to deal with it in a proactive manner.
That's actually really helpful, and it calls to question, for me at least, and maybe Guy, you have an opinion about this. Do you think that the minting platform, the NFT minting platform, has an effect on whether or not the rights themselves are provided?
Yeah, it goes here because first of all, when you mint your NFT token through some kind of NFT marketplace, through NFT platform, you agree with their terms because you use their smart contract, and this definite smart contract has provided with several rights, right to use or your right to display or to perform, and you need to carefully check what you're signing for, what you're doing, because as soon as you agree to their terms, you will issue NFT according to their terms. And for example, if you expect, for example, to provide ownership for underlying artwork for this NFT, but this platform will grant on the license, you will provide on the license to collectors. So here you need first to understand what you're doing and to be careful and carefully check the terms. And for sure, and marketplaces influence on scope of rights you provide to collectors. So here, because you're working under their smart contract. And for example, if you would like to provide not only some rights to use, to perform, to display of artwork, but we would like to provide some more utility. As Harsh said, for example, there is fan tokens currently popular among some sport teams, sport players, and for example, to participate in some VIP events, special events, to attend some promo events, for example, and you would like to provide your collectors of your NFTs with additional rights, with additional utility features you will not be able to do if such platform does not support it.
One of the things that I find to be very frustrating about this NFT era, and I'm wondering if any of you have an opinion about this, is that there seems to be a very deep lack of customer service. And while most businesses today don't have effective customer service, things like what is happening with this class action lawsuit against Dapper Labs currently about their halting trading of NFTs compels me to think, well, if there was just some opportunity to speak with these customers, perhaps that would have been averted. Do you think that the future of NFTs, and I welcome this for anyone to answer, is going to include a higher degree of customer service?
I think that first it customer service, and the second component should be educating your users, educating your customers, because everyone should, even both creators and collectors, sellers and buyers, should understand what they're dealing with. That they should not have too big expectation from NFTs, from all this NFT stuff, because as soon as they have big expectations, they will have big disappointment after if happens something that they are not expected. So first of all, yeah, we need NFT marketplaces, NFT minting platforms should provide more information to the users and play terms, not only on attractiveness of NFT tokens through perspective on investments or art object, but also from perspective of licenses, from the perspective of ownership, and the perspective of possibility to display, possibility to collect, and all this related stuff. And for sure, customer support should be able to at least to answer necessary questions regarding not only marketing stuff, but also at least some simple legal stuff.
Yeah, and I think go ahead.
Quickly, because as Ira was asking the question, in my mind, I was like, I wonder what Harsh thinks about this. And I know that you spent a lot of time in this space. I think the entire crypto space is a customer service issue. Within the ecosystem, there are over 10,000 different types of cryptographically secured assets. And I think more broadly, from cryptocurrencies to crypto assets, we're talking about NFTs, and that's a prime example of that. But even within the ecosystem, when I think about all the different minting platforms, some are the new gatekeeper. So on one hand, we were very excited about the space of decentralizing, disintermediating the space, removing those gatekeepers that would keep those out of participating in the process. But we have new gatekeepers. We have new gatekeepers, we think of and I am agnostic about the platforms from a legal perspective, to be sure, but there's some who are permission. You have the super rares of the world versus the open seas. And you also have the different rights and obligations that was mentioned earlier about terms of service as you look across the umpteen platforms that are here now. I think it's a race to get this right, specifically as a customer service issue on both sides of the equation, from the perspective of the creatives and also from collectors. So, and when I think about collectors and what their expectations are, it goes to your original question, Ira, of what you get when you purchase. There's a lot of misinformation about the space because the initial race was getting up the minting platforms and supporting artists. And I love artists. I have a little creativity in myself as well to make sure that they have the proper format to create, to signal auctions, and whether once you mint something, does it automatically get offered or can you hold it back? How can you use smart contracts not only to pay the artist, but maybe there are others if you want to split royalties, not only for that primary sale, but for downstream revenues, which is really important. And then if you have secondary market sales, must you have siloed sales on a particular platform? Or is that going to be, if I sell on one platform and then there's a secondary market sale on another platform, will my original agreement be honored if I'm the creator? So there are a lot of things we're talking about, and a lot of new standards, particularly in the Ethereum space. And I just think that it's a race to really get this right. So I'm actually quite encouraged by the pressure that we are seeing both on the creative side and on the collector side to innovate in this space pretty rapidly. I'd be interested to see if we get together a year from now and see where we are.
Yeah, it's a good point it's a good point regarding secondary market, because like nobody, like not many, like even creators know about what they will do and their NFT will go to secondary market. Will they get royalty or not? How they will protect their rights to get royalties if it will go outside the platform. Yeah, it's really good point.
Yeah, I think the need for customer service is here, and it's only going to get more intense over time because we're talking about redeemable content. So when NFTs started, I would say it was pretty much 100% speculative value. And as we mature, and I'm talking specifically about creative work, back NFTs. As we mature, I could see it getting to the point. It might take years, whereas like 10% speculative value and 90% quantifiable value. And what I mean by that is, if I get a signed T-shirt, I get VIP treatment at a concert, I get a Zoom experience, I could say, that's worth $2,000 to me, but I'll pay $2,500 because there's this cool collectible image or video clip as well. And as we bundle more things, there's going to be more need for customer service. So that's one element. The second is that as NFTs expand beyond the crypto enthusiasts, and I would say at least 70-80% of the population in North America now is at least NFT curious. And more people are going to end up using fiat on-ramps to own their first NFT. And it might be on a platform, not on their address yet. They might claim it after a while. But that's like the gateway drug, like how people get into Bitcoin and then end up in altcoins. You buy with fiat, you end up holding it on platform, and eventually you figure out and pull it off. And so we're going to have a lot more non-crypto savvy folks come into the NFT space, and they will naturally need more customer service. And so we're living in a space where everything that's decentralized is good and everything that's centralized is bad. But what's happening is we're adding more real world centralized type utility and bringing on more real world people who focus on centralized applications into this space. And there's going to be, and we're feeling it already, a deficiency in the customer service aspect.
It's interesting that companies that are coming to market are in many ways presenting their complicated, very creative uses of these assets in decentralized financing strategies. And even our sponsors who provide such an incredible service to people that really understand the marketplace, in order to bring in the larger population, there almost needs to be a, let's break this down to simplification. Let's make sure that we can bring in people that are curious, that would like to spend $100, $300 and just see where it goes. And it is a really important facet to this industry that I really do hope that as leaders in this space that we'll all be able to herald. Is there anything that, from the point of view of what you're seeing trend-wise, Tanya, that you think beyond, say, customer service, you think we should be focusing on in order to make sure that we can bring aboard a broader population of people into this space?
It's a great question, because I feel like there are so many parallel tracks in the moment. There's just not a singular innovative move forward. There are a lot of things happening simultaneously, and it will take some time to flesh out. So on one hand, we have NBA Top Shots that is leveraging their existing intellectual property to create the digital fan experience, but that is, a copyright intensive industry leveraging their existing intellectual property. And then you have someone like a Renee Montgomery on the WNBA side that decided to mint her own series of NFTs, for example. And it's not going to be an either or, but a both and. I find it very, this is a fun fact about me. I'm a former professional tennis player. I played on scholarship at Northwestern. I played for 4 years on the tour, but I was always grinding it out every year. Like my notable moment was playing in the qualies of the US Open in '93. every other experience was grinding it out, trying to make it to the big leagues. But a technology like this actually can really empower those who are not necessarily in the top 10, but can create community, because at its essence, crypto is about community. Crypto Twitter, off the chain. If you can get the groundswell for a project, and we've seen that in the cryptocurrency space, for those who are most successful in the NFT space, they do that as well. And so I look at it as a moment of empowerment for those traditionally not participating, certainly in finance, but now in art and collectibles. And that's where I think we should be spending a lot of time focusing on, in what ways can this technology be leveraged as a tool of empowerment.
Do you think that's where DeFi really comes in to provide the added support, that if you buy an NFT and you're concerned about its liquidity after you purchase it, that the DeFi mechanisms which enable you to essentially, what is in the usual securities world, hypothecate that instrument, that asset, is what's going to change how we can actually get to a place where buying an NFT isn't about buying something that is so small that doesn't have liquidity thereafter?
I feel like the collectible and the creative space is almost the use case that, we had the technology that in search of that killer app, quote unquote. We were talking for years about what the killer app is, what's going to get the mass adoption, what brings people who are not on the fringes of crypto to actually take a chance and say, I need to figure this out because that is so valuable to me that I need to figure it out. And so I feel like the art and the collectible side of it is the way, but and Guy, Harsh, I know you know this as well, non-fungible tokens are going to be used in so many other areas. It's really, we're unlocking this space as a matter of decentralized finance, where you don't have to come, with a credit score and all of your paper. Either you have the asset or you don't. You put up the asset and it unlocks so many things that folks traditionally have not had access to. So I think that's really exciting.
Yeah, for me in particular, an example I often give is, imagine you're the author of a book and it isn't published yet, but you can't go to a bank and say, hey, I own this book rights, let me $5,000. But you can go and have it validated and have a master validated NFT minted and drop it in a smart contract and borrow stable coins against it. And if you don't pay, the smart contract conveys title. And these sort of IP collateralization and monetization type opportunities are really exciting and will come as we mature in this space.
Yeah, basically it's like first stage is like we bring real world to decentralized sphere, and we try and just to adapt it. And like Bitcoin, first everybody think over like just all this blockchain is connected to cryptocurrency, but let's look at Ethereum. It have smart contracts, it have crypto asset currencies, tokens, NFTs, fan tokens, and it can happen like broad understanding on NFTs afterwards. So currently we just link it to some artworks, but for sure it can be like the same thing as iTunes for decentralized world. It can just represent your right to listen some music, to store it anywhere, like on some place. So I think that it's a first stage, and it will definitely will develop in some for sure interesting way, but just and even we can face for example, do you remember it was like crypto anarchism for 2017, when like it was no centralized governments, we just will decide in our crypto community for our own. So we can face in NFTs, for example, all this NFT anarchism, but anyway, it will go regulated afterwards.
Actually having witnessed the creation of CryptoKitties and CryptoPunks and the value that those now are providing to the use case of NFTs, if I were owner of one of those, I'd be sitting pretty. When I look at what the future is of NFTs, I wonder whether or not the legal structure that we are currently operating in is going to allow for the fantasy, the incredible vision of what I think this is all about that the law firm Reed Smith put out. about the metaverse, allowing for me to take that cryptocurrency, that crypto kitty or that crypto punk, and go from where I own it and take it into Grand Theft Auto or take it into Minecraft. Is the legal framework going to allow us to be able to do this, or are we going to be held back by people saying, I own that in this world and I can't take that into this world because I need to be collecting money in each different universe?
Well, look, it's a really important question that intellectual property lawyers like myself are spending a lot of time on. The existing laws are what they are. The technology is not developing in a vacuum, and intellectual property laws apply, and they're going to be different depending upon the jurisdiction that you're in. The limitations of the jurisdictional constraints are going to be challenging to a decentralized protocol that spans the globe. We certainly have international treaties and conventions. Digital technology in and of itself is not new, and there have been a lot of treaties and conventions that deal with what happens when you have a copyright owner in the United States and someone else in France, and they have a disagreement. We have some rules that are already applied to that space, but that doesn't make it easy for the individuals who are engaging in that. It gets back to, I think, something that Guy said earlier when you're thinking about terms and conditions of use for various platforms. You need to pay attention to what those say, because regardless of where you are, when you mint on a particular platform, that platform is going to tell you what area or body of law, what jurisdiction is going to apply if there is a dispute. They're going to tell you, are we going to rely on arbitration? Will that be binding arbitration? Are you going to go into the court of law? And if so, in what jurisdiction? And so this is where copyright comes in full swing with contract law that is very jurisdiction specific, and that's going to take some time to actually flesh out. The devil's in the details of the terms and conditions of use that are read in conjunction with the applicable copyright laws in a particular jurisdiction.
I'm reminded of something Ira said earlier regarding the SEC. And if your heart's in the right place and you've taken steps proactively to be a good actor, chances are you'll be on the right side. And where the so-called experts, and even we say, we don't know, it hasn't played out yet. But from our perspective, I think if you proactively convey and make it very transparent what the NFT utility or what NFT terms are, and you hash it on chain, it's included with the NFT, at least you've gone a step further than 99% of the NFTs. Is it going to be enough? We don't know. It hasn't been tested. But the key is to be proactive, be a good actor, do as much upfront as you can to keep the people who buy this safe.
So whereas metaverses will just create maybe new practice. First, we have, for example, separate jurisdiction, different norms, but we'll have some general principles. So, and based on these general principles, I think that at least community business will start to create in some practice. And afterwards, we will just see how it will go for some specific jurisdictions, but general stuff, like some general principle, at least we can harmonize and combine from one platform to the other platform. And afterward, it will be just some truly specifics for just specific places of incorporation and jurisdictions.
Well, look, I mean, we're in an era where I think that advancing the ball on this transformation of currency is something that is important for us to go through. It's potentially painful, and there may be situations where we may be critical, but I'm reminded of reminded of when Michael Jordan was accosted for having gambled $100,000 a hole on golf, and thinking to myself, well, that's $5 relative to us. And if everyone were in a position to go through the experiment of putting roughly $5 to $10 to $100 into something to see what this is about and experience the learning of it, we could potentially go through this education process and come out the other end with something that allows a broader population of people to benefit from a real investment opportunity. And so I'm really grateful for you guys to be providing the guidance that we all do need. And of course, no one has all the answers. At the same time, having people like the three of you to give us some guidance in order to be able to approach this appropriately is just wonderful. If there's anything at all in closing that you guys would like to share and how we can get in touch with you guys, I'd surely like to be able to share with our audience an opportunity to reach out to you if that's something you'd be interested in.
Well, I'm definitely very active in the Twitterverse. It's not the metaverse, but it's the Twitterverse. And crypto Twitter is amazing. So definitely you can certainly follow me at IPProf Evans. You see it on the screen. And I've also developed a series of online courses if you're interested in onboarding safely, legally, and confidently into the crypto space. Go to fromcashtocrypto.com. And I work specifically to educate both collectors and creatives in the space on the intellectual property component of the NFT space. That's nftlawguide.com. nftlawguide.com will get you up and out, compliant, and on your way to creating a new source of generational wealth in the creative space.
Thank you.
And if you're, from our perspective, if you're a creator of creative works and you want to protect, manage, and monetize it, please go check us out, eureka.com, on Telegram at Eureka. If you're an established artist, a celebrity or brand looking to responsibly mint collectibles backed by a fully validated NFT and a package of proof that can keep your buyers safe, again, you can go on eureka.com, at Eureka on Telegram, and my Twitter handle is at Eureka_CEO.
So regarding me, you can reach me on Telegram. You can reach me from my website, gamaevsky.legal. So I'm just trying to help businesses do things right and like to structure business right, just to avoid unnecessary complication afterwards.
Thank you all. I would just like to part with an appreciation for DeFi Summit for providing us this platform to get some learning going. And I'd like to encourage the public to continue to experiment at whatever thresholds they're comfortable with. And if you're going to be on the other side of the equation, which is to say you're actually putting out an NFT or a token, please, please, please make sure you reach out to experts like Tonya, like Guy, like Harsh. It's really important to make sure that you do the best that you can to prepare for what could be who knows what, because it's crazy out there. At the same time, it's exciting, and I think it could really transform humanity. And in concert, we will actually have a fantastic journey together. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you guys for all those insights. And truly, if you are building something within the NFT space, make sure that you always look for legal accountants. And also for that too, it's making sure that you're protected, making sure it's legal. Also like to kind of like jump back to kind of like our giveaway for everyone as well. So for our giveaway, it's going to be completely free for you guys to sign up. You can look at bit.ly. It's going to be bit.ly/DeFi-bag. Which is going to be right down here for you guys. Sorry, right down here for you guys. So you guys can kind of like go over the little summer pack that we have. So once again, we have a lot of different sponsors that are going to be including NFTs and also tokens as well. So we have from Akash, Unicrypt Network, QuickSwap, Gala Games, Pussy Financial, Finance Vote, Launch Pool, Mantra DAO. There's a whole multitude of them. Also for NFT Day and also throughout the week as well is that we have 10,000 Earth is non-fungible NFTs by Project Arc, and a few other digital NFTs as well. So one of their drops that are going to be for some of our speakers, some of our members, is actually going to be this bronze egg. Now for this bronze egg, it has it grants Inception membership, part of Project Arc's Genesis drop in partnership with the World Wildlife Fund. So Panda Labs division. Project Arc is a carbon neutral marketplace for rare digital collectibles, which directly fund animal and environmental conservation efforts around the globe. Also part of that package as well is like our members will receive the second one, which is going to be their Genesis drop of their Woolly Ridges. So for this one as well, it's it's basically going to be topographical data as part of the Carpathian mountain range, containing Romania's highest mountain. And this one is going to be, in short, it's like the bison is made of the I can't say this, sorry, Carpathian Mountains to emphasize the relationship between wildlife ecosystems and geography. And also 50% of all proceeds of the NFT will go towards WWF Romania's incredible work rebuilding the population of the wild bison in the mountain ranges. Another one as well is going to be the endangered species drop. So the endangered species drop is an immersive multimedia experience featuring the voices, rhythm, and sounds of the animal kingdom. And each one of these will have a little bit of audio. So you go ahead and click on them. It'll have the audio pop up and, have it to where it dances on screen. And, these NFTs are really, truly important, especially reserving a lot of the cultures that we have now. Also for our non-fungible, Earth is non-fungible as well. So this one's a special NFT made by Project Arc for the DeFi Summit to remind us that the Earth we live on is non-fungible as well. And once again, make sure that you guys check it out on bit.ly/DeFi-bag in order to participate. And also for our next panel as well, I really want to introduce these special guest speakers as well, that they're building so much with the blockchain ecosystem. So we have leveraging blockchain for social impacts, how NFTs, DeFi, and even Bitcoin can contribute to a more sustainable world. So the moderator and the panelists are going to be Max Song, Matthew Twomey from the Sustainable Bitcoin Standard, also Ali Sabat from Sabat Brands as well. So stay tuned for the next panel, and I hope you guys enjoy it as well.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our DeFi panel. We're very, very excited for the chance to speak with some amazing people actually here at the DeFi Summit. And today we'll be talking about actually the opportunity and challenges ahead of us, actually applying the tools and technology available in the crypto space from Bitcoin itself to NFTs to DeFi, actually to the climate crisis. And for many of us watching here today, we understand that we're living through a very challenging time for the planet. We're also living through a very revolutionary time in the adoption of crypto assets as an asset class, also as institutional awareness and willingness to participate. And today here on the panel, we have some amazing people. We have John representing Project Arc, working with WWF actually to create NFTs, actually conserve and protect the natural environment. We have Sabed, who is a very renowned NFT artist who's actually been collected around the world and also has a deep passion for using his art to make a difference. And we have Matt Tomei, who is representing Sustainable Bitcoin Standard, a new method and methodology to drive sustainability and energy usage in Bitcoin production. So we'll kick off. I'm moderator Max, very excited actually to curate this panel and actually create an opportunity for us to discuss some of the most exciting topics of our space and the biggest challenges, I think, of the next 10 years. So maybe we can just quickly kick off with a short introduction from each of our panelists about themselves, how you came here, what drove you to do the things you did, and we can dive into the questions. Thank you. John, do you want to start us off?
Wonderful. So my name is John O'Sullivan. I'm the head of business development for Project Arc. Project Arc is a carbon neutral marketplace designed to empower animal and environmental conservation around the world by leveraging the power of digital collectibles and NFTs. Our project was born out of a very powerful meeting that we had with the head of the WWF, who was telling a story of holding one of the last endangered rhinos in her hands while it died. And that's a story that could resonate with anyone around the world. And we believe that the power of art, art is a movement, and art is politics, and art can change the hearts and minds of the world to directly affect how we engage with our natural world. Now, at the same time, this can dramatically revolutionize fundraising for these groups, whereby, it's very hard, especially during COVID, to fundraise. A lot of these groups are fighting for the same round of grant funding. There's vanity projects from people that want to give large cash injections, and it's the market's drying up. So what we can do with NFTs is create a digital asset that lives for a lifetime on the blockchain, that pays royalties every time it's bought and sold. More importantly, it can turn marketing and storytelling from a cost center to a revenue generating center. And, not everyone can buy an NFT, but certainly everyone who sees these NFTs can feel impacted by them. And if we motivate, a few people to donate $20 a month to the group that we're supporting, well, then we did our job. So right now we're partnered with the World Wildlife Fund Pplpleasr, which is their innovation wing, and a part of their project called Project Moonshots, which is working around the world to turn local communities into conservationists themselves. We're starting off with our Genesis drop this week, actually, in funding the WWF Romania and their mission to reintroduce the endangered European bison back into the wild, which has been extinct in the wild since 1920. And thanks to the efforts of the WWF since 2014, we're happy to report there's the largest population of bison in the Southern Carpathians of Romania in almost 200 years. Now, conservation is 100% of the time a human problem, not an animal problem. And so what they've done is they're working with local communities to create collective reward systems and accountability to turn them into conservationists themselves. And they've seen tremendous success with that. And so what we're doing is we're using the power of art to tell the story of these communities, to tell the story of these animals, and to hopefully direct some much needed funds back into their pockets. And the key crux of Project ARC is that we want to become a marketplace that creates a triple win scenario between artists that are passionate about telling a story, they want to give back and tell a story that's worth telling, and also make a living. And we want to collect those people with collectors that want something that's inherently unique and valuable and rare, but also know where every dollar they spend goes via the radical transparency of the blockchain. And then most importantly, these groups themselves, these projects, these impact projects, we want to tell the story of their work. We want to alleviate their financial concerns, and we want to ultimately just change the way the world interacts and views our natural space and our environment, and begins the process of shifting our consciousness to become protectors rather than takers from our natural resources.
Thank you, Janney, for that very, very eloquent description. It's obviously your passion in conservation is very strongly reflected in this cause. So appreciate you to be here on the panel with us. Sabi, can you share a little bit of your journey actually in the NFT space, watching the evolution of the industry, the growth actually of all of the people involved, and also your work as artists?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as most of people know, that I started in branding and advertising, and so for the first 20 years of my career, that's where I started. It wasn't very fulfilling. There was aspects of it that were, but most of it wasn't. So I was always looking for a way out. And being a painter definitely gave me that freedom to be who I am and what I want to do and express myself. Whether first was mostly emotion-based to now, which is a little bit more mystical. I started also having these healing abilities, and most people who have, touched their lives with art would say that my work has these healing properties. So with that being said, I've donated quite a bit of paintings. There was times where 5-10 years ago that I'd be at a gala donating a piece that was selling for $20,000 for a cause, and I myself might have not had a portion of that in my bank account. So it's always it's being able to give through art and heal through art has been a huge part of my ethos, just because of the fact that for two reasons. One, I've not always had the money to be able to support causes. Two, being kind of an empath and I feel so much, it's kind of hard for me to be firsthand seeing animals in pain or human beings in pain or whatever it is. So there was always a buffer of being able to express that emotion, love, and healing through art, and then be able to allow the people who cared about those specific causes to use that art in the benefit of the cause. And I probably donate to about 7 to 10 organizations a year. And now I'm excited to be partnering with John on some of his ventures that he's doing right now. So it's really, really exciting. Other than that, the NFT space is wild. I wasn't doing anything in the NFT world or blockchain world 4 months ago. I jumped in February 15th, ended up selling over 600-700 NFTs within the past 3.5-4 months. Completely life-changing, obviously. And now, not only the fact that NFTs has kind of replaced my income as a painter in the real physical world, but now I'm having platforms to be able to do great things. For example, working with celebrities like George Lopez and Conor McGregor and some other people that are coming out pretty soon, all the way to I just was granted the funds to be able to do the world's largest NFT show in the world annually. And the first one is going to be called, actually all of them are going to be called Stratosphere NFT Art International. And the first one is being held in Beijing. And we're going to have 500 digital displays, including one that's over 18 meters tall. in a 5,000 square meter gallery. So backed by some of the most powerful, biggest auction houses and galleries in the world, which will be named eventually. It is a DAO, so we do have a diverse group of artists that are going to be, basically I call them, the group of good people, kind people. And we're going to just showcase artists for free. We're going to allow people to come and see it for free. And just to elevate and also expand the market, like really, really showcase what NFTs are capable of, because we're going to have so many different artists we can show at the same time. We're talking 500 screens, so potentially up to 500 artists, depending on how many pieces we show. And I just shared that today. So whoever is interested, it's sabit.art/stratosphere, and they can submit their artwork for us to look at and hopefully showcase them. So there's a lot of exciting things that I wouldn't have been able to do pre-NFT world, whether it's on the personal level or helping others or elevating other artists, which I've been doing as soon as I got in. So I probably helped onboard over 500 artists myself throughout the community with Clubhouse, Twitter, and everything else. So it's just been a blast. I haven't, I typically sleep about 4 to 5 hours a night, whereas before I used to love sleeping in. So, and it's just that energy that just doesn't stop. So I think we're on February 15th. Today is June 10th. That's almost 4 months straight, 16-hour days, but just pure joy.
Wow. What an incredible sharing. And I think you mentioned about healing and sort of being attuned to the effect that your art has on people and the people who watch it, who experience it, and now being able to actually showcase it across the world and actually have thousands, tens of thousands of people actually experience it through this Stratosphere collection is going to be absolutely phenomenal. So
absolutely
love to dive into a little bit more of those with you, but thank you for sharing, and really happy to have you here as well.
Thank you for having me.
Matt, would you like to share a bit about yourself?
Thanks, Max. Yeah, great to chat with everyone today. So, look, my background has come from traditional finance. I spent 17 years at 2 of the larger investment banks, and then the last 12 months at a large digital asset in Asia. And one of the big things I could see was the institutional adoption of Bitcoin, and obviously the momentum behind that. Then recently, I met with the Sustainable Bitcoin Standard guys, and they were explaining to me the solution of a carbon neutral Bitcoin, and have recently joined the team because effectively it's combining 2 of my great passions, which is the environment and Bitcoin. So been working with the team and excited to talk about the solution that we believe is an elegant solution to the problem that we're facing at the moment with Bitcoin, which is its carbon footprint and its impact across the environment. So excited to talk about that. Excited to talk about what we believe is a solution that will allow this corporate adoption to continue, and also excited to talk about what we believe is a solution for the Bitcoin miners who potentially are either using a green mining infrastructure, or those that are using more traditional non-renewable energy, and we've come up with solutions for both of those two, which we hope will unlock this corporate adoption that we have been seeing over the last 12 to 18 months.
Thank you so much, Matt. And with the Elon Musk set of tweets, he's really brought the focal point of sustainability directly to Bitcoin, and it's fascinating to see how the world of crypto and the world of climate change have really converged, right? Both on the NFT front as well as on the Bitcoin digital asset front, dramatically, I think, in the last 3 to 4 weeks. So very excited to have you here and share a little bit about your experience interacting with institutional clients, what they look for, and how do they sort of think about owning Bitcoin and any other digital assets, and also what are the responsibilities they have in these ESG disclosure and climate awareness as they sort of look to put that into their portfolio. So what I want to do is I want to dive into a little bit of the key projects each one of you guys are representing, understand how do they interact with the world beyond crypto, and also how do they interact with the existing crypto community. So starting with you, John, having interacted with many development agencies, international sort of projects and looking at the needs and requirements of WWF, what do you actually think is happening right now in the NGO space? Why are they looking to NFTs actually as a collaboration area? And how do you think that interest is going to evolve over the next few years?
So one key thing that I think is interesting is, Sabit can attest to this, is that as an artist, when you have radical ownership of something, it's crazy. It revolutionizes the space. And now that NFTs can do the same for NGOs themselves, this is a whole new concept to them, to not be at the mercy or the beck and call or the whims of other people, but to create something that tells a story through their lens that they own and that they can choose to spend how they see fit. That's something pretty revolutionary. I've spent hours on the phone with some of the world's leading conservation groups, and they tell me, it's great to get a $2 million donation, but when it comes with a 300-point checklist and becomes a vanity project whereby I can't even spend it on the things that I know will create the most systemic change, that's a problem, right? This is a problem because the world's problems are so complex and so interconnected that we often only see the surface level, and the people that are engaged in these problems day in and day out for 30 years of their career, they know best. And so NFTs create the ability to not only have the funds to do what they always thought they needed to do, but more importantly, they can tell the story that they need to tell through their own lens. Because let's face it, predominantly right now, the way that you get money for a conservation group is you play a sad commercial and say, for $20 a month, you too can support this animal. And it's just sad. But why not have an immersive art experience? Like our partnership with Chainlink, we can create real-time living art. Let's say we're supporting a group in a park in Africa, and there's a lion. And let's say that pack of lions grows. We can drop a baby lion into the art. Let's say it's raining that day. We can make the art rain. Let's say it's the wet season. It can be lush and green. That way, if somebody has this on their wall or in their wallet and they're looking at this art, they can feel a genuine connectivity to this, and they can feel a genuine buy-in as to the outcome of how the project's doing. If it's a coral reef, and God forbid the reef bleaches, we'll bleach that NFT. And that way the person says, holy hell, what happened to my art? And then they feel obligated to do something. This is art, right? It's human connectivity across miles. Because at the end of the day, we live in a world where at the touch of our fingers, we're connected to, and we feel empathy, just like Sab was saying, like we feel empathy with anyone around the world, regardless of what they're feeling. But this NFT space connects us. And so for the NGOs, I think they're mostly excited about being able to tell the story they want to tell, about being able to have assets that actually, have a return on their money every time that it gets bought and sold. And more importantly, it's about exposing themselves to a whole different realm of people. Like the blockchain NFT collector space is about this big right now. And I genuinely believe in the next 10 years, it's going to be massive, especially with gamification and the metaverse and World 2.0 coming into play. I genuinely feel that we're going to see a lot more engagement across the world from all different types of people, because what NFTs are now is just a surface level of what they can be in about 5, 10, 20 years, right?
Yeah, I really, really appreciate the vision of the dynamic NFTs, the ability actually for collectors to experience something that they see tying their digital representation to the physical world. And I can see that, with these conservation groups, if they can actually share the efforts and struggles that they face to the people who actually become their collectors and then stakeholders, that's actually a very powerful way for them to feel connected to the cause. Sabit, I think you mentioned on this about how the NFT journey has actually impacted yourself and also, brought you more resources, a lot more international opportunities. Can you share a little bit about the general effect that NFT availability and existence as an industry has actually helped the artist community, experience this blossoming of creativity and also of resources? And where do you think this particular journey is going? How many people do you know are NFT artists from your own existing community, and how of them are still waiting to come join this new world?
I think one of the biggest things that the NFT world has done is open up the world of us being able to access our collectors directly, right? So, and then the big art world now has to come to us to be able to participate, which is great. So for the first time in my life, I'm currently, as we speak, 2 of my pieces are at the world's biggest auction house, Poly, which as a traditional artist with canvases and paper and everything else, the competition would be so difficult to get into, for example, a Christie's right now, right? For somebody like myself who's been painting for 20 years. But again, there's so many that have already played the route the way it was supposed to, the traditional route. And I didn't. I was selling artwork on Instagram. So an Instagram artist was never going to be taken seriously by Christie's, for example, right now. Which leads to say that everybody who's actually in the NFT world right now is, I think a lot of them aren't experiencing the success that they think they should be. And I'm trying to help some of those people kind of come up as far as whatever that they're not doing from a branding strategy perspective of it. But there's a lot of guys who are actually doing really, really great. There is a lot of my friends who are not. I have invited people onto the chain. And there's some of them that go, at the beginning looked at it, they thought I was crazy. I think one person said, you need to go find God and come back. I was like, what? Because I was so excited about it. The way I was talking, he thought I had lost my mind completely. For about 3 or 4 months, I was basically talking at the top of my lungs to everybody I called. There's another person who called it a scam. He goes, it looks a little, he saw one article about IFPS or IS, the files aren't going to be where they're supposed to be someday. And the possibilities are that it could get lost and all you're paying for is nothing. And he's like, this is a scam. I'm not coming in, which was a horrible mistake because he's got the talent and the ability to do super well in this space. And then there are other ones who see the beginning of jumping in with the wallets and the masks and MetaMask and this and that, so heavy of a burden to enter that they're not willing to do it. There's also the other side of it too that they're probably not understanding is the whole building community and connecting with people and being on Clubhouse and Twitter. I didn't have a Twitter following or a Clubhouse following when I started 3.5 months ago. And today, I'm pretty much about 7,000 in each one and doing really, really well. But that took a lot of work. That took 16 hours a day of like 5-6 hours of working and painting and 10 hours of communicating with other people and trying to help everybody else at the same time. There's a lot of challenges for artists, especially most of us are not outgoing and, we do like our quiet. So when somebody says you got to do these steps, it becomes kind of like a daunting task. And, so I've been really pushing people of getting over that hump and fear of really putting themselves out there. But I think the opportunity is some of the most incredible artists haven't even reached the space yet. So I'm excited to see how huge this is going to be. And again, with the opportunities of us actually helping build the NFT market, I think that's going to be seen here very shortly. So our show is coming up next month. I mean, we decided about the show like last week. And things move really, really, really fast in this space. Each day seems to be equivalent to about 3 months right now.
This is really, really amazing. And I think maybe what people don't realize is that people who actually have been doing very well in the NFT space have actually come from very long backgrounds of actually practicing the art for a long period of time. And this is actually the flashpoint for them, so to speak. And the attention you have to sort of curating an image online to be able to actually communicate that digitally, that has actually given you superpowers, right? In the ability now to sort of use Clubhouse and use, Twitter to sort of broadcast to a large collection.
Yeah,
and I love what you're saying about traditional people coming to you now that power dynamics actually their shoes on the other foot, so to speak.
Yes.
You have a lot more voice and a lot more curative potential.
Absolutely. I mean, that's another thing that people probably didn't notice. I came out of kind of nowhere. I think I had somebody go, "Who are you? Are you Neo from the Matrix?" Because I just came in and like all of a sudden things worked out for me so easily and it was so effortless and 100, 200, 300 NFTs and I even got some lashback from some collectors going, "You're minting too much." I'm like, is there such a thing as minting too much? I mean, if the market is there and people love my work and they're buying it because they love it, then let me mint more, and because the work itself I've been working on for 25 years. And, I had already been, because I've been selling online for about 4 to 5 years since 2016, I was really used to the fact of like painting, shooting it or editing it, putting it online, creating bonding curves for my website, creating flash sales where people, these are the things I had to do to get people excited about my work and continue to purchase it, other than the fact that, I had the healing abilities and things like that. So when I came into the NFT world, it was a very natural transition. Instead of my own website, there was platforms. Instead of Instagram, it was Twitter. And lastly, when I sold my first one, the elating feeling was, wait, like I went for a half an ETH or something. And I was like, I don't have to print anything. I don't have to sign anything. I don't have to box anything, And I think that was when I felt like the reason why I call the show that's coming up Stratosphere is because the ceiling in this little room just disappeared. I felt like for about 3.5 months, I felt like there was no room. There was, the box ceased to exist. There wasn't a box to think outside of. There was a box. So, and there still isn't. It's just getting more expansive.
Definitely. And I'm really excited to see your show. And I think all the audiences here, after hearing this panel, please go check out Sabe's upcoming gallery, both online exhibition and also offline.
Yeah, we're partnering with Spatial to do the VR version of the show. So whatever 500 screens that we're going to have in real life, we'll have in a Spatial virtual reality gallery. Same week. It's going to be an art week, basically.
That's super cool. So with our remaining time, I want to give the floor back to Matt. I think that's, you've spent a very long time in traditional finance. You sort of understand all of the ins and outs of how, large sums of asset managers, think about the space, and also now participating in the crypto revolution. Like, what do you think is that journey been for you actually, bridging these two worlds together? And then where do you think this conversation around Bitcoin and its carbon footprint is really evolving to? Do you think this is going to become the sort of ultimate test of Bitcoin's potential growth? And as Bitcoin being the sort of anchor asset of the entire crypto space, in some ways this is actually the crux of the next stage of the crypto adoption itself.
Yeah, look, I agree with those comments. I think you can only see by Elon's Twitter messages and definitely the community's message and wider, broader community's message about Bitcoin that this is a problem that they need to address, and it's something which we believe through the sustainable Bitcoin standard is something we can offer a solution. So as this adoption continues, and I've seen firsthand that you have the largest asset managers in the world looking at this. You have large pension funds and endowment funds wanting to now add Bitcoin to their balance sheet, and also corporates. You're seeing a growing number of corporates, from the MicroStrategies of the world to the Squares to Tesla to MassMutual, who are all adding Bitcoin to their balance sheet. But the looming problem, which has we are looking to try and address, is that, and as part of the success of Bitcoin, is that the carbon footprint of Bitcoin is now contributing to climate change. So we believe that is a threat to Bitcoin at the moment, and also the negative perception that has been growing in the media and society and in government and across the regulatory environment as well. And so what we aim to do with the sustainable Bitcoin standard is to try and create a respected international standard that will drive the traceable sustainability in Bitcoin production, and transfer in turn and address the critical concerns that this community I've spoken about, and in turn hopefully strengthen the long-term viability of Bitcoin and the network. And to do that, I'd like to add for all the Bitcoin maximalists out there is that in doing this, we don't want to disrupt the innate fungibility of Bitcoin. There's no concept they want to try and have it wrapped or tagged. If anything, though, we just want to recognize that a carbon neutral Bitcoin and a Bitcoin mine using non-renewable energy will be commingled into a common address, and it's impossible to separate. So with that causes a fungibility problem, which we believe we can solve for. And the sustainable Bitcoin standard offers a mechanism of certificates, which will hopefully address that fungibility problem, similar to what we've seen in the renewable energy certificates. So this concept of a carbon neutral mine will win its block, and then the sustainable Bitcoin standard will issue an authenticated instrument called a sustainable Bitcoin certificate for each Bitcoin that is mined. And then the miner can sell that sustainable Bitcoin certificate, or SBC, to a carbon conscious investor which allows that end investor to claim carbon neutrality for the Bitcoin held in their positions or portfolios. So, and that we believe is very relevant for the ESG movement, which is happening certainly across globally within the corporate environment. ESG is something, and ESG mandates is something which we're seeing increasingly focus from end investors. You're seeing shareholders now who are addressing at annual general meetings and addressing boards to make sure that the money that they're investing into corporates are done in an ESG compliant way. So we feel that Bitcoin now has reached that hurdle. But like Bitcoin and like the movement has continued to evolve and adapt, we feel like it will continue to solve for this, and we believe that sustainable Bitcoin standard can do that.
Thank you so much, Matt. And I think that the thought you've put into how the standard works is actually very reflective. You addressing both the concerns of the crypto world itself, right, and actually preserving the fungibility of Bitcoin, to thinking about what the institutions want and how to actually how they adopt and participate in this challenge. I really want to spend more time with all of you guys. You guys are doing fascinating things, and really appreciate the chance for us to be on the panel. In the last 2 minutes left, we want to give each of you guys a chance to have a quick 1 or 2 sentence summary of kind of the projects that you think of the sort of key message, mission, and next step action items for each of the projects you represent, and also what can the audience do to learn more and actually participate in your projects. John, you want to go first?
Yeah, basically all I got to say is that art plus money is a movement. Story and resources is power. So go to project-arc.co, take a look at our site, look at what we're doing. We've got a massive pipeline of 2 years worth of projects. There's something for everybody. And let's put money in the pockets of people that are going to save our nearest and dearest, most vulnerable species and the world we all share.
Thank you. Sabi?
Same. I'm excited to be able to not only elevate artists, but now animals with John. That's going to be really, really exciting. So every project that we're going to be doing will always kind of have some sort of humanitarian aspect to it, whether it's helping other humans or artists or elevating artists or animals. You can find out a lot about my work either on my Twitter at Sabet, S-A-B-E-T, or on my website, sabet.art. And hopefully you guys can join the shows that we're doing virtually. And the drop with George Lopez is on June 8th, and that's going to be exciting. That will also have a huge impact on kids with kidney disease, because a portion of the sales are going to go to George Lopez's Kidney Foundation. So that's exciting.
Thank you. And Matt?
Yeah, look, we believe that the Bitcoin movement and also the ESG movement is really only at its beginning. These are two of the strongest trends that we're going to see throughout our lifetime. So, and also the carbon neutrality and the focus on climate change. So we believe we have a solution now through the sustainable Bitcoin standard, where end investors, carbon conscious investors, corporate investors, and also Bitcoin miners can come up with a win-win situation where not only can they produce a carbon neutral Bitcoin or a carbon neutralized Bitcoin, but then the end investors can continue their mandates of an ESG or a conscious carbon mandate to invest into Bitcoin and continue its movement and momentum across the wider, broader asset management group.
Thank you so much. And please give a round of applause to all of our panelists. I just want to say, as we close out, that we're living through this amazing transformation, right? The ability for individuals to participate directly in the collection of art, in the funding of NGOs that do conservation, and now through the choices of Bitcoin and how they purchase it in the carbon neutrality and energy production question. There's never been a time where individuals have had more power actually to directly contribute. And I really hope that all of the audience members here from this panel are inspired by the work that these people are doing, and also think about how they can also become an agent of change through the blockchain, actually at some of the biggest challenges we face today. So thank you again to DeFi Summit for having us. and look forward to seeing you guys out there in the world.
Thank you, DeFi Summit.
All right, excellent. Thank you guys for sharing your insights and also, really having that impact and really helping, shape the narrative for the future for everyone around the world. And we also have another special panel coming on as well. Once again, if you guys haven't already, kind of like check out some of the NFTs that they're producing through our DeFi bags. So it's going to be a giveaway for everyone. So bit.ly/DeFi bag. You're going to be able to earn some of those NFTs from Project Arc and, be able to kind of see how the different visions of why these NFTs are created. They're not created just for, certain factors. Like these are created for good causes. So please go ahead and check them out. I also placed the link into their to their website. So it's going to be https project-arc.co. So make sure that you guys go ahead and check that out as well. And the day has been long, but there's also one last final panel, and this one is going to be a really explosive one. This one's going to be from one of our really great sponsors, which is going to be Edge of NFTs. So Edge of NFTs is going to be a podcast. You can check them out on edgeofnft.com, and we're really excited to be showcasing this next one. So for the panel is going to have Scotty Sue from Ora-Ora. We also have Josh Krieger. We also have Jeff Kelley, Tofi Saliba, Eathan Janney, and also Jürgen Hobarth. All of them are going to be talking about the future of NFTs and how NFTs are going to be basically revolutionizing everything. Let's go ahead and try to get them on really quickly.
Welcome to this special edition of the Edge of NFT podcast, broadcasting directly to you from the DeFi Summit with your hosts Jeff Kelley, Eathan Janney, and Josh Krieger. We aim to bring you not only the top 1% of what's going on with NFTs today, but also what will stand the test of time. We explore the nuts and bolts and the business side, and also the human element of how NFTs are changing the way we interact with the things we love. This podcast is for the futurists and dreamers, the disruptors and creators, the fans and connectors, and the makers and doers who are pumped about this ecosystem and driving where it goes next.
Today's expert panel features guests Scotty Sue, Tofi Saliba, and Jürgen Hobarth. Scotty Sue is co-founder of 101, an NFT social marketplace platform. He has advised many Tier 1 artists, global entertainment companies, festival event organizers, and IPs. He is co-founder and managing partner at Oracle Partners, a blockchain and digital asset innovations research and analytics firm. He is an experienced financial professional with years of experience at leading global financial institutions. Tofi Saliba is the CEO of Toda Network and the author of the Toda IP Internet Protocol. Today's protocol enables every ledger-based blockchain to scale to billions of users and handle millions of on-chain transactions per second at a near zero cost. He built deep experience in AI and cybersecurity through his previous ventures as a CEO or board member of various projects, including the IEEE. Jürgen Hobarth is the co-founder at Fortuna Digital Custody. Jürgen first found his way to cryptocurrencies in 2014 and today is managing director of Tokenization Limited, the world's premier business development and strategy consultancy for tokenization. It is a global decentralized technology, blockchain, and tokenization advisory, marketing, and consulting syndicate. Eathan speaks on a variety of blockchain and tokenization topics and works to promote the sustainable development of the ecosystem of digital assets. Wow, what a crew we have here today. It's really great to see you all and talk to you today.
Yeah, guys, great to have you. Let's get down to it. We're about a year and a half or half a year into the cycle where NFTs have really started to hit their stride in the mainstream. Are they here to stay?
Well, anyone?
Let's go, Tufi. You're up, man.
Cool.
Tufi,
Cool.
go
Okay.
for it.
Well, I'm going to speak
I would say,
from technology perspective, the foundational elements of cryptocurrencies, in any currency, in fact, that not a lot of people tell you about, they are actually NFTs. In fact, even Bitcoin's smallest unit is called Satoshi, and Satoshi by construct is an NFT. So I'm extremely excited about NFT because it should have been the beginning of the entire crypto. If I were to go back in time and tell planet Earth, hey, can we do something different? We would have started NFT back in 2006. But the entire world started with fungible things, and now we are in the non-fungible. I'm extremely excited, and I think everything on this planet will be NFT'd one way or another. NFT is the way to go, and this is the beginning.
That's a bold statement. Scotty, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think NFT is going to change the way that we operate because I think, like you said, we started with cryptocurrency, which, for the majority of the adoptions that we're seeing today is just trading on cryptocurrency. But I think the next wave of adoption to blockchain is really through NFTs by having it not just representing an artwork. I think there's so much more potential to it. We just started, and for me, in the future, NFT represent a unique identity. Maybe each person have a wallet represent who you are. It represents probably your membership, your private access to contents. There's so much more, but I think right now we're just thinking about just such a surface, right? We're putting a digital file on top, and then we call it NFT. NFT should be thought of it as a packaging layer rather than the product itself. So there's so much more to it, and I think the ecosystem itself, even us, the pioneers, the guys in the ecosystem, are trying to figure out how do we actually integrate your ownership of physical digital assets onto the internet presence as a whole, and then use smart contracts on top of it to automate different processes, right? We can go on more and more about this, but this is just the beginning, I think.
We're definitely building the road as we're driving on it. There's no doubt about that. Eathan, what about you? What are your thoughts?
Basically, I agree with. For me, I think like NFTs. I mean, 2017 people were talking about it, but no one was understanding what it is because the entry barrier was too high. I think in the recent year, the entry barrier got lower through this concept where NFTs were used in the art context. But this is simply the beginning, as everyone was saying. Like, I'm involved in projects where NFTs, try to get utilized much more. I mean, you can think, as it was mentioned from Scotty, an NFT is basically everything which can represent value. And it can be basically a digital companion for your limited sneaker edition as a certificate of ownership. It can be even your degree from a university can be an NFT. Imagine it like this is one of my most loved example. Even the ownership of your flat can be an NFT. The ownership of your car can be an NFT. So NFTs are definitely a very interesting, topic. But to be honest, I think if you compare it with the gaming industry, what we see in NFTs now is it's basically the Pong level. This simple game where you have this ping pong. And so we will see what comes next.
Well, let me piggyback right off of that, right? Because there are so many flashy NFT projects that get a ton of love from the media, most notably for big brands or companies or influencers, entertainers that already have a big following. But what are the important NFT projects or use cases that we don't hear about as much, but should? Scotty, I'd love to hear from you on that.
Yeah, I think NFT social is something that's been developing under the radar. I think in the past 6 months, we are seeing a lot of NFT marketplaces, right? And I think this may be, this may be a bold statement, but I think we got it all wrong. Why do I say that? It's because most of the artists are selling contents online, right? And you think about today and how we actually exchange contents and consume contents, we exchange them freely on social media or YouTube, right, or Instagram. You're posting up pictures, and you are drawing your followers of interest to the content that you're creating. And that's just how it works, and that's how it works. And we should be using NFT to apply on top of it, to own it and whatnot. But right now we're kind of going backwards, where NFT marketplaces requires you to actually spend unnecessary resources, time and money to mint an NFT, hoping someone will actually buy it. So I think in the future, where we will start to see platform that is going to combine social media or content platforms, mixing that into an NFT environment where people can actually just buy things that they like for future economic value or for a collectible value. So you can think of Instagram or YouTube, where you actually like a video, who you can actually just buy from the owner. And of course, the royalty component comes into play, rather than actually like a eBay store where, hey, I'm gonna create a file, I'm gonna create a video, hopefully you guys like it, but I spend a lot of money minting it, right? So there's a lot of oversupply at the market right now. I think that's like the next wave you're gonna start to see, the shift, the evolution of that marketplace.
When we think about the social side of NFTs, do you think it's the incumbents, the Instagrams, the Twitters of the world that will be leading the way on that front? Or do you think there are going to be new entrants that bring a platform that's built around the idea of social NFTs to the marketplace?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think someone's going to come out. I mean, that's something that we're doing, of course. And to be honest, we may not get everything right at the first try, but we don't have to reinvent the wheel here. I think social media already works. Simply, allowing you to purchase or convert a content to NFT, at the point of sale, when someone's actually interested in your content and own it forever, it's already a good use case. I do think that, of course, Instagram and YouTube may catch up and realize the potential of NFT, but that's probably going to be a little bit of a time. As you know, with any innovation and disruptive innovation, it's going to be very inefficient. The incumbent, the big player is actually going to take a little bit of time to actually adopt. So I do think that they will start to see that coming, but we're going to start seeing some smaller players developing these kind of use cases, and the big players come in to kind of partner with them.
Mark Zuckerberg just shared a post on Facebook that they're going to open up the creator economy and not charge creators as much as Apple. That's nice, but that feels a little bit off topic in a sense of like how much innovation is happening. It seems like they are becoming a little bit of the dinosaur in the room.
Yeah, but you also think about it 2 steps further, and that's just my view, is we have a lot of these social media platforms which are centralized. Essentially, they're just a gatekeeper and holding your contents. You can't really take away your followers or your content away from the platform. Essentially, what blockchain could represent in the futures, I don't know how long that may take, is our connections are represented through our wallet connections, right? Me holding a social tokens of yours, and vice versa. And that representation, that connection, could also means tradable subscription to private contents, right? If I have a channel, if you guys have a podcast channel, if I want to subscribe to it, essentially I'm holding on to a token or a token. And if I want to own a part of your podcast and your podcast is represented in NFT, you can essentially take the NFT file off from Apple, iTunes to another platform, you know what I mean? And your connection with your followers wouldn't be tied into one ecosystem, right, on Twitter or Instagram. So I do see that in the future. And so when you ask me that question, are the big players coming into the ecosystem? Possibly, but I think the ultimate goal, if we are to go even further, is decentralizing the existing model, right? Decentralizing YouTube.
Those are fabulous points, Scotty. You brought, and I know I just wanted to jump in here if you don't mind.
Yeah, please, yeah.
You brought 3 fabulous points, and the last one, which is decentralization, is our only weapon to win against the big giants. And the reason why I tell you that, because they don't get it. They think by centralizing things is power to them, until they get to a border of certain nation that restrict them from doing certain business, and then they're like, oh, that's what you meant by the power of decentralization. And that's the weapon that we have, that we will win against all of those big corporations. The other two, currently they have them better than what we do, but we will win on the other two. The other two that you've mentioned, Scotty, one of them is that cost. Currently the cost is prohibitive for NFTs, but that's going to go down by over 99.99999%. I guarantee you. And I know a lot of projects are working on that. And the other one is the actual interoperability that you've mentioned, which we've also lacked, but they lack too. The current interoperability, it's like, if you have an NFT on Ethereum and then someone else has got that NFT on Algorand or Avalanche or whatnot, it's still problematic, but that's going to all go down on the network as well. So, I'm really extremely optimistic of what's happening in the crypto market today, and I really feel that we've nailed it better than ever.
Jörn, what are your thoughts, man? Do you agree? Is social the next step for NFTs?
I would say I would say that I'm in this industry since 2013, more or less 2014, full time since 2015, 2016. The challenge what we're having here is decentralization, which is in one way. So the longer I believe in it and the longer I want to have it, I think it's a little bit of an utopia, because as you mentioned, the issue is, think about how large the NFT space really is. It's not large. So let's assume the largest marketplace is 150,000 people. Imagine that. A normal shitty app on Google Apps has 1 million app followers or downloads. So we need to be a little bit realistic in the universe as well. But let's say it this way, it shows an alternative to what is existing. And I think, like Josh mentioned it very well, this topic, the creator economy. And I think NFTs are kind of, how to say that, we were in a social economy and we are going in the direction of a creator economy. This is my perception. And we have seen the last years or the last decade, we have seen digitalization, and now we are going into tokenization. Because in digitalization, it was just existing business models, existing concepts were put one-to-one on the internet. But the advantage layer of digital was not used. This is basically what we can do now. Imagine it like this endless discussion. How can I prove that this file is unique to me? It was a discussion for years for music files, for image files. Now, with NFTs, you can prove it. You were the first one who was uploading it or who was posting it. You can prove it, which is very interesting. I think it's we are really here in the early stages. We need to take care of, in one way that I sometimes bring a very funny example. I want to have decentralization happen, but I'm not sure if they're gonna let it happen. You know how I mean that? Because the challenge is we all believe in a more like self-regulated, self-governed reality, which is perfect. But on another way, what do we do if we get basically blocked? Imagine it. I had recently a discussion with someone who was selling successful NFTs in the European Union. You would not like to know how he has troubles now with tax authorities because he was selling NFTs. It's unimaginable. So the challenge what we're having here is to which frameworks can we use? You know, you're an artist, you start to sell your NFTs, it sells for $5, it sells for $10, it sells for $20, you don't care about it. Suddenly you're selling NFTs for $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 a month. So let's do this like for 3 to 6 months. You have sold $200,000 US dollars or euros worth of NFTs. Guess what your bank account is saying? Guess what your tax guy is saying? So this is like bringing, making it so easy to publish content and sell content brings on the other side a large challenge ahead, which I still don't know how we can solve it. And, in a perfect decentralized manner, everything would be solved. But the challenge we are having is, okay, how do we deal with the rest of it?
This is really unprecedented time in our sort of economy, global economy, with where this is possible, and it's pushing the limits of regulatory, tax, commerce standards. I think what's amazing, and Jeff, Eathan and I have had some really diverse guests on our show so far, is this constant theme of empowering younger folks that may not have other opportunities to make money, and they're making money doing what they love, whether it's sort of creating in the games that they love, or art or music. And some of these adolescents and teenagers are taking care of their families with the money they're generating from NFTs. And something about that just feels so right to me, and so much more closer to a perfect world.
Yeah, this is the funny part as well, is to say, like, this idea was decentralization is directly person to person. So why, as Scotty was saying, why do I need a marketplace? Basically, I think the marketplace is just the easiest concept to understand, because people are understanding digital marketplaces. So this was popular. I mean, I'm sorry for saying it, I'm laughing. Literally, I'm involved with a company which is doing as well development for exchanges and for bigger blockchain projects. And you cannot imagine how many inquiries there are coming each week. We want to build an NFT marketplace. Basically, we are laughing already. Like, you get like 4 or 5 inquiries a day where someone wants to build an NFT marketplace. So I'm saying, sometimes I was making this joke, okay, there are more artists than collectors, which is true. And now I'm soon making the joke, there are more NFT marketplaces than collectors out there. I mean, we all know how the industry works. And for me, it's like, if you look something like OpenSea, which is kind of an NFT marketplace, but very open. I mean, we have Rarible, everyone has their niche. But even if you look at Super Rare or something like this, I mean, there are like 5,000 to 6,000 people only. That's nothing. And then you imagine like hundreds of NFT marketplaces which are developed. And as everyone in this call here says as well, I think it's not a challenge to have another NFT marketplace. We need to think what can be done more. How can it be done differently? How can the artist directly on his website sell something? How can the artist directly interact with NFTs in a very easy way? I think this is more or less the challenge.
So the future of NFTs is the evolution of the social layer, the continued empowerment of creators, and some form of regulatory clarity.
Exactly. You think everyone knows DeviantArt, or this platform, DeviantArt.com?
The website, right? Yes.
Yes. So imagine this is 1 million artists, and if they have still not discovered NFTs, and they are all digital, they're all digital natives, they understand this concept very easily, So I think this company which knows how to unlock these creators on Behance, on Dribble, on DeviantArt. This is the next big march, and this is the next big challenge. And for me, what I find interesting in the NFT space, it is another space where people come into this cryptocurrency universe, but the entry point is not the investing and speculation part. This is what I like very much. And I was very early in Rarible involved, and it was very interesting when you were seeing the communities. Normally the Telegram communities around the project is only about price. And in Rarible, it was about people sharing artwork, and the price guys were like, what the heck are those people talking? Why do I care? And this was very interesting to see the different dynamics of communities. And I think the media was definitely good for supporting this. I mean, like NBA Top Shots, to be honest, is very centralized. It's not working in a very, how to say that? It's a very nice marketing gag to get a lot of people into the market, but it was very badly done because, what's the cost of owning a special moment, like $20,000, $50,000, when I don't really own anything? I don't own the right on the image. I don't get royalties if someone uses that image. So what is it really? It's just a very expensive collectible from a moment which I can watch as well on YouTube, because all the NBA moments are one-on-one the same on YouTube. So I not really own it, and it's like, what do I really own there?
Right.
And this is what I'm saying. Like, I get art very much, but in this case, it's like a little bit crazy for me.
Yeah, and sort of speaking of sort of the complexity around this and like the legitimacy around this and how we trust various things, I'm curious. Besides the people in this panel, what resources might you guys look at for insights around what's next in NFT and crypto, or what's going on right now, what's important? Scotty, I'm curious if you'd be willing to start off with answering that one.
Yeah, I'm sure similar to everybody is just talking to different people, especially those people outside of the blockchain industry. I personally, I've been speaking to different DJs, globally, different entertainment companies. I had the privilege to talk to even Baby Shark. I'm not sure I'm supposed to say this, but nothing official we're working on anyway. But we've been talking, unofficially, just kind of talking to different IPs, brands around the world. And the surprising thing is, they are very, very interested in incorporating blockchain, into their business model. And so we have a huge opportunity here. If we get the solutions right, if we find one niche sector that can actually apply blockchain or even use NFTs in the business model, especially the entertainment industry. We had a music NFT panel earlier in the day. They have a lot of influence, right? Social media have a lot of influence. The more we're connected to the virtual world and whatnot, I think if you're talking to people in the actual industry, then you start to figure out, okay, what are some of the problems out there in the world? And with us being in the blockchain space for a few years, or for how long you have been, you can start to connect the dots. So for me, I could read about Medium and all that stuff, but the best resource is just talk to people in the industry.
Right. It sounds almost like a software developer's attitude, or a founder's attitude of, let me just go to the customers. You could call them customers at this point, but what are they going to want? What are they going to need? And that's going to be the next thing that's going on. That's a great answer.
Exactly.
That's one reason why we started the podcast, Edge of NFT, and a lot of our listeners tell us it's like literally having a seat at the table with the insiders. And I think just being in the conversation and having those conversations is just so important. Anything's possible here, for those that are at this conference and want to create, and this is their first time sort of getting into the mix. I think, the message I want everyone to know is just get in the conversation and start creating.
Yeah. Also, it was brought up a few times earlier, this idea of the creator economy. And I remember Sal Khan having a little talk up on YouTube or something that I watched many years ago. I mean, it must have been 10, 15, could be even 18, 20 years ago, about the future being the creator economy. And I think really this development of blockchain and NFTs is really a huge part of that. And in essence, it's the economy. If it's a creator economy, it becomes, you are a part of it, whether you like it or not. You have to be a creator. You have to co-create this. There's a sort of a level of responsibility that reminds me of Burning Man. They have a principle of radical participation. Right? You're not there to watch the show. You're there to co-create it. Yugen, I saw you kind of nodding. Did you have anything to add on this topic, or then again the other topic where you look for good information or insights on what's coming? Did you hear that, Yugen? I know you're on a little bit of a delay.
I think.
Let's hop over to Tufi. And see if you got anything to say on this. We'll let you jump in.
Well, I want to say actually, which is something that also Yugen alluded to earlier, saying like, oh, there's only like 150,000 people in a certain marketplace or whatnot. This is where the opportunity, okay? There are 8 billion people on the planet. Guaranteed, every single one of them is going to be using NFTs on daily basis, but they don't know it. Not a lot of people know what the power of NFT. This is an NFT, guys, okay? If anybody tells you that this is not an NFT, bring them over. The law says that this currency is fungible, but by construct, it is non-fungible, okay? So it's been around us through the entire time, and this is for the first time the technology is coming in and telling the world, hey, we're bringing NFT marketplaces for people to start representing what they're creating and selling it. So what if the tax man comes in and says like, okay, you owe this much taxes? So what? Every business, if they're selling a lot, they owe so much taxes. That's great. If the tax man coming in and knocking on your door because you're selling NFTs, that's a good indication that you are selling. So I'm just saying this is like the beginning of of what's yet to come. This is 1992 for the World Wide Web. And I've said it before 3 years ago, and people, they said it is 1992. And I said, nope, it was 1989 for crypto. And now I'm telling you, it is 1992. Wait and see. Mark my words.
And by the way, for any folks that are maybe slightly confused, I know when you held up that piece of currency, that was like a euro or something. What was that?
This is the Korean won.
Oh, the Korean won.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time in Korea. But anyway.
But it has a serial number on it. And I don't know if you meant to do that, but you show the serial number. And that's kind of a true thing, right? Each one of those bills, any dollar bill, whatever, it's trackable, traceable, it's done for a reason.
It's an NFT. Correct. Mm-hmm. Every, so money that is being issued everywhere, like, and I said earlier, Bitcoin on its core, Satoshi, each and every Satoshi is traceable as well. It has the equivalent of a unique number. So anything of value has to have a unique number somehow. The current NFT words that you see, the current NFT ledger-based blockchains or whatnot, which we've alluded to earlier, thanks to Scotty's point here, is that there is a ledger and then they're telling it is unique globally. But imagine at some point, all of those ledgers, they figure out that there's something that is actually Earth-based, that it's unique to the entire planet Earth. Holy shit. Okay, this is the future. You do one thing, you represent your Mona Lisa with something that cannot be forced. It is Earth-based. It is as unique to planet Earth as anything. This is where I really see that the future of NFTs is going to shape up the entire World Wide Web, the entire crypto. I kid you not. I've never been that excited about this, and people, they know me. They know I've been in crypto before crypto. Okay, I've had cryptocurrency 2006. I'm not. You can look me up and you can find these things. So this is the beginning of the world of crypto to make it to everybody on the planet.
So this is more than just everything will be an NFT. This is everything already is an NFT.
Right.
Important distinction.
We're getting to represent it digitally and make it transfer, make it, some of the companies which you alluded to earlier, like the video games, for example, we're getting a lot of video game companies that they are looking into the NFTs, and some of them they're already, I can disclose who, but 2 of the top 10, they're looking into like how a video game, instead of pre-purchase to the kid that is gonna buy for $11 and later on it's gonna be released for $80, can this be an NFT? And the answer is yes. The kid will buy it for $11, can resell it to another kid instead of calling the company and saying like, hey, I want to return it, mom didn't allow it or whatnot. It reduces a lot of friction of like how actually to return it, whatnot. It's sitting in that NFT, and when the software is released inside the NFT, it's got enough codes to unlock that single software. Okay, the license is right there, and you bought it for $11. You're free to sell it for $13 or $9. It's up to you. There is no regulator that's going to regulate that. That already exists in the world.
This is not a challenge. This is not a challenge.
I'm not really here to challenge regulators. I've already challenged regulators like 5 years ago when they asked me to go and educate them on blockchain and said, you also speak in AI, and AI is going to replace a lot of jobs. What do you think? Blockchain, what is it supposed to replace? I'm like, your jobs, regulators.
Yes, exactly.
Okay? So we are building technology that is regulated by design. Now, of course, there are a lot of scams and whatnot, but at the end of the day, we're building technology that bring it to the people. It adds value to the people, and it reduces all of that friction that regulators add into the equation. Regulators, they'd rather walk in the park instead of like doing regulations, if it's self-regulated.
The beautiful part is that the ecosystem which we're in here doesn't need to rely on the other ecosystem. because as you said, Tufi, if it's good or bad, the scams, yes, whatever. But in a way, imagine it, you give to 1,000 people, each one $1 million. Out of these 1,000 people, 990 will most likely just make some rubbish, but 10 will make out something awesome of that $1 million they got because they got enabled. And I see it very similar here in this space. And basically, like, if the future of NFTs is, maybe they're not called NFTs because the word is not the perfect word, to be honest. So I hope we are finding a better word. Maybe it's this creator economy, whatever it is. But I think
we're going to have to change the name of our podcast, though. That wouldn't be fun.
You don't have to worry about that. It's been called NFT before even crypto. Okay, I can guarantee that. I've played around.
Yeah, but it's a very technical word. So can we not find a nicer word? You know what I mean? Like,
right.
but basically, this is what I'm thinking as well. It's like the future is bright, in particular on that topic. I am 100% agreeing that. It was always creative people were always bringing adoption. So in this case, it will be the same thing. You know, like in the beginning, the internet was popular because you can upload pictures and show pictures. Like Flickr, like a lot of people were using Flickr. They were creatives. So I think here's as well. So like the power of creative people is much stronger than of the financial people because there are more people who create something than people who trade. Never underestimate that. So, and I'm thinking as well, like if you're speaking about this, it will have more important, like non-fungible tokens will be more important than fungible tokens. This is basically my fixed prediction and my belief. How it will play out, we don't know. Even if the whole cryptocurrency would get banned, non-fungible tokens would survive because there are other ways. You know what I mean? We don't need speculative assets when we are like a token or whatever, when we're talking about NFTs.
Guys, I feel like we could have this conversation for hours, and we need to do that in the real world at some point in the future. We'll figure out an island to meet on in the middle of all these different time zones. But
yeah, I was just about to go off the deep end and talk about how all molecules, atoms in the universe are both fungible and non-fungible, so it's good to stop us. Like, I think. but you know, we do this fun little thing where we want to get to know you as human beings as well, and we want everyone that's listening to get to know you. So we have this segment called Quick Hitters, and Jeff, why don't you tell us more about that?
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, so Edge Quick Hitters are a fun, quick way to get to know you a little better, as Josh said. We're looking for short, single word or few word responses, but feel free to expand if you get the urge. We normally do 10 for each guest, but given the size of the panel, we'll ask 3 questions for today. You guys ready?
Yep.
All right, Scotty, let's start with you. What is the first thing you remember ever selling in your life?
Man, when I was in my 3rd grade, I think I was 9 years old. Kid you not, I was selling new and old toys between classmates. So collectibles, physical collectibles, toys, stationaries. I was making $20 US a week. Then I got in trouble like after 3 weeks. My parents were pretty proud.
There are so many troublemaking young entrepreneurs that come onto our show.
I just didn't have enough money to get the toy that I want, and so I trade up to it. So I was just making a market.
Let nothing stop you.
I remember those days. So that was my first thing I sold, I think.
Very opportunistic. Awesome. Tufi, how about you?
Bow ties. I actually used to make bow ties when I was a kid and used to sell them. And I fired my first employee, which was my brother, and I replaced him with someone else who's a tailor, and made shitloads of money that summer. You know, I was 12 years old. So it was a lot of fun.
Wow, it sounds like it. Yeah, upgrade on the team too.
Digital bow ties. There's something in there for you moving forward.
Aaron, how about you?
Yeah, basically the first thing I was selling was as well toys. More like, you know, on like from our house in the neighborhood, you were collecting the toys and putting them up for sale, like a yard sale, something like this. I think it was not that successfully, but then I think later on, so really business I started to do in the early days of eBay, like selling basically cell phones on eBay was one of the first things. like importing, because I was living in Austria, so I was importing them bulk, like 10, 20 pieces. And, like you import 10, 20 pieces, you get your own phone for free.
Selling
Incredible.
burner phones on eBay. That's awesome. Question number 2. If you could pass on one personality trait of yours to the next generation, what would it be? Tufi, let's start with you.
Innovation?
One personality trait of yours to the next generation of
he said innovation.
Oh, you
right?
said innovation. Sorry, I thought you were clarifying.
Yeah.
No worries. That's great.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great.
If I were to put it in one word, then it's something that I'm kind of brag about what I'm good at, and I'm brag about what I'm not good at. So I will not pass on my operation skills, administration skills, HR skills, you name it. Okay. So, but when it comes to innovation, if I were to say one thing, I certainly would like to pass this on.
Awesome. Joran, how about you?
Being curious, like curiosity, like being always open and even digging into things. Like, like everyone was doing DeFi, I was doing NFTs.
Nice.
Beautiful. Scotty, you're up next.
I guess I'm quite comfortable stepping outside the boundaries, just trying to be different. I'm not, as a kid till now, I always want to do something different and trying to challenge the status quo. So when I left the finance industry in 2017, get laughed at a lot, about moving into cryptocurrency where, it's money laundering and it's all vaporware and things like that. So, I'm the type of guy who would just jump off the plane and do all the bungee jumps and all that stuff. So just keep trying new things.
And now everyone calls you, I'm assuming.
Now everyone calls me, yes, for coffee and lunch.
What should I buy? Go for coffee, go for lunch. Where should I invest? Yeah.
You're absolutely right, especially this past Christmas. Yeah.
How quickly things change. All right. Last question number 3. What are you going to do next after the podcast? Joran, let's start with you.
Did we catch Jürgen's answer to what he would pass on? Yeah, we did. Curiosity,
yes, we did.
right? Okay,
We did, yes.
got it. Okay, cool.
We did, yeah.
What I do next? Actually going to bed or watching TV because it's 1 a.m. in the morning.
Oh, man. We appreciate you joining so late, brother.
Yeah.
Scotty, how about you?
It's 1 a.m. here too. My friends outside drinking, so maybe I'll join them. Maybe I'll go home. We'll see.
I think
outside in the office drinking, I hope.
Not the office. Yeah, I'm here since the morning. So enough the office.
Always room for a little good time. Tufi, how about you?
Friday night.
I had already started before this, and I'm gonna show you this. So please don't think I'm a geek, because I am a geek. So this is one of the things that I'm working on, and this is one of the binary tree representation that can make it easier for folks to understand the power of uniqueness. If you were to go down and you have like a parent here, and so let's say that this is the parent, and this is basically, again, it goes back to data structure for NFTs. So if you were to think I'm obsessed about this kind of stuff, I am. And if you flip the page here, this is another thing that it actually shows you how you can get uniqueness using binary tree structure, which is like one of the foundational things in computer science, but it's a lot of fun when you actually build it on a network. And I've built that on a network in the past, and I'm doing that for one of the projects. And I got halfway through, and I'm getting into this call, and I can't wait to get back into it and finish it. So yeah, that's what I'm doing.
To be that chart, it looks exactly like the one that we have over there when
For
we're
real?
drawing out the map. Because we're talking about NFT social, because you know how we talked about wallets representing our social connections and how people are connected through wallets in the future.
Oh wow!
It could be one of the most important social profiles that you have. We don't need Instagram, Facebook. We just need wallets that are connecting to each other through tokens, holding up each other's tokens. And that's exactly kind of the chart. That chart looks exactly what we have at the whiteboard over there.
Wow. Yeah,
totally. Case in point, we just got to have these conversations, and good things will happen.
Yeah, the power of exponential is just phenomenal.
So let's talk about one of the hot topics in the news. Does that work?
Yeah, let's
do it.
So it looks like we got a survey of sorts here. Only 20% of Americans familiar with NFTs. 4 million have used them from a survey. This is reported on Yahoo News. That's actually kind of interesting to me. I actually, because I'm so connected to it, sometimes I feel like I'm just like have no sense of how few people, how many people, whatever. Everybody I know knows about it, but I kind of assume that a lot of people I don't know about it. What have been your guys' experience with sort of the exposure level and how much you come into a contact with that, like Scotty?
Yes, it's yeah. I mean, nonstop every week. Literally artists that I wouldn't be able to be in touch with. I have the privilege to kind of talk to them now. Like I'm talking about tier 1 stars that are coming to me to talk about NFT. So it's been a really cool experience where it just kind of fell on my lap. You know, I was just talking to different people in the industry, just really try to figure out solutions, you know, how we can just try to understand more. And then all of a sudden, you know, people are actually interested to learn about NFT. So my friends and I'm talking about like singers and DJs and what have you, movie stars from around the world are trying to learn about it. But then again, I think even that 4%, you know, even us, even me, I admit, I'm still trying to figure out what the future holds. You know, a lot of stuff that we talked about today at the Future of NFT panel, we covers a lot of that. But I think NFT currently just represents the surface level of it. Just, you know, we're just putting things on an NFT. It's like similar to back in the days we just came about hearing about internet and hey, I just opened a website and I put my photos on and information on the website. I think the true understanding of it is how can we turn that website, how can we turn that NFT into Uber, into YouTube, into social network, into e-commerce, automating certain things that, you know, we have today with internet. So I think this is the decade for NFT. So
yeah, another interesting thing again that we said from there is that 4.1 million Americans have actually bought or sold an NFT. And maybe we touched upon it earlier. There's probably a certain percentage of people who are buying or selling them and don't necessarily know that they're NFTs as well. I think you were the one that brought that up too, correct?
Yeah, by TP's definition, it's probably something more like 100% of Americans have purchased an NFT. But no, I think 4.1 million is legit. I mean, that's a big number. Yes, it's a big country and whatnot, but that shows some serious early traction, in my opinion. What do you guys think?
For me, the number is too high, actually.
Yeah, if you Jürgen mentioned earlier 150,000 users for one of them, so you're telling 4.1 million. It's actually good indication that it's going up, and I think you're referring to crypto-based NFTs, which guaranteed. You mark my words. Tell everyone around you. Say Tufi said that by 2030, everything around you and everyone will be cryptofied. Okay, and it would be NFT one way or another. People don't know it yet. And if you know what you're walking on right now, like one of the projects, Earth 64, takes every square centimeter what you're walking on. The square centimeter has a geo coordinates. That is an NFT, like it or not. That is an NFT. So it's like there's a lot of things around us that they are NFTs, but we don't know it, and they're becoming exchangeable in what is cryptofied. It basically makes it super secure. It makes a single owner in any block of time. That's what we want. You know, it's self-regulated. That's the future.
Right on. I think that's a great note to wrap things up for the final session of the first day of DeFi Summit in our podcast. We'd love to sort of understand where listeners can learn more about you guys. How do they get a hold of you, Scotty? How do they reach you?
Maybe I'll drop my Telegram or a Twitter handle in the chat later. I'll share with everyone. But our project 101 stand for 1 of 1 will be launching soon. So hopefully I can share more materials and website for you guys.
And Eugene, what about you?
Oh, easiest search my name on Google.
There you go. Easy.
Nice.
Yeah, same here. I guess you can search my name, but I get a lot of spam, about 5,000 per day, so it's impossible to find me. But I find one method that it's been consistent. It's on LinkedIn. So if somebody messages me on LinkedIn, it's much easier to filter, because I've built my own filter on top of the LinkedIn. So if it is legit, I'm able to see it. So anybody who wants to reach out on LinkedIn, just send me a message, and I'm happy to respond.
Wow, I'm completely non-reachable on LinkedIn because I get too much spam. For me, it's like Twitter or Telegram.
Oh, I can send you my filter. I built the filter on top of LinkedIn. It works like wonder.
That's great. And your personal cell phone also? Could you share that, please? No, thanks.
Which one?
Which one? Right. That's smart. That's smart. Very cool. Well, we do have an announcement to make regarding Edge of NFT, and that's just that this is actually our official launch. We've been at this for a couple of months in beta mode, but today, again, officially is our launch.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, we have
Wow.
we have a ton of really cool things coming up too. So if you visit edgeofnft.com and sign up for our newsletter and follow us on Twitter, you'll actually be the first to know about all kinds of special drops, contests, giveaways, insider news. And we're also in the process of creating a DAO that gives listeners an opportunity to co-create the future with us and take partial ownership of what we're doing and building together. We're not quite ready to share all the specifics yet, but if you sign up for our newsletter, you'll be able to get in the mix and jump in from the beginning and be eligible for the Edge of NFT private Discord. Tons of great information is going to be coming out, so stay tuned.
Congratulations. Wow.
So do we get now a participation NFT for the podcast?
There's going to be a lot of fun stuff right up that alley, brother.
It's like all of you guys are reading our minds. So we'll get back to you on some of these ideas, and yeah, that should be in the mix, I think, for sure.
So team, we've officially reached the outer limits at the Edge of NFTs for today, and this concludes the first day of the DeFi Summit. So thanks for exploring with us. We got space for more adventures on this starship. So invite your friends and recruit some cool strangers that will make this journey all so much better. How? Go to iTunes right now, rate us and say something cool, and then go to edgeofnft.com to dive further down the rabbit hole. Team, such an amazing conversation. Thank you so much.
Be well.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys. It's been amazing. Great.
Hey,
hi guys, welcome back.
So I'd say, that concludes the first day for the DeFi Summit. That was the NFT day, all things NFT, and some cross section between DeFi Day 2 as well. We also want to give a special thanks again to Edge of NFT podcasts for hosting and actually also ending the last final talk for this day. It's actually been a long day today. Ended up being like, we're a DeFi Summit, and we wanted to focus a lot about DeFi, but it's still undeniable that NFTs are playing a huge part and role, and we just had to put together like its own mini conference by itself too. We had like 8 hours worth of different content. Again, like there's just a ton of content that you might have missed out throughout the day. No worries. We got this all recorded, and we'll cut it up and divide it up so that each talk will be per subject and title as well, so that you can go back and watch it again on YouTube. That's also one thing that we're going to be moving forward to after the DeFi Summit event that we're going to gradually get into is, we want to continue to be a resource for both DeFi, NFTs, and some other upcoming chain-specific information and news as well. So, our goal is to eventually build this database and repository of just like content and education through the different topics, and then also host regular events each week as well from like Twitter Spaces. And leading up to DeFi Summit, we've been hosting a weekly event as well on DeFi, and then NFTs during Clubhouse as well too. And we'll hope to do a lot more smaller events as well, continuing on beyond just DeFi as well, or the DeFi Summit event. Thinking about looking forward to, like, there's a lot more content coming up in the next 3 days. Tomorrow is actually the first DeFi heavy day as well. There's a lot to look out for. I guess before I get into that too, I guess, Michael, you want to share anything?
DeFi is really needed in order for it to really grow. So like if you look at like the different industries that are now expanding, right? All of them are going to need financial products to kind of back them and help them, even whether it's like Avogachis with, having lending within them. You can look at like art as well, having sales that are going to be on a decentralized area. And also for like tomorrow's going to be a really stacked day as well, but you can visit a lot of the agenda on DeFiSummit.com and click on the agenda tab. So we'll have talks from Coinbase, we'll have talks from Halborn. There's also going to be Unicrypt, YFDAI, Launchpool as well, and even OpenOcean. And also we also have our Polygon Power Hour, which is going to be with Justin, Rock from QuickSwap, Mark Cuban, Stanny from Aave, and also Sandeep from Polygon as well, which is going to be a really, really popular panel. After that, tokenizing the world, going into also having like Tendermint and kind of like some of our DAOs as well, with like Finance.vote, Metis DAO, Tendermint, and everything like that too. So yeah, tomorrow is going to be a really stacked day and very DeFi heavy day. And you also have to remember that with NFTs, like they really need DeFi in order to really grow into like a bigger region.
Definitely. So yeah, be on the lookout for that, and also hop onto our Telegram and our Twitter. And tomorrow again, we'll start again at 9 a.m. And if you have not followed like our YouTube channel, if you go to YouTube and you actually take a look at our YouTube account, you can kind of get booked up and set a reminder for tomorrow as well too. So that's like the easiest way to kind of get caught up with what's coming in terms of like upcoming events. And so if you go to our main page here, you can see that DeFi Day 1, DeFi Day 2, and then Demo Day is also coming at the very end as well too, with a ton more content to share with you guys. So yeah, until then, thanks to everybody for sticking in and watching all the content throughout.
Yeah, once again, thank you guys for getting all this information. Once again, everything's free for us, so it's like you're getting the freedom of knowledge for all of these, I would say, even some alphas that we had today as well. So, and to kind of end on a special note as well, we just want to play a quick outro video, featuring tomorrow's power panel. Once again, thank you guys so much for listening and tuning in, and we'll see you on the flip side. Or Justin, if you have anything else to say. No,
that's it. See you in DeFi land. Market's going green. Did the DeFi Summit start the bull run? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see tomorrow.
All right, guys. See you guys tomorrow for day 2.
See ya.
Peace.